Chapter 651, Enemy to the entire demon race. Level 8? What difference does it have from level 9? Oro was annoyed. Level 4 was already a very high assessment of what he expected Xia Fei could achieve, while level 5 was close to the maximum, yet this human had actually cultivated concealed flash dragon up to level 8. This was well beyond what Oro had expected. Xia Fei answered with a straight face, "Of course, there's a difference. Level 9 means I've already completely mastered it, while level 8 means I'm still lacking by that bit. Didn't you just say that learning to conceal the law of space was very hard? Yet you've already reached level 8. Why couldn't I see this difficulty you claim to have experienced?" Xia Fei shrugged, helpless. "In the beginning, I did stop using this sort of law power due to incompatibility. After all, I was used to unleashing my law force peremptorily, hitting the enemy in a single burst of power, but as I cultivated it more, I slowly began to grasp the delayed technique needed, which in turn increased how fast I went through the levels." Lionheart Emperor Oro shook his head. "Just words aren't any good. Show me what you've mastered. I'm interested in seeing just what degree you've cultivated concealed flash dragon to." Xia Fei nodded, standing straight as he looked ahead. Taking a deep breath, he bent over and struck the ground with a single fist. The sound he made was soft, though dull. There was hardly even any commotion ahead of him in that cultivation chamber. It was as if Xia Fei had merely patted the ground without releasing any attack of sorts. Suddenly, after some time, a single white spatial tear suddenly erupted about 100 meters away from Xia Fei. Like a lion leaping high into the sky, its gaping maw gnashing ferociously at the air before disappearing without leaving a trace. Disbelief. Speechless disbelief. There was not even a single trace left on the ground, while there was no shift in air due to the spatial tear that had appeared. From the time it appeared underground to the end of the attack, everything had been accomplished without making a single sound. The attack spanned over a very short interval, too. Any warrior lacking in terms of eyesight would surely have no way of discerning how that frightening tear had appeared. Even more scary was the fact that, given the pause in the release of the attack and the actual attack itself, Xia Fei was facing an opponent, yet he did not strike at them and, instead, slapped the ground. Any experienced warrior would promptly exercise great vigilance to their surroundings, but if several seconds passed without receiving an attack, they would surely let their heightened guard down a bit. It would then create the perfect moment for the concealed flash dragon to strike. Lying dormant underground, waiting specifically for when the enemy became negligent to abruptly strike, and devastating the opponent with a single strike. The old demon lord was stunned for several seconds before finally heaving a helpless sigh. Given how reality had proven to him, it was evident that Xia Fei's potential and degree of comprehension toward law powers completely surpassed his own. Every genius had a stubborn side, though. Oro refused to believe that there was anyone who could be stronger than him, but he must admit that Xia Fei was much more talented than him. After feeling disappointed, all the old demon lord could feel was prickling pain all over his body. The waves behind drove on those in front, and it was the fate of the young to surpass the old. He had incidentally become part of the past. Now that reality had proven Xia Fei to be so greatly talented, all that remained was to find Xia Fei's break point, which would also be his limit. Oro was also interested in this. Having a talent greater than his was one thing, just how strong someone could be was another. "So did I cultivate my concealed flash dragon to an acceptable level?" Xia Fei asked. Different from other extremely powerful and talented warriors was the fact that Xia Fei was never prideful. He treated everything he did as something very natural, almost as if cultivation and promotion ought to be at that speed, and there was nothing to be boastful about it. In his not very long life so far, he was already used to this insane rate of advancement, overcoming all obstacles in his path. Oro was even more speechless. Xia Fei actually believed that such an overwhelming rate of advancement to be natural. If this was spread throughout the law realm, there might be quite a number of prideful geniuses who would suicide. Everything that these geniuses were proud about were treated as commonplace by Xia Fei, no different from casual play, and that itself was an infuriating thought. Pouting, Oro said gruffly, "It's fine." Forget about the discomfort he felt in his heart. Had he not been worried about Xia Fei becoming complacent, Oro would have long heaped him with praises. "However, I still feel that the power of concealed flash dragon isn't too great. The difference between this and the level 5 martial technique golden sand dance is too wide." Xia Fei expressed his skepticism as he lit a cigarette. Staying concealed underground for 9 seconds will be considered as achieving mastery of the concealed flash dragon. Though it may seem like 9 seconds isn't much, the lethality of it is immeasurable. Say the enemy has no idea that your killer move has already been unleashed, and even knowing will just make it even worse. Xia Fei was surprised. Of course, it'll be quite tragic if an enemy who has no idea how this move works ends up getting struck by it, but why will an enemy who knows the skill have it worse? By what you just said, isn't there no solution to this? Whether an enemy knows it or not, they'll end up dying. Oro solemnly explained, think about it. A warrior who knows this is the concealed flash dragon will definitely be panicking because that dragon concealed deep underground can rear its ugly head at any time and attack them. If this person isn't completely prepared for the sudden attack, every second he spends waiting will be a torment. Xia Fei laughed. I get it now. The concealed flash dragon also has the function of unsettling an opponent, with the timid maybe instantly fainting from the fear. It is like the old saying, an unseen enemy is the scariest. Oro continued. Not just that. Concealed flash dragon is not just a martial technique but also an introductory technique for practitioners to learn the control of law force. Add latest chapters at freeaudiobooks only. The hardest aspect of law isn't how to unleash powerful law force but rather the free control over its discharge. Xia Fei was shocked. Lionheart Emperor Oro's words led Xia Fei to think in a direction that he had not considered before. In the past, Xia Fei only knew how to release his law force in the most explosive manner possible, how to do so tyrannically, how to unleash a great destructive power. This free control of discharge that Oro mentioned was something that he currently lacked. Let me ask you, what constitutes a powerful law adept? Oro asked. One who wields overwhelming law force, Xia Fei immediately answered without any hesitation. Wields. Okay. So what do you consider as wielding? Oro asked again. This, Xia Fei was somewhat stumped. He really had no idea how to explain wielding. With a slight smile, Oro said, wielding is divided into various levels. I know you enjoy warships, so what's the difference between wielding a warship and your blood crystal? It's different because a warship is more unwieldy, impossible for me to have that level of control like blood crystal. The old demon lord nodded. Then let me ask you again, comparing your blood crystal to your fingers, which will you consider more wieldy? Xia Fei was shaking. Of course, my fingers. No matter how freely I can use blood crystal, it can't compare to my fingers. After all, a finger is a part of my body, broken bones are ultimately still connected to tendons. Oro burst into laughter. That's precisely it. We learn law not just to toss out law force however we want, our end goal is to make such a power become part of us so that you, Xia Fei, become law. His cigarette had burned to its butt, and Xia Fei had been oblivious to this. The old demon lord's words had sparked something deep in Xia Fei's heart, giving him a completely new comprehension of law force. I am Xia Fei. I am law. Xia Fei repeated what Oro had just stated in his mind, his understanding reaching a deeper state of comprehension. Actually, telling you such things is still a little too early, not something you ought to be learning at your current level. I had a momentary outburst, so I ended up leaking the esoteric connotation of law force to you. You're not at the level required yet, so it's very easy for you to lose your way holding such profundity in your mind. Everything at its pace, no need to put yourself at risk coveting for greater progress. Xia Fei suddenly felt burning on his fingers. He lowered his head to find the cigarette butt already burning till his fingers, so he flicked it off and extinguished it under his heel. At his level, he was not going to be hurt by burns from such a little flame. As someone from the demon race, you sure have a deep understanding of the things related to the god race. Could you have tried learning the 3 great laws of the god race, too? Xia Fei smirked. Xia Fei could not be faulted for his wild guess. Lionheart Emperor Oro came from the demon race, and those of the demon race could not learn laws from the god race. Seeing Oro's performance during this time and how well versed he was in both the law of space and the law of matter including all the minor laws, it seemed like Oro would even have knowledge of the long-lost law of time. Oro gladly laughed. Aside from cultivation, it is important for warriors to also understand and observe their enemies. Given how the god race and demon race oppose each other, I, of course, understand the god race to quite a strong degree as a member of the enemy camp. Also, the conclusions I reach were naturally different since I approach the problems and issues from a different angle. Not only do I know the law powers that the god race possesses, I can even brief you on how to counter them. After all, this is what we of the demon race do. We specialize in targeting the weakness of the god race. Xia Fei was unamused. He originally thought that the demon race had no comprehension of the laws of matter and space, yet it turned out that they not only had knowledge of them but also were very proficient with them. We normally don't cultivate in the laws from the god race because we of the demon race simply scorn the things that the god race dabbles with. However, the law of space is an exception. Plenty of those in the demon race cultivate it because there's no way to travel through space or create spatial storage tools without the law of space. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. So that means you all have learned a law from the god race, while the god race doesn't have any of yours. Wouldn't the god race be at the disadvantage here? After all, the god race has lost the inheritance for the law of time. Oro shook his head. Where have you ever heard that from? The law of space is originally something both peak races share, and it's the god race who called the law of space and its offshoots as theirs for the sake of saving face and making it seem like it's in balance. As for the lost law of time, I don't know much about that myself. The demon race also lost a great law, so that makes us even. Xia Fei was instantly interested as he hurriedly asked, which law did the demon race lose? The law of life. Xia Fei was startled as he angrily demanded, if the law of life had been lost, then what was it that you gave to Avril? Were you trying to trick me? The old demon lord burst into raucous laughter. Xia Fei would get agitated the moment Avril was mentioned, and this was indubitably his greatest weakness. As long as anything that would affect his most cherished person got mentioned, Xia Fei would immediately become extremely anxious. With an indiscernible smile across his face, Oro said, the demon race might have lost the law of life, but not me. Xia Fei was stunned for a good while before he slapped his thigh in realization. That's why you got sealed in the eternal ice plains. It's because you're hiding the law of life? Doesn't that make you the enemy of everyone from the demon race? Though Oro was somewhat helpless, he nevertheless nodded his head and admitted to it. Oh, no. Xia Fei instantly thought of a very serious issue. If you're an enemy to everybody of the demon race and I'm the one who subsequently saved you, doesn't that by extension make me an enemy of the entire demon race? Chapter 652, Level 3 Law of Primal Chaos. Xia Fei had not expected that this old demon would be the only inheritor of the law of life that the demon race had lost. Lionheart Emperor Oro was the enemy of the entire demon race, and the fact Xia Fei had saved him meant that he was an enemy of them as well. Shaking his head, his entire body went rigid. Xia Fei did not have any particular complaints to this. Trouble seemed to be something that Xia Fei was destined to never be able to rid himself of. No matter where he went and what he did, there was just no way for him to shake off the specter of trouble. Logically speaking, since you're the enemy of the entire demon race, they ought to have slaughtered you and everyone from your clan. Isn't that how the rules of the Law Realm have always been? Xia Fei asked as he sat on the ground and lit a cigarette. Oro very happily looked at Xia Fei. Do you know what a major clan is? Xia Fei answered, a family clan that is so large that its strength outstrips most. I am the enemy of the entire demon race, and there's no way for them to deal with me openly, not to mention trouble my clan in the slightest. That's the status a major clan holds, something no one can undermine. If the demon race were to lose the Lionhearts, would they still be called the demon race? The old monster was arrogant, and Xia Fei pouted. It made sense why Oro was so smug. To think the Lionhearts have such a strong standing among the demon race that no one could even shake them. Conversely, with the god race, humans alone are all split into so many different clans, each of them guarding against one another, viewing each other as rivals. The Lionhearts, on the other hand, were all bonded like twine ropes, their strength many folds greater. Oro looked at Xia Fei and asked, so are you having regrets now? Regret? Xia Fei crooked his head and chuckled. Don't worry. I have no idea how the word regret is written my entire life. Under Oro's supervision, Xia Fei fervently trained all sorts of martial techniques. His daily workload seemed to be so great that it was practically appalling. Xia Fei completed the cultivation and training of each and every martial technique at a surprising rate. The old demon lord's heart had to undergo trials after trials as records got broken each and every day. It was as if there was no one who could stop Xia Fei. He had left the law of primal chaos more to the back, spending a few hours each day cultivating it. Xia Fei saw more success doing it this way, giving himself more time to think about how to make breakthroughs through the difficulties he encountered, and not just rely on both time and effort to accumulate. Sometimes, hard work would achieve great results, but a true warrior with intelligence would also leave some time to think about what they lacked while cultivating and subsequently attempt to make up for it. Boom! The third pattern in his mind fully formed, Xia Fei had finally completed level 3 of his Law of Primal Chaos. He felt refreshed. Xia Fei could feel this sensation overwhelm him after making the breakthrough. The Law of Primal Chaos would swap black to white, turn the unreasonable reasonable when used on his enemies, but it also multiplied Xia Fei's strength and his confidence surged. The higher Xia Fei's cultivation got, the more of a headache he would become to his enemies. The inherent characteristics of the Law of Primal Chaos itself would vex his enemies greatly. Xia Fei let out a long sigh, experiencing this rare moment of wondrousness. He would always feel like he was on cloud 9 for just a period of time, as if he were alone in a sea of peach blossom trees and having tea. Glancing at his microcomputer, he saw that Dimsky had sent a message, informing Xia Fei that what he wanted had been completed. Xia Fei was not to be disturbed while he was cultivating. Even Avril could only contact him via messages if she wanted to see him, and she had to wait until Xia Fei stepped out of the cultivation chamber and contacted her. Though this was somewhat inconsiderate, it was greatly beneficial for Xia Fei's cultivation progress. It was as the proverb went that a single mind should not do two things at any given time. With a smile, Xia Fei got up and made his way to Dimsky's laboratory. To have finished it so soon. Here I was thinking that I would have to wait for a very long time. He sure lived up to his name as the chief engineer of the mechs. His professionalism has reached the level no human could compare, Xia Fei praised Dimsky. Treating his subordinates with gratitude was the right way to lead, especially if they were a little stubborn like Dimsky. Xia Fei was well versed in this aspect, which was why he had sincerely commended Dimsky. However, strictly speaking, Dimsky was not Xia Fei's subordinate, and was more like his subordinate's subordinate. Dimsky was, of course, glad to be praised for his hard work. He had already viewed Xia Fei as the only person within his professional field whom he could compete with. After all, Xia Fei had quite a strong foundation in machinery and electronics, and even more exceptional was how Xia Fei was very good when it came to scrutinizing and drawing inference. I was done testing everything. This short-ranged communicator based off the Black Bat radar technology is completely usable even while in your spatial ring, with no risk of being jammed even by spatial barriers. I even reduced its size as small as possible, Dimsky said even as he displayed the test chart out for Xia Fei to review. Xia Fei nodded. The data's very favorable. I ought to really thank you for your hard work this time. Dimsky quickly shook his head. Being of help to you is my honor. Otherwise, why would you even have me around as the chief engineer? With this brand new short-range communicator, Xia Fei returned back to the cultivation chamber. He opened his spatial ring and let Lionheart Emperor Oro out. What is this? Oro saw that Xia Fei had added a communicator next to his ice coffin, so he curiously asked about it. This here will allow you to keep in contact with me even while stored inside my spatial ring. Right now, you're still using speech to communicate with me. Though your technique is impressive, making it very difficult for anyone around us to hear what we are discussing, there's no telling whether or not this will still be the case if we bump into a warrior who practices sound-type laws. This device allows communication via skin, and it won't make any sound. The frequency is also encrypted, impossible for anyone to decrypt it. After all, you're an enemy to the entire demon race, so I have to be extra careful. I'll be in big trouble if anyone discovers that I'm hiding an old demon lord like you, Xia Fei explained as he installed the communicator. The device on Oro's side was very simple, and what mattered was the one on Xia Fei's end. It was a circular gold chip, about the size of a soybean, fitted on Xia Fei's earlobe. There was not just sound, even the surrounding environment and what was happening around him could be transmitted visually and auditorily to Oro. It even allowed the two to have a line of communication with each other. All the information would be directly transmitted to Xia Fei's nerves, updating him regarding Oro's status and of the latter's words. It was naturally many times more hidden than when the two whispered to each other. Oro did not say a word. All he felt was that this brand new communicator Xia Fei had come up with was very amazing, for it to be capable of bypassing even spatial barriers. Xia Fei, you're not going to hide in this hidden realm forever, are you? How do you plan to take care of those backstabbers who are after you? Oro asked. Xia Fei frowned. Of course, I won't be hiding here forever. Trust me, I already have a plan in mind. In 2 days' time, I'll contact a friend still in the Lore Realm and begin my operation. However, I have a lack of manpower at the moment, especially since I'm facing powerful and completely unknown enemies. I couldn't possibly just do this all alone. That would just be plain stupid. Oro mulled this over and suggested, Chendong isn't bad. Xia Fei shook his head. Chen Dong has the power, but he's just settled down. Because I nearly ruined his chance of returning to the Lore Realm, there's no way I'm going to involve him again. Besides, just he alone won't do. Oro smiled. Then why don't you go recruit some people? Xia Fei was stunned for a second. Recruit? Is it really that easy for me to recruit warriors who have the ability to create a stir in the Lore Realm? Where would I go to find those? The exiled grounds, Oro answered in a deep voice. Xia Fei was surprised. Aside from the two peak races' territories was a large desolate region known as the exiled grounds. Plenty of species and tribes, who had been banished from the Lore Realm, formed a third force separate from the two peak races. Oro's words reminded Xia Fei of this. If he wanted manpower, needing to infiltrate the Lore Realm, why not strike from the exiled grounds? The last time those Shepherd Eons infiltrated the testing grounds of the Dragon Ascension, they brought forth carnage and slaughter. This was evidence that the people of the exiled grounds had the ability to enter the Lore Realm. If he wished to launch a counterattack on Yuhua and whoever was backing him, he needed to head to the exiled grounds, strategizing and hiring whatever reinforcement he needed from there. It was a great option. The old demon lord saw how intrigued Xia Fei was by his idea, so he continued. The exiled grounds has slaves, mercenaries, and freedom fighters. Those people live on knife's edge just to eke out a living, every one of them able to hold their own. Furthermore, there's a reason the exiled grounds can continue existing between the two peak races. If you plan to pull off a comprehensive counterattack, you can't rely on the hidden realm. This can only be done with the exiles from the exiled grounds. As long as you are willing to pay the price, plenty of desperados will gladly sell their lives to you. Someone once calculated that if all the forgotten tribes in the exiled grounds were to come together, they would be more than capable of forming a substantial force, only weaker than the two peak races. Thus, it can be seen that there are plenty of experts and secrets hidden in that desolate expanse of stars and space. Xia Fei then asked, the existence of the forgotten tribes has always been a threat to the two peak races. Why haven't they wiped them all out? Oro laughed. Wipe them out? It isn't that they don't want to, but rather they can't. Unless the two races work together and gather all their elites in one place before proceeding to lay waste on the exiled grounds in one fell swoop, there's no way the strength of a single race can achieve the complete annihilation of such a place. It's even very likely inflict heavy losses to that side, instead. Don't forget that neither of the races see eye to eye with each other, so how can they work together? Rather, the god race will secretly be rejoicing if the demon race suffers losses by launching an assault on the exiled grounds, and vice versa. As such, neither is willing to commit to such a large operation of weeding out all the exiles once and for all. Xia Fei suddenly realized the crux of the matter. As a result, the exiled grounds, instead, turned into a force that both races will actively recruit, with either side looking to bribe these exiles with enough benefits so that they'll be a nuisance to their enemy instead of themselves. That's right. Oro smiled. The two peak races send plenty of gifts to the major tribal chieftains of the exiles, all in order to convince them not to bother with them and to turn their sights on their enemies, instead. Unfortunately, the forgotten tribes are hardly the sort to keep their word. They'll take what's given and still bite the hand that feeds them. Though the two races have been greatly angered by this, they're also helpless about it. After all, neither is willing to declare war openly with the forgotten tribes, as that will only drive them straight into the arms of their enemy. Xia Fei finally understood the bigger picture. There were actually three kingdoms that had formed an uneasy equilibrium in the Lore Realm, with no one capable of doing anything to the other. I won't have trouble making my way to the exiled grounds, the problem will be on how I can get a foothold in that region of stars and recruit a group of experts who will be willing to sell their lives to me. After all, I know nothing of the exiled grounds, Xia Fei gravely stated. Oro's expression was as pleased as a punch. That's easy. Since I suggested that you head over to the exiled grounds, I naturally have a way of helping you screw with your enemies. Xia Fei mulled over this for a while before nodding his head in agreement. I like your suggestion. If we are doing this, then we will screw them to death. Chapter 653, Moonsong's Conditions and Sophia Acting Strange. Lionheart Emperor Oro suggested that Xia Fei strike from the exiled grounds, hiring whatever reinforcements he needed and then coming up with a plan before launching an assault. Xia Fei accepted everything after some deliberation. It was basically impossible for him to defeat Yu Hua, as well as that organization with a law overlord behind him, given his current strength. He needed information from the Lore Realm and sufficient manpower to do so. Everything must be obtained from the exiled grounds, and since it was a region independent of the two peak races, plenty of nameless law adepts had taken up residence there. After discussing the details about their plan to head to the exiled grounds with Oro, Xia Fei took out his Fig Corporation Precision Edition 100 series spatial compass. This compass was unregistered, meaning that there was no way for it to be tracked even when used to contact others. He dialed the number Chen Dong had left him. Several seconds later, an image of a lady appeared. Her petite yet voluptuous body with a flawlessly alluring face and distinct eyebrows appeared. She was, of course, none other than Moon Song. At this very moment, she was sitting by the bedside, munching on a half-eaten cucumber. The decorations behind her were fairly tasteful, a large tapestry hung on top of the wall behind her, while ice silk sheets were spread on the bed. It was nighttime, and she happened to be wearing a thin sleeping gown, sheer enough so that the outlines of her body could be made out. She was sitting with her bare legs crossed over each other in a fairly carefree manner. Upon seeing Xia Fei, Moon Song froze. The cucumber was still in her mouth, for the slightest motion could be seen by her neck, causing a different idea to surface and inadvertently intrude Xia Fei's thoughts. With a harmless smile, Xia Fei softly greeted. Moon Song. You're still alive. Moon Song exclaimed as she sprang to her feet, pointing at Xia Fei with her half-eaten cucumber. Seeing that crazed look on Moon Song's face, Xia Fei shook his head helplessly. Hey, we could be considered friends before. How could you be wishing for me to be dead? Moon Song coldly snorted as she sat back down on her bed, munching on her cucumber as she asked, What do I care whether you're dead or alive? Quick, tell me. How did you find me? Could you have been secretly stalking me? I say, I've recently been constantly sensing someone's eyes on my back. Honestly, if you wish to contact this lady, it's very simple. There's no need for you to learn from those stinking hooligans and track me. It seemed like Moon Song's sense of self was as strong as ever, so Xia Fei shrugged. Chen Dong's the one who gave me your number. Moon Song was slightly disappointed, her voice turning a little harsh. That darn maniac Chen, is this lady's number something that he could give away so casually? He didn't even ask for my approval. Though she was reprimanding the man verbally, Moon Song's heart was actually beating wildly, leading her to tidy her long hair and temper the uneasiness she was feeling. What have you sought me for? You've caused quite a big scene this time. If you wish to die, do so far away from me. Don't implicate yours truly, Moon Song said dismissively, pretending to be unconcerned with his affairs. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows, feeling that he was being quite ungracious. He barely kept in contact with Moon Song, and he only sought her because he had to use her. This was indeed quite unreasonable of him. Oh, nothing much really. Just wanted to check in and see if you're doing well. Moon Song felt a wave of warmth flood her heart. Just hearing that made her heart aflutter. With that said, Xia Fei was about to end the call when Moon Song hurriedly reached to stop Xia Fei. Hey! How can you just leave like that? It's not as if I'm chasing you off. Since you called, let's chat a little. Why don't you just speak what you want to ask from me? If I'm in a good mood, I may just lend you a hand, Moon Song said. Her attitude changed very quickly, so Xia Fei could not help but chuckle. Why don't you get dressed first before we chat more? Moon Song looked down and saw that the top two buttons of her gown had loosened itself when she leaped up before. It was as if her ample bosom was gasping for air as they fought to gain more airtime. Blushing deep red, Moon Song gritted her teeth and lifted her head. This is normal. You can look more if you want. In fact, say the word if you want to see more and I'll gladly let this feast for your eyes be ogled by you. Xia Fei was rendered helpless by Moon Song's overbearing personality. He had done his best to avoid catching a glimpse of her pale and generous chest, but it was simply too eye-catching. No mortal could resist a peek, and Xia Fei could feel his own heart racing. Did you know that something had happened involving me in the Yu family? Moon Song laughed as she drew her legs in and hugged them tightly. Something? You sure love keeping things low-key, the entire circle already knows what happened, yet you're still claiming it's just something small. Whatever you say. Xia Fei knew Moon Song's unreasonable personality too well, so he did not care to analyze things too much. Right now, I need to know about the situation in the Law realm. You're the only person I know and trust, which is why I've come looking for you. Trust? Moon Song was slightly startled, her expression then turning much more pleasant. Wordlessly buttoning her gown, Moon Song was no longer being cheeky like before and, instead, showed a look of seriousness. Let's hear it, then. What do you wish to know? Xia Fei spoke. If I'm not mistaken, Yu Jin should be the one presiding over the Yu family's matters, while Yu Hua is using this chance to get back into the clan. Pretty soon, Yu Jin will hand over the seat of the family patriarch to Yu Hua, with excuses of not having enough strength or insufficient cultivation. I'd like you to help me keep an eye on the Yu family. Inform me the moment you hear of any trouble in the air. Moon Song giggled. To think you'd ask the right question. I just happen to have learned what's happening with the Yu family. Thus, she sent all the information in her terminal over to Xia Fei, who could not help but be shocked upon receiving the data. It turned out that Moon Song had already compiled every single movement of the Yu family in an entire document. She separated facts from fiction, along with all the details pertaining to the former. It turned out that ever since something happened to Xia Fei, Moon Song had been keeping an eye on the Yu family, and the reason was of course him. Xia Fei felt inexplicably moved by this, uncertain of just how he could show Moon Song his gratitude. This is the information I've collated till now. I'll be sure to send you what I learn once in a while. Why is your compass without a name? Is there no number for me to contact you? Moon Song was unperturbed, almost as if what she was doing was very natural, without any hint of hesitation. My compass is unregistered, so there's no way for you to contact me unless I seek you, Xia Fei said. Moon Song laughed loudly. I see that you're still as secretive as ever. I'm still the same as well. Her two eyes stared at Xia Fei as if she was trying to hint something. Xia Fei hurriedly changed the subject and spoke of something else. The kindness from a beauty was the hardest to enjoy, and Xia Fei knew perfectly about Moon Song's thoughts about him. It was just a pity that he simply had no way of taking on such a burden. I know what you mean. Next time, contact me once in a while, best if it's done during the dead of night. Xia Fei nodded. Understood. I only need you to help collect rumors and data, so there's no need for you to risk yourself. What, could you not bear to lose me? Moon Song asked weirdly. After a moment of pause, Xia Fei nodded. Yet. I don't have many friends to begin with, so of course I can't bear to lose any one of them. Tisk. Moon Song looked somewhat annoyed, though her heart was actually beating hard in her chest. So how are you going to repay me once you settle your problem? What do you suggest? You must agree to what I ask, and you're not allowed to say no, no matter what it is. A cucumber had magically appeared in Moon Song's hand, and she said this while taking a loud crunch on the vegetable. You got it. You agreed. This lady will have you castrated if you dare to go back against your word. Moon Song glared with her big, round eyes, a leery stare in her eyes as she made a cutting motion, her hot-tempered personality still the same as before. Xia Fei suddenly felt conflicted inside, and he felt a weird sense of foreboding rising in him. Turning off the screen, Xia Fei wiped sweat off his forehead. He was truly helpless over Moon Song's brash personality. All he could hope for was that Moon Song's request would not be too harsh. He felt that he would be fortunate if it was just a request for him to commit murder or arson, but given how strange Moon Song was, he strongly believed that there was really nothing she did not dare to do. As he made his way out with all these wild thoughts in his mind, he arrived at Sentinel Goddess Sophia's room. Now that she was used to using her own humanoid frame, she also stayed somewhere not too far from Xia Fei. Unexpectedly, Sophia actually did not wish to hand Phantom back to Xia Fei, while Phantom himself was even more eager to stay. Xia Fei was depressed. When did the two become so close to each other? Just what sort of secret project are the two of you up to? Why aren't you telling me a word about it? Xia Fei asked, puzzled. Phantom had no idea how to answer him, and it was Sophia who stood up and earnestly explained, Xia Fei, it isn't that we wish to keep this from you, but it's truly that serious of a matter, and we can't predict how the future will unfold. When we succeed, I'll be sure to explain everything to you in detail, but until then, I ask that you give us the benefit of the doubt. If it were Phantom who said this, Xia Fei would surely dig until he learned of the root of the issue, but since it was the ever-earnest Sophia who had requested this, Xia Fei felt awkward to press for more information. Giving the matter some thought, he figured that there would not be too much of a problem with not bringing Phantom to the exiled grounds, he would only lose him pitching ideas from the sideline, which was something Xia Fei was not particularly used to. On the way to meeting Avril, Xia Fei felt more and more strange as he thought about it. There were many machines all over Sophia's room, and there was even a blueprint which had been covered. From what he could see from the uncovered part, it seemed like a blueprint for some sort of machinery. Could Phantom and Sophia be designing something? Sophia's the sentinel goddess, and she has a wealth of knowledge, but Phantom doesn't seem to be proficient with machinery, right? Xia Fei wondered to himself. Shaking his head, Xia Fei decided not to think about this anymore. Avril was already used to Xia Fei leaving every once in a while. Though she was worried deep down, she still sent him off with a sweet smile on her face. This way, Xia Fei would not worry about her, allowing him to concentrate on what he needed to do. She did not ask where Xia Fei was going or when he would be back. Packing his luggage, Xia Fei brought along Furball and the old demon lord, leaving Pod with Avril and Phantom with Sophia. It was a lot less crowded than before. Whoosh! It only took a second for the spatial compass to send Xia Fei over several billion light-years to the exiled grounds, placing him on the peak of a mountain range, with clouds hanging like fog and big trees shooting up to the sky. There was a cold and evil atmosphere that vaguely permeated in his immediate surroundings. Lionheart Emperor Oro looked around, a look of excitement etched on his face. The exiled grounds. It's been a very long time since I was last here. Xia Fei pursed his lips and thought to himself, who knows how many tens of thousands of years you were trapped in the eternal ice plains. Of course, it's been ages. Follow along the valley ahead and you'll reach a small city of the exiled grounds. We'll set ourselves up there first to gather information as well as get news about this region before we head to the more important metropolises, Oro said. What's the name of this city? It has no name. Will the information we learn in the city be accurate? But of course. Though it's just a small city, it is the most important slave trading market throughout the exiled grounds. Those slavers travel all around, which naturally means they are very well informed. We won't get any better information from such people. After all, merchants like them value profits and benefits, so as long as you've got the cash, they'll have the information, which makes it easy for you to deal with. Xia Fei nodded and went speeding toward his first stop in the exiled grounds. Chapter 654, A Slave That Loses Money. Whoosh! Xia Fei moved at very high speeds, so it took him no more than a blink of an eye to reach this nameless small city that Lionheart Emperor Oro had pointed out. Dozens of mountains surrounded a plain, forming a basin. In the middle of these mountains was a simple city, with plenty of buildings constructed like warehouses. Alloy fences surrounded packs of slaves like livestock herded into corrals, all were dressed in tattered clothes. Most people have no idea that this place exists. Large-scale slave traders resell their sub-par products to small slave traders here, letting them peddle the slaves, instead, through the sparse towns, selling them one by one. As there's no way to sell too many of their slaves in these small towns and villages, the large slave traders won't bother setting up outlets in such places. Instead, they situate themselves in distribution markets like this, the old demon lord slowly explained. Though it had been a long time since he had been about, this city still functioned as how he remembered. The only difference was that the size of the city was larger than before, which meant that the slave trade was still going strong in the exiled grounds. Xia Fei nodded. Since the unsold slaves are traded here, won't that make this the distribution market for defective goods? Oro laughed. You can say that, but there's a reason why I directed you here. It's because these small slave traders are the real powers in the exiled grounds. Aside from selling slaves, they also deal in daily necessities and military ordnance. Really, anything that can be profitable, they will have their hands on. The population in the exiled grounds is messily distributed. There aren't many large cities to begin with, and a majority of tribes are scattered across the stars. It's easy to learn news about the large cities, but for a thorough understanding of the situation in the exiled grounds, you'll have to depend on the small traders who venture at random in the region. Plus, these small traders chase profits. As long as you're paying, they'll be more than happy to talk to you. Most of the large slave traders are tightly guarded, and asking too many questions will likely draw attention. It's far easier to establish rapport with small-time traders. A single glance at you and people can tell that you're an outsider, making it all the more appropriate for you to work with the small traders. Xia Fei agreed with Oro's words. The lower someone's position in society, the easier they were to strike up a conversation and build rapport with. It was a point that rang true no matter where he went. Following along the muddy road toward the city, throngs of pedestrians on both sides measured Xia Fei curiously. They were all dressed in colorful ponchos, covering half of their bodies and wore thick and heavy leather boots. Their heads were all lowered, and their demeanor ignoble. A large fence appeared after a short few paces, and people were squatting by this fence. Their clothes were in rags and their faces all dirt-ridden. Heavy metal manacles were secured on their hands and feet, and their faces all had tattoos, which marked them as belonging to various businesses. The entrance to this enclosure was ajar, so anyone could go in and take their pick as if they were choosing livestock. The guardsmen who were on duty had tables and chairs set up, eating and drinking their fill without any care whatsoever. A fatty in front threw a half-eaten chicken leg into the enclosure and shouted, "Whoever snatches it gets it." The guards proceeded to burst into laughter, engrossed in such games that tortured the slaves further. Xia Fei frowned. As a modern man, he did not enjoy the idea of trading intelligent life forms as if they were cattle. Surveying the scene before him, he saw that several hundreds of slaves here were from various species. It looked like the slave trade had no racial bias to speak of, and anyone and everyone could be trafficked. There were even many stiff corpses behind the fences, rotting away such that their stench filled the air. No one cared to give them proper burial, which was an example of the barbarism pervading the exiled grounds. This here is only a small slave trading company. The larger slave trading companies often have tens of thousands and even hundreds of thousands of slaves enclosed together. The slave trade is a prosperous business in the exiled grounds, and many who have trouble feeding themselves end up selling themselves, all for the sake of warmth and food. It isn't uncommon for those who can't raise their children to end up selling them off as slaves. Of course, there are also teams who make capturing people to be sold as slaves their profession. They'll deliberately raid small villages, robbing them of their wealth and selling the captured civilians. The point is, the exiled grounds is a land of savagery where all sorts of peculiar things can happen, Lionheart Emperor Oro explained. Along the way, Xia Fei saw several more large slave trade markets, where the largest enclosure had over 10,000 slaves inside. Unfortunately, those for sale were old, frail, sickly, handicapped, or half-wits. In short, they were inferior specimens. Near the city center was a hotel by the name of Lady C's. It was considered relatively clean and was situated along a deserted alley. The three-story building itself had recently gotten a fresh coat of paint, and that made it extraordinarily eye-catching. Xia Fei decided to set himself here, taking a room on the third floor overlooking the streets below. The rent was quite cheap, too, costing him a mere grade 2 origin crystal a night, which even included breakfast. Actually, the price itself was already considered expensive, and except those with quite a bit of money, there were not many merchants staying here. Even the bar and the restaurant were fairly quiet. Young Lady Si was the one who led Xia Fei to his room. She was a slightly plump woman with a face full of blue freckles, while the true proprietor of the hotel was her mother, Matron Si. This hotel was run by this mother-daughter pair, and like the local merchants, they also owned 2 slaves, who helped them with miscellaneous works. "This room will do," Xia Fei said as he tossed a grade 3 origin crystal to young Lady Si. Young Lady Si hurriedly rubbed the crystal on her apron before happily stuffing it between her bosom. Her eyes shone with admiration, treating Xia Fei as a wealthy foreigner. After all, most in these parts were extremely uncouth slave traders, and someone as young and clean-cut as Xia Fei was few and far between. Xia Fei invited the young lady to his room and asked her to sit on the one crude stool inside. Young Lady Si puffed out her chest. She was very proud of her bountiful bosom, but it seemed like Xia Fei did not think much of it, so the lady could not help but feel a little disappointed. "My lord, if you want to know about the recent goings-on in the slave market here, I can help you, but you'll have to consult the traveling slave traders if you want information beyond the city. It's daytime now, which means that they're all out selecting their products. They will only be back at night. Why don't you take a look around the city first to see if there are any goods that you may take fancy to? I heard that old Liu's store south of the city has recently acquired a new batch of cabaret courtesans. Though they are all slightly mature in age, it makes them very well versed in their work. I can guarantee they'll be able to service you well," young Lady Si said as her eyes wandered over Xia Fei. Xia Fei was quite surprised. It turned out that young Lady Si had taken him for some wealthy prince who came here looking for intimate skinship, which really was no surprise. What else would anyone do in this kind of city if not buy slaves? Courtesans were expensive goods in the exiled grounds, and only the really wealthy could afford young and pretty courtesans. The cheap goods in this city were popular with the slightly wealthy, who did not have as much money but would also like a little taste. Given the lowered price, the quality would of course be lacking. Thus, there were plenty of scions with some money in their pockets who would often come here to sample the cheap goods. "Those slave traders will only be back at dinner time. I'll be sure to introduce you to them." These people will gladly sell their own mothers as long as there are drinks to be had, but your current get-up won't do. One glance and anyone will know that you are not in the business. Many of those slave traders are sure to try and pull a fast one on you. Wait here. I'll bring you some things. Young Lady Si smiled broadly as she said this, looking at Xia Fei with a strange gaze in her eyes. Soon, young Lady Si returned with a colorful poncho that the locals wore over themselves. It had a shoddy craftsmanship, which gave off an unpleasant, oily smell. There's plenty of rain in these parts, and it can get very chilly. The locals all have this kind of poncho to protect themselves from the cold and moisture. Though you still look like an outsider with this over yourself, the slave traders will at least not take you for a first-timer. That way, they will not ask too much from you. Don't underestimate this outfit, too, as it can help you save quite a bit. Young Lady Si somewhat overeagerly had Xia Fei put on this poncho, tying a strange knot before calling a boy about the age of 11 or 12. Rocco, bring this lord around the city for a bit. Big sister will reward you with a bowl of beef rice and 2 stones for you to buy some candy if you do this well. The young boy by the name of Rocco was skinny and short. His 2 eyes shone with intelligence, and the moment he heard that there would be a beef bowl awaiting him and money to be made, he instantly slapped his chest and agreed to the job. He was an orphan who depended on being a messenger for the various merchants and businesses here to eke out a living. He could not be any less familiar with the slave trade in this city, making him a good choice for a guide. Since he had nothing else to do, Xia Fei decided to follow Rocco out and have a look around the city. Wrapped in the smelly poncho, Xia Fei mingled in the crowd. The strange looks he got from the crowd around him were reduced greatly now that he had the poncho over him. Xia Fei very smoothly integrated into the world of slave trading, which was a testament to how important it was to follow local customs. Rocco rubbed his belly constantly as he walked. Xia Fei reckoned that he must be hungry, so he bought several roasted mutton sticks by the roadside. Eating one and finding the taste to be fairly average, he left the rest to the child. The young boy wolfed down the meat there and then, shoveling every morsel down his throat the moment he saw something he could eat. Xia Fei smiled slightly as he gave him a bottle of water to wash his food down with. No need to eat so fast. Careful so you don't choke. Gulp gulp gulp. Rocco drank half the bottle at one go, carefully hiding what remained in his pocket. Stroking his chin meaningfully, he regarded Xia Fei. Are you a good person? I guess. Xia Fei shrugged. This was not an easy question for him to answer. He had the blood of countless men in his hands, so Xia Fei doubted that he would be entering the gates of heaven any time soon. Take your poncho off then. The knot Lady Si tied for you is a secret sign for slave traders to mercilessly fleece you the moment they see it. In turn, Lady Si will get a cut of the profit. This is the rule of the city, and she's led you like a fat lamb into the slaughter, Rocco told Xia Fei. Xia Fei was quite taken aback by this. It was no wonder Lady Si had personally tied the poncho for him and had done such a strange knot. It turned out that it was a secret sign the people in the trade shared. It's fine. I'm not buying slaves, anyway, so Lady Si won't be getting anything from me, Xia Fei casually stated. You're really not buying any? Nope. Rocco laughed. That's for the best. If you really take off the poncho's knot, not only will I not have any rice to eat, I may even get a beating. The Si ladies are the worst in this city. Xia Fei said nothing. The exiled grounds was truly nothing trivial, and traps were everywhere. Shall I bring you to see the most powerful slave? Most powerful? Would anyone powerful become a slave? Xia Fei was skeptical. Rocco nodded. Yes. Not only is this slave free, old Lu will even pay you to take this slave off him. He's really quite amazing, practically a legend among slaves. Even those slave traders are afraid of him, sending him food and tea every day. They all treat him very well. Xia Fei could not help but laugh hearing this. A slave whose slave traders would serve. This was something he had not heard of. Just what sort of slave was Rocco talking about that would make their owners lose money? Chapter 655, Law Emperor Seth. A slave who would cause slave traders to lose money? Xia Fei found this to be fairly interesting, so he headed off to the largest slave market south of the city. It was owned by the Lu family. From afar, he saw a large enclosure split between 2 roads. There were more than thousands of slaves, no different from the slaves he had seen elsewhere, with each and every one of them dressed in tattered clothing. They're all normal slaves out here. The real stuff is inside that warehouse, Rocco pointed to the distance and said. Xia Fei saw that the end of the road led to a large metal warehouse which was over 20 meters high. A group of guardsmen was stationed outside the entrance, their arms slung over one another's shoulders, laughing and chatting. The moment the pair stopped by the entrance, some of these guardsmen noticed the knot on Xia Fei's poncho and furtively rubbed their palms, treating him as a delicious fat lamb to be fleeced. "Get away! This isn't somewhere you're allowed in, go wait over there." A guardsman violently kicked Rocco on his butt as he spoke to Xia Fei. "My lord, please wait inside. Those courtesans who arrived yesterday are truly beauties. You'll surely be satisfied." Rocco angrily massaged his butt as he stood by the door. He could not afford to offend these slave traders, so he walked over to the side with his head hanging low. Xia Fei pointed to Rocco and said, "He's accompanying me. I want to bring him in with me. Look at him all dirty and filthy, how could a person of your stature be seen mixing around with such a rat," said the guardsman with a big smile. Xia Fei's expression turned stern. "That's my business. I don't need you to tell me what I should do." He then waved his hand and brought the nervous Rocco with him, treating the guardsman like air. "This fat lamb is pretty unruly. Inform old Lu so that he'll give him a proper fleecing." Among the guardsmen was one wearing his hat crookedly. He glared at Xia Fei's back as the latter strolled away. Very soon, an underling informed the person in charge that young lady C's fat lamb had arrived. A lady merely glanced at Xia Fei once and led him up to the second floor with a beaming smile. Sitting on a spacious sofa on the second floor afforded him with a full view of the warehouse. All he needed to do was say the word and any slave would be brought to him for a closer inspection. Not many places in the city sold high-quality slaves, but this warehouse happened to be one. Its interior was luxuriously decorated and well laid out. Lowering his gaze, he saw that there were indeed quite a number of middle-aged women in the nude, posing and preening in their cages. The oldest among them was already in their 50s, while the youngest were in their early 30s. Cabaret courtesans needed to be nurtured from young, taught to dance and play instruments, as well as the skills to tempt the men. Only then would they be sold to the wealthy to serve them as their masters. These women would then be resold to slave traders after they grew too old and be sent packing to distant deserted regions, where there would be less discerning clients. Though these courtesans had aged, they had nevertheless been well taught, completely different from what those rural village women could offer. With soft bodies and varied interests, they were very popular among local tyrants. Out in the remote mountainous region, the amount of courtesans a tribe chieftain could collect was a matter of face. Seeing a young, clean-cut young man in his 20s arriving upstairs, these courtesans all got excited. In their eyes, being bought by Xia Fei would be their good fortune. The tribal chieftains out in the wilds were often barbaric and uncouth, eating too much meat, so an unbearable stench would exude from their bodies. Serving them was basically a kind of torture, and as long as Xia Fei was willing, these courtesans would even be agreeable to being sold for less while still serving his needs to the best of their ability, all with the hope that Xia Fei would not sell them off again. Xia Fei was not in the least bit tempted by the courtesans below. He had never been the kind to be titillated just from seeing an alluring woman. He had seen plenty of pretty women in his life, so how could these compare? Instead, it was these slave traders beside Xia Fei who were slowly unable to hold it in as the cheeks of them slowly flushed with excitement and their pants tightened, nearly salivating at the sight. As for the snacks and fruits on the table across them, Rocco had inhaled them all into his stomach. "Where's this strongest slave you were talking about?" Xia Fei asked. "It's the one all the way inside, in that solitary cell." Rocco raised his head and looked out into the distance. Xia Fei followed his gaze and saw a single cell in the furthest reach of the warehouse. Inside were a sofa, a tea set, a soft bed, and even an ensuite bathroom. It was grand and even more comfortable than the VIP lounge he was currently in. A big, burly man was lying in bed, a mess of black hair on his chest, eating a large leg of lamb. How was this a slave? There might not even be any owner out in the slave market who was as carefree as him. "Where's the wine? Bring some in now." The burly man did not even turn his head when he shouted this right at the ceiling. Several of the guardsmen stationed beside the cell trembled. The moment they heard him shout, someone ran out and returned with 2 bottles of red wine. Though they had brought it over, none of them was willing to send it in, ultimately deciding who would do the deed with a round of rock paper scissors. A shorted wearing a bandana was the loser, and he opened the door to the cell with tear-filled eyes, gingerly stepping in. This was when Xia Fei realized that there was actually no lock to the cell. It was as if these men were not afraid of this burly man escaping, or to be precise, they wished that this man would leave of his own volition. Grabbing the bottles of wine, the burly man with a mess of chest hair pulled off the cork and took a swig. Blat! You call this swill wine? Crash! This burly man instantly threw the bottle down on the ground and gave that short guardsman 2 tight slaps. Smack smack! Smash! 2 slaps and another shattered bottle later, this burly man was still dissatisfied. He cursed to high heavens and claimed he would wreck the entire warehouse. The guardsmen were really flustered now as they quickly fetched a middle-aged man dressed in a fur coat. This person entered the cell, bowed, and apologized. He treated this slave so respectfully as if he was treating his own father, ordering men to bring up an 18-course banquet, standing by the side, ready to pour tea and wine and also wipe the sweat off the burly man's forehead. Forget it. Looks like none of you are worth anything. I'll accept this poor imitation of an apology feast for now, but don't let this happen again. The burly man shook his head and spoke in a tone of mild annoyed helplessness. The middle-aged man in the fur coat acted as if he had been tasked with some heavy responsibility, expressing great gratitude toward his own slave. Xia Fei found this scene to be hilarious. Were it not for the tattoo of a slave on that burly man's face or the manacles on his feet, Xia Fei would really mistake him for some lord from elsewhere. For a slave to be the one doing all this, it was absolutely unprecedented. Rocco. Who's that person? Is he very powerful? Rocco used his sleeve to wipe his mouth clean as he replied, that man wearing the fur coat is the owner of this market, Lu Jinsu. Everyone calls him Old Lu. Not only is his family situated in this city, they also have a first-rate presence elsewhere, specializing in slave trade. As for that person inside the cell, he is even more powerful. That's the famed master bounty hunter, Seth. He has several thousand men under his command, specializing in the capture of slaves and selling them to traders. The number of slaves that he captured or killed by his hands is already uncountable. He would bring his men and head out to the desolated mountains year-round. If he chanced upon any weak village or tribe, he'd capture everyone, young or old, men or women, without leaving even a single soul behind. Through his ruthless methods, these people either ended up enslaved or killed. Seth was already become famous 40 years ago, and he's become an even more incredible individual here in the slave trade. He used to recapture all the slaves the others lost. Too bad that Seth is too black-hearted. After taking the money from others, the slaves sent back would either be crippled or dead. Rocco had heard plenty of stories regarding Seth. The man was clearly no saint. He was originally in cahoots with the slave traders. Not only were his methods cruel and brutal, he had a law emperor cultivation, too. Having been traversing the exiled grounds for 40 years, he had made quite the name for himself. However, for some reason, this famed law emperor Seth was now a slave. A slave with a law emperor cultivation. Xia Fei felt his heart shake. A law emperor would be considered an unbeatable existence even in the territory of the 2 peak races. Out of the million in the Yu family, only 3 had ascended to become law emperors, so he could only be seen as a top expert here in the sparsely populated exiled grounds. How did the savage and powerful Seth become a slave? This was simply an unimaginable development. After Seth finished his meal, Lu Jinzu left the cell with a tired expression on his face, not even daring to take a second glance at the burly man. Meanwhile, Seth, who was lying on the sofa, squinted his eyes as he scanned the warehouse. None of the guardsmen or courtesans dared to meet him in the eye, causing the entire situation to be somewhat tense. Xia Fei smiled. Interesting. Very interesting. A law emperor who became a slave, lodged in a slave trader's property, not leaving at all. We're too far away, so let's get closer and take a good look. Rocco very nervously grabbed Xia Fei. My lord. Let's just stay here. Though Seth is a slave, he's very powerful. No one in this entire city dares provoke him. The last time someone looked at him twice, the man actually tore his liver out. Xia Fei loosened himself from Rocco's grip and casually replied, It's fine. I'm just going to take a look. You can stay here and wait for me. Rocco was hesitant. He hid behind Xia Fei and followed him downstairs, making their way toward Seth's cell. When Seth saw Xia Fei, they locked gazes. Seth's eyes became filled with hostility, while Xia Fei looked completely calm and at ease. Xia Fei noticed that Seth had a fairly heroic temperament about him. His triangular eyes were cold, filled with killing intent. He was glaring at Xia Fei with great displeasure. The courtesans are all over there, what are you doing here? Whatever you do, don't provoke this man. The guardsman saw Xia Fei heading toward Seth, and they all tried to signal him with their eyes, all the while coaxing him away from getting anywhere near the cage. They almost seemed to be very afraid of what Seth might do. Xia Fei ignored them and continued making his way to the cell. These guardsmen now revealed gloating expressions, thinking that the fat lamb Xia Fei would be due for some serious trouble today. "What are you looking at?" Seth growled at Xia Fei, his eyes sharpening, his breath wafting in the air. Looking at a slave, Xia Fei gave a simple answer, even as he waved his hand before his nose to aerate. Seth laughed out loud. "That's right. Yours truly is indeed a slave. Purchase me if you've got the guts. Not only will you not spend a dime, the Lu fellow will even pay you 1,000 grade 4 origin crystals. I'm just afraid that you won't have the guts, brat." Xia Fei disliked Seth's attitude very much as he softly said, "With such a smelly breath, no wonder no one is willing to take you even if you pay them." Seth's temper flared up when he heard this. He got up and stared at Xia Fei viciously as if he wanted to eat him up. The courtesans grew very anxious. They considered Xia Fei as a potentially good owner, so in the event that Seth beat him up, it would be akin to severing their desire toward this end. As such, they fret over Xia Fei's safety, hoping that nothing would happen to him. "You'd better stay right there, brat." Zing! Seth had decent cultivation, so he dashed right out of the cell and appeared next to Xia Fei with a momentary movement. "Say that again if you've got the guts." Seth's eyes gleamed with violent aggression as he snarled menacingly. "Yours truly is Seth, nicknamed the Master Bounty Hunter. As a law emperor who cultivates the law of defense, I've been traversing the exiled grounds for 40 years. Seth loudly announced his nickname, a name well known throughout the exiled grounds. Adults would use Seth's name to scare small children who did not wish to go to bed. Just mentioning "cry some more and Seth will come take you and turn you into a slave," was enough to send children obediently marching to bed. Seth felt that it was only right for Xia Fei to be afraid of him as well. Bang! Just as he said those words, Xia Fei sent a punch right at Seth's face, penetrating past his crag defense. The crag defense special ability and the law of defense were unusual. It would automatically generate a barrier the moment the user was struck to protect them. However, Xia Fei successfully used his law of primal chaos to land a blow square on Seth, someone famed for his law of defense, easily. Defense? What a shitty defense! I already told you not to speak with your bad breath, yet you persisted. Boom! Pinching his nose with his other hand, Xia Fei punched Seth again. Chapter 656, A Disturbance Among the Slaves. Xia Fei let out an expletive and delivered 2 punches to Seth's face. Seth was dumbfounded. His 2 eyes went as wide as bronze bells, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He did not understand just how someone could penetrate his crag defense. It had to be stated that be it the defense type special abilities or the various laws of defense, all were considered top tier, and every time a practitioner was struck by an attack, crag defense would automatically activate, with hundreds of smooth pebble-sized stones would quickly form into a mass, blocking the enemy's attacks. Though Seth was now a slave, he still had his law of defense, so none of these slave traders could do anything to him, which was why he could be so arrogant, becoming a lord while locked up in a cell. Therefore, Xia Fei's punch easily breaking through his layers upon layers of crag defense and landing squarely on his right cheek was actually Seth's first time to experience such a thing. The entire warehouse went silent. The courtesans and slave traders could all hardly believe their eyes. The Law Emperor Seth, a man who had been an unrestrained force of destruction throughout the exiled grounds for 40 years and someone who had single-handedly ruined countless villages and tribes with his bare hands, had been successfully hit by Xia Fei. This young man had very effortlessly and simply penetrated his law of defense, and his powerful fist struck Seth right on his face. Drib! A drop of fresh blood streaked down Seth's nose before it landed on the ground. Seth could only feel his nose souring, and he wiped it with a hand. His fingers came away stained by the color of blood. Blood! Seth uttered in shock. He had already forgotten when it was the last time he had fought with someone and bled, and seeing this scrawny human, who was many times smaller than him, injuring him, Seth's expression turned cold. Rawr! I'm gonna kill you! Seth bellowed as he pounced on Xia Fei. Seth seemed to have some misgivings. The law of defense could defend while on the attack, which was what made it quite an amazing law to cultivate, but for some reason, Seth only used his law of defense for defending, while he relied on his fists to attack. Given Xia Fei's current cultivation, Seth still had a chance of putting up a fight if he gave it his all, but he was not using his law force at all, only his bare hands, this was as good as pointlessly giving himself a handicap. As for the defense he was so proud of, it was simply no match for the law of primal chaos. If even the law of ternary spectrum, which had held Lionheart Emperor Oro hostage, could not stop Xia Fei, of course a mere law of defense stood even less of a chance. Besides, after all his rest, Xia Fei was already capable of wielding his law of primal chaos up to level 3. It was even stronger than before. Hence, an appalling scene soon unfolded in the Liu family's warehouse. The Law Emperor Seth could be seen huddling on the ground like a suffering shrimp, his face a patchwork of white and bluish-purple, with his head swollen like a pig. His 2 front teeth had fallen off, so he was now speaking with a lisp. Of course, after Xia Fei's unforgettable lesson, Seth no longer dared to talk again. Good heavens! I haven't gone blind, have I? That young man is actually beating up the master bounty hunter Seth. This must be a dream. Seth is a level 2 Law Emperor. How could he be reduced to such a state? This is too scary. Never have I seen such a horrifying scene in my life. Seth, who's numb to the act of killing, has actually been beaten till he's all swollen. No one will believe me even if I tell others about this. The courtesans were all gasping from time to time, trembling non-stop. They had been so frightened that every bit of color had drained from their faces. The legs of the slave traders shook, unable to believe that Seth, who had been causing much unrest in the slave trade market, was actually so easily brought down until he assumed a fetal position, letting out moans of pain. His fists were stained in blood. Xia Fei wiped them off with a handkerchief even as he asked with furrowed brows, "You clearly have a powerful law of defense, why didn't you retaliate?" Seth had still not recovered from his despondence, muttering non-stop, "It failed. Crag defense has failed." To him, the pain he was currently feeling was just superficial and meant nothing. However, the fact that Xia Fei had managed to break past his crag defense was what dealt the fatal blow to him. Once a warrior's pride had been heartlessly ruined, the ensuing pain would be nightmarish, and it was something one could hardly recover from. This was the power that the law of primal chaos had. It was able to turn black to white and break everything in its path. You really don't know how to keep a low profile, this time, you've really caused quite the stir. Best we leave here as soon as possible, Oro said. He seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with Xia Fei's methods. Xia Fei nodded and he started to leave under the shocked gazes of everyone present. Rocco's face was pale first before turning red from the excitement that he was feeling. He puffed out his chest and followed behind Xia Fei. This was the first time in his life that he had felt so dashing. Even those slave traders who normally bullied him did not dare look at him twice, and Rocco felt very pleased about it. "Hold it!" Seth suddenly shouted. He slowly got up to his feet and approached Xia Fei. The courtesans clutched their mouths in fear, wondering to themselves if Seth was displeased about what had just happened and if he was thinking of going all out. Xia Fei turned around and stared at Seth. The man he saw was ignoring the fact that his head was completely bloodied at this point, taking bold strides over with his 2 fists clenched, as if he had made a decision. "Do you still want to fight?" Xia Fei asked frigidly. It had been some time since blood crystal drained some blood essence, and it was slowly losing its dark luster. Xia Fei did not mind using the life of Law Emperor Seth to feed blood crystal. At most, he would just level this city and depart. He believed that there was no one here who could stop him. Thud. Unexpectedly, Seth knelt in front of Xia Fei, his 2 hands grabbing hold of his calves as tears streaked down his cheeks. "Please buy me. I've had enough of living here. I want to be a slave. I want to be your slave." Xia Fei was stunned. A law emperor expert with the law of defense was actually at his feet right now. To have a man of such capabilities crying and wailing about his desire to become his slave, what more needed to be said? "This mere cell can't hold you, just what sort of ploy is this? Tell me the truth, or else I'll end your life right here," Xia Fei coldly remarked, curling a finger, as the sound of his joints popping resounded. There must be more than what could meet the eye to an unusual situation, everything was simply too inconceivable. Why would a law emperor become a slave? He even begged Xia Fei to purchase him after he had been given such a good thrashing. Xia Fei's mind was working overtime, but he could not come up with an answer. "I can swear to my ancestors that I truly wish to become your slave. If I even have a trace of lies in my words, may the heavens strike me down where I stand. Please take me in, and I, Seth, am willing to be your dog from here on out. I'll serve you with all my heart till my dying breath." Thud thud thud. Several slave traders, who had been watching this spectacle, fell over when they heard what the Law Emperor Seth said. This once famous master bounty hunter, a monster that would not blink an eye killing anyone, actually called himself a loyal dog, swearing piety to Xia Fei until the day he died. This huge disparity was hard for people to swallow at that moment, while no one had any idea just what sort of madness had descended upon Seth. At the shocked looks from the crowd, Xia Fei kicked Seth off himself. Crash! Seth's body bent, flying away and landing heavily on a metal fence. The forearm-thick metal bars all got torn and bent from this. What strength! Swearing is of no use. Even if you do so in the life of your entire family and bloodline, I won't believe you, either. Don't try to get close and get acquainted with me, or else I'll end you on the spot. With that said, Xia Fei turned to leave. Law Emperor Seth could not hide the disappointment on his face, his lips trembling uncontrollably, uncertain if he should stop Xia Fei from leaving again. Lu Jinzu came to a start. He had been watching from the sidelines since earlier, and he quickly walked over to Xia Fei to stop him from leaving, a big smile across his face. Please, my lord. Don't go just yet. Let us discuss this matter nicely. There's surely room for negotiation. Xia Fei ignored him and continued making his way out. Why don't you do me a favor and just buy Seth? We really can't keep a great man like him around. As long as you are willing to buy Seth, we of the Lu family won't ask for a single crystal and will even give you 1,000 grade 4 origin crystals. No, make it 2,000. 3. 5,000 grade 4 origin crystals, and you can have your pick of slaves from this market. All of them. Free. Xia Fei was still unmoved, while Lionheart Emperor Oro laughed raucously. Looks like this slave trader has truly been tortured by Seth, ready to give you a large sum just to take him off his hands. Actually, it's not that you can't take him in. He does have some strength to him. Xia Fei shook his head. Something's off. Everything about this situation from start to finish feels peculiar. Unless I can make sense of everything that happened, no amount of cash offered will convince me of taking in Seth. I'm already in enough trouble as it stands. The communication system that Dimsky invented was truly very marvelous. Xia Fei's thoughts could be turned into sound, which allowed him to communicate with Oro, who was inside the isolated dimension of his spatial ring, with no one outside knowing that this was happening. Oro was unwavering. There's a kind of plant in the exiled grounds called the rosemary thornberry. Eating it will force even a warrior with Law Emperor cultivation to acquiesce to faithful servitude, making it impossible for them to resist their own master. Whatever their master orders, they must act in accordance, so there's no need to fear Seth going off his leash. The slave trade, which has a long history in the exiled grounds, is very clever with its methods. Xia Fei mused. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm worried about isn't losing control of Seth, it's why he reduced himself into a slave from being a mercenary who could easily sweep mountainous regions for slaves. There's a huge problem here. Lionheart Emperor Oro felt that Xia Fei's concerns were not unfounded, so he did not try to persuade him to purchase Seth any longer. It was just that the owner of the market Lu Jinzu kept pestering Xia Fei, raising the price from 5,000 all the way to 10,000 grade 4 origin crystals. After finally coming across the opportunity to get rid of Seth, old Lu was not about to let it slip by. Ultimately, Seth would be nothing more than a scourge if kept around for much longer, and just the expenses of food and entertainment Seth incurred every day cost him plenty already. The sooner he got rid of this ticking time bomb, the better. After all, he had been driven to the brink of insanity while he had Seth around. Unfortunately, Xia Fei had already made up his mind, and he no longer paid any attention to Lu Jinzu. To pay 10,000 grade 4 origin crystals just so he could get rid of a slave, old Lu was truly incurring heavy losses in this business of freeing his hands of Seth. Stop! After an internal struggle, Seth finally made up his mind and chased Xia Fei. With a deep voice, he said, "Whatever you wish to know about me, I'll gladly tell you everything. I just ask that you give me a chance to finish my story." Xia Fei turned around and eyeballed Seth. "Fine, but you must wear a face mask." The office had a transparent French window where Lu Jinzu would sit in as he watched his underlings go about their work. At the moment, he was standing outside the door, anxiously waiting. Whether he could get rid of the slave who was making him lose money or not all depended on today. Speaking of which, old Lu could only blame himself for the bad luck. He had never heard of anyone in his line who would lose money when they sold their slaves, which was exactly the predicament he had found himself in at this very moment. What made it even more tragic was that he could not even make the sale despite the fact he would be paying out of his pockets for the transaction. He needed to see if Xia Fei would give him some face and do it. Truly, it was such a peculiar situation to be in. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei stared at Seth with his face mask and asked, "Tell me right now, how come a law emperor like yourself, who's a notorious slaver, ended up becoming a slave?" Seth lowered his head and solemnly answered, "Actually, it's me who got myself locked up in a cell, forcing that Lu rascal to take me in as his slave. I'm even the one who signed the deed myself." Xia Fei was stunned. "Why would you do something like that?" "In order to survive. If I didn't become a slave, he'd kill me," Seth said with his heart palpitating heavily. Chapter 657, Immemorial Mystical Armament, the Phoenix Tail Stone. "If I did not become a slave, then he would kill me," Seth said with his heart palpitating heavily. Xia Fei was stunned. "Who would kill you?" Seth was ultimately a defense-type expert, so someone who could perhaps threaten him to become a slave must be a super expert. "I'd better start from several months ago." Seth gulped, making the choice to reveal everything about himself. "As you know, I'm a mercenary who specializes in traveling everywhere to make a living by capturing slaves. I've worked hard all those years and finally accumulated quite a bit of fame and fortune. I originally planned to wash my hands of the business entirely, finding somewhere quiet to live out the rest of my life, but this was when a slave trader by the name of Liu Yuming came looking for me, giving me an offer too good to refuse. He wanted me to bring my men and clear out a particular village for him, capturing everyone there and bringing them in. I reckon that doing one last job before officially retiring wasn't a bad idea. After all, the price the Lu person offered was high. I would be able to earn additional funds for my retirement and help my brothers better land on their feet for the future. As such, I agreed to his offer and led my brothers to a desolate planet. The work progressed quite smoothly at the start. Though the red-skinned flame imps are powerful, they lack any brains to speak of. We first sent them a batch of gifts, causing an uneven distribution in the village and thereby fanning the flames of dissent and internal fighting among their ranks. After several of their most outstanding warriors were heavily injured, I brought my comrades in and took care of the flame imps in one fell swoop. That's usually how we captured slaves. My comrades were all familiar with the operation, so we managed to capture more than half of the tribe, which had more than 30,000 civilians, successfully completing our mission. Seth was pleased with his methods as he spoke about it, but his expression slowly turned grim as the topic shifted. Just as we were getting ready to hand in the cargo shipment, a big and tall lionheart appeared from one of the huts among the tribe. Lionhearts were of the demon race, and we would rarely see them appear anywhere in the exiled grounds. Not only did this individual have a great law emperor cultivation, he even had a strange stone which was shaped like a diamond, looking very much like the tail of a pheasant. That stone's really powerful, it's like a living weapon that could travel anywhere in the air. My poor comrades who were thousands strong all got slaughtered by him, and if not for my crag defense, I might have died right there and then, too. Thinking about it now, that was truly a harrowing experience. Had he used his full strength, I would have at most lasted 10 minutes. If he were to break my crag defense, my life would be gone. That Lionheart warrior gave me two options, be killed by him or become a slave. That's why I ended up here with the Liu family, selling myself as a slave. Xia Fei carefully observed Seth's expression and realized he was not lying. With this, the issue of why Seth had become a slave was resolved. He had been forced into slavery. The communicator allowed Xia Fei to see the Lionheart Emperor in his retinas, and what he saw was the old demon getting abnormally excited. "Ask him just how that Lionheart looked, where did he stay and what was his name?" Oro shouted, his two eyes almost ablaze. Xia Fei had no idea why Oro had such a huge reaction, so he asked Seth for further details about that Lionheart he had run into, all the while harboring his doubts in his heart. "I don't know his name, but I'll never forget his looks my whole life. He didn't have a whole body of golden fur the Lionhearts have. The left side of this great law emperor's head was half bald, while what remaining fur he had there was fiery red, like half a firework. Plus, there were 5 distinct claw marks on the bald portion as if a wild beast had forcibly torn off his fur. It's utterly terrifying. He was wearing the mask that Lionhearts would often have on, so I couldn't make out his facial features. He was huge, though, no shorter than 6 meters. Every step he took left a deep dent on the ground. From what he said, he's living on the same planet as the red-skinned flame imps, cultivating some relationship after a long time. He only acted to stop me after seeing me and my men ransack the tribe, and killing everyone else was merely a warning. The next time he sees me, he promises to kill me and drink my blood." Seth was stammering when he said that. From the look of horror on his face, the great Law Emperor from the Lionheart clan must have left a frightening impression on him, so much so that he broke out in a cold sweat just by recalling the incident. "I've never seen anyone break my crag defense so easily like what you did. I do believe that your cultivation is definitely substantial, so please let me follow you." That great Law Emperor from the Lionheart clan still has that stone in his hand, and it's practically a divine weapon of sorts. Every night I will have nightmares about it. My days have been an intolerable living hell ever since. Seth pleaded incessantly. Xia Fei did not give him an answer. He was attentively watching Oro's reaction, uncertain of just what was making him so infuriated. "Buy this person and have him lead us to where we can find that Lionheart warrior," the old demon lord said in a somber voice after letting loose a rage-filled roar. Xia Fei was surprised. "Why? Do you know this person?" Seth described. "Not only do I know him, he's even the one I've been searching for the many times I went to the exiled grounds. Heavens are truly kind. Quinn, after tens of thousands of years, you're finally about to fall into my hands." Lionheart Emperor Oro's 2 eyes were bloodshot as he said this through clenched teeth. "That great Law Emperor goes by the name of Quinn." "Correct. After hearing Seth's description of him, I'm absolutely certain that he's Quinn. Those 5 marks were the souvenirs I left him many years ago. I wouldn't forget it even if I turned into ashes." Xia Fei thought about this for a while before asking, "That's not right. He's only at a great Law Emperor cultivation, so there's no way he should have survived all these years. Could you be mistaken? Oro had an immortal body, and it must have been several tens of thousands of years when they became nemesis, so how could he still be alive until now?" Xia Fei felt that there must be some sort of mistake here. Oro let out a long sigh. "While it's true that a great Law Emperor can't live that long, he'll be able to if he has the Law of Life. As the last inheritor of the Law of Life, I personally taught Quinn the law because he was my disciple." "Your disciple?" After a brief moment of silence, Xia Fei quietly waited for Lionheart Emperor Oro to calm down and tell him about this sordid past. "Quinn was once a member of the Lionheart royalty, bearing blood relation to me. Ever since young, Quinn has demonstrated unique talent, becoming a law adept by the age of 12, a law sovereign by the age of 14, attaining Law Emperor cultivation by 16 and Great Law Emperor by 17. He specialized in the Law of Darkness. Everyone in the clan admired him greatly, and as the patriarch back then, I personally took him in as my disciple, not only imparting him law powers but also the most important law of life. Quinn indeed didn't disappoint me, becoming famous in the circle in just a handful of years, with everyone singing praises of the Lionheart birthing yet another genius possessing outstanding talent. Unfortunately, these good times didn't last. While I was away, Quinn stole the most important heirloom of my clan, the Phoenix Tail Stone, subsequently subduing it. In a fit of anger, I injured him and his 7th brain region was also severely mangled by me. He escaped to the exiled grounds with the help of the Phoenix Tail Stone, and I've come here many times since in search of him, yet I've never been able to locate him." Xia Fei was startled. "The Phoenix Tail Stone? Out of the 5 major elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth that the immemorial mystical armaments were split into, earth has the 4 stones of the Southern Star, namely Phoenix Tail Stone, Distant Void Stone, Sky Destroyer Stone, and Flowing Cloud Stone. Are you telling me that the Phoenix Tail Stone is that very immemorial mystical armament?" Oro nodded. "That's correct. The 4 stones of the Southern Star were once in the possession of the Lionheart clan, and our ancestor once merged all 4 armaments into one weapon, thereby establishing the superb status that we of the Lionhearts now enjoy. Unfortunately, the 4 stones scattered into the winds after our ancestor died, and we of the Lionhearts only managed to find just one after much effort, and that's the Phoenix Tail Stone. However, it ended up being stolen by that unloyal ingrate, Quinn." Xia Fei shook his head, puzzled. "From what I know, it's difficult for the immemorial mystical armament to accept a master, and since Quinn was a disciple whom you favored and even been accepted by the Phoenix Tail Stone, though it's wrong of him to steal the stone, you shouldn't have hunted him down for it just to end his life. Wouldn't just disciplining such a talented individual suffice?" Xia Fei felt that it was far too harsh to lose their life for stealing something. Anyone would make mistakes in their youth, and what mattered was to learn from them. The old demon lord growled. "He must die, not because he stole the Phoenix Tail Stone, but because he killed his own father when he was discovered. Xia Fei was speechless now. It turned out Qin had been so ruthless in his methods and actually committed patricide just to protect himself. Death alone would not be enough to atone for the wickedness of the act. Qin's father was my cousin. He didn't have any talent, but he had been loyal and honest his entire life. I trusted the man greatly, which was why I entrusted plenty of important secrets to him, yet despite being cautious his whole life, he ended up being killed by his own son. Tell me, why would I not seek to kill such a bastard? Doesn't he deserve death? Oro's anger surged. He wished he could just charge out and kill Qin with his 2 hands right now. No doubt, he's probably stagnated as a great law emperor this whole time ever since I injured his 7th brain region, unable to progress his cultivation all this time. It's too bad that I've also imparted him with the law of life, which is how he still lives even to this day. The old demon lord was angrily shouting yet again. Xia Fei completely understood how he felt. It was no wonder why Oro had been so exasperated earlier. Such an evildoer must indeed be killed, and letting Qin live would be letting down Oro's loyal and honest cousin. Thus, many years had gone by, and Qin must have felt that the Lionheart's hunt for him ended, which was why he had so boldly resurfaced in the exiled grounds. By a remarkable coincidence, it just so happened that Xia Fei and Oro would now be crossing paths with him. Even if you let me out now, I won't have the power to kill Qin. After all, my cultivation in this life has been severed, and it will take some years before I can be reborn and start cultivating again. However, I don't have the slightest intention of letting such a bastard live a minute longer. Xia Fei, you must help me kill him. Oro howled. Xia Fei smiled. I am quite willing to help you do this, but Qin has the cultivation of a great law emperor. Even the level 2 law emperor Seth with his law of defense was frightened to the point of pissing his pants. I'm afraid that it will take quite the effort if I fight with him. Besides, with age comes wisdom. Qin has lived for over 10,000 years thanks to his cultivation of the law of life. I can't be too hasty when dealing with someone like that, I must slowly plan and strategize. Oro was somewhat dissatisfied with Xia Fei's answer. Qin has the Phoenix Tail Stone, while you have the enhanced Peacock Blue, there's no need for you to be afraid of him at all. Besides, I'm the one who imparted those skills to Qin, so no one will know how to counter him better than I do. The immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue is also the 9-Night Plum after its fusion, becoming a completely new weapon. There's basically no better test subject than the Phoenix Tail Stone if we want to see just what effect it has. No time to think, let's head out immediately. Xia Fei was a little shocked. Peacock Blue versus Phoenix Tail Stone? Indeed, this was a situation that excited him quite a bit. Chapter 658, Searching for a Top-Class Impersonator. While Xia Fei talked to the Lionheart Emperor Oro, it was as if Seth were sitting on a bed of needles as he uneasily looked at Xia Fei, who was deep in his thoughts, and waited for a verdict on his life. Humans were sometimes very quirky. The Law Emperor Seth was clinging onto Xia Fei as if the latter were a life-saving medicine, yet he had no idea just what cultivation Xia Fei possessed, nor did he know his true identity or age. However, what he knew clearly was how easily Xia Fei had broken his crag defense. This particular defensive barrier that he was so proud of had actually been shattered like brittle glass when facing Xia Fei. A single special move, and Xia Fei had swiftly conquered Seth with his law of primal chaos. Even though his head was still swollen like a pig, Seth was still smiling happily at Xia Fei. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei lifted his head and turned to Seth. How far away is that planet where you met that Lionheart warrior? Xia Fei asked. Quite far. It can be considered to be at the borders of the Lore Realm. It'll require a very dangerous trip through a long asteroid belt if you go there on a warship, Seth honestly answered. Xia Fei nodded and asked, are you willing to head back there? Seth was in shock. He replied with a very shaky voice, head back. Are you insane? Witnessing that once in my life is more than enough. I won't go back even if you kill me. That Lionheart expert is truly too powerful. I'll surely suffer a terrible death if uses his fullest strength on me. Smiling, Xia Fei said, I don't care or know how you think, but as my slave, you can only obey me. With that said, Xia Fei got up and pushed open the door, telling old Lu who had been waiting outside, I'll take the slave. Lu Jinzu was overjoyed, practically tearing himself a new mouth from that wide smile across his face. Seth was no normal slave, and staying here only brought him big problems. He was more than willing to get rid of this living calamity to Xia Fei. That was when he saw Xia Fei's palm stretch out, placing it squarely in front of his nose. "What is this?" "You agreed to pay," Xia Fei simply answered. Though he was not in any lack of money, he was not about to reject free crystals. It would not be a bad idea to leave them as snacks for Furball. "Oh, yes. I'll have them sent to you right away," old Lu said, mildly annoyed. The thought that he must pay 10,000 grade 4 crystals just for this one transaction caused an unbearable itch to erupt at the root of Lu Jinzu's teeth. The rosemary thornberry was actually very small, like a black pill. Xia Fei left an imprint on the berry before he sent it right into Seth's belly, thus completing the slave contract. As long as Xia Fei was willing, he could cause that thornberry to act at any moment he desired, tormenting Seth to death from his insides. Xia Fei had two demands of Seth: always wear a face mask, and to remain quiet at all times so as to avoid interrupting his training of thoughts. Seth agreed to both. After receiving the gift of origin crystals from old Lu, Xia Fei swaggered his way out from the warehouse with both Seth and Rocco in tow. Those courtesans were very disappointed, for Xia Fei did not purchase any of them. Meanwhile, old Liu's underlings were all extremely jealous. To leave with a law emperor as a slave and bonus money, Xia Fei was definitely not losing out from this transaction. Damn! 10,000 grade 4 origin crystals. That's a sum I wouldn't be able to get even if I had 10 lives. Don't be so envious. Do you dare to take a scoundrel like Seth if he's presented to you? Not at all. It takes an evil being to control another evil being. I don't have the ability like that young man. You can tell that he's really harsh just from a look at Seth's disfigured face. Old Liu's underlings discussed the matter animatedly. The strong would also be revered here in the Law realm, especially someone who had such an unfathomable cultivation like Xia Fei. Here, he had no problems being ruthless. Without even realizing it, everyone had thought Xia Fei to be an even more ferocious individual than Seth. Before they parted by the entrance of Lady C's hotel, Rocco left smiling with several origin crystals that Xia Fei had given him, a sum enough to ensure that he had enough to live sufficiently over the next few years. It was around evening, and the merchants, who were guests at the hotel, had already returned. They were all exchanging valuable information like which slaves had seen a dip in price and which slaves were diseased and such. Xia Fei returned with Seth pushing the door open for him to enter. The restaurant instantly turned a lot quieter, as the now masked Seth looked many times more fearsome than before, his two eyes sparkling in green, which gave everyone goosebumps. "You're back, my lord." Young Lady Si came in a panic to receive the pair, leading both Xia Fei and Seth to take seats in the restaurant. Seth did not sit, choosing instead to stand by the side and glare. "I must thank you for the poncho. Wearing it helped me quite a bit." Xia Fei took off the colorful poncho and handed it back to young Lady Si. Young Lady Si felt very guilty. Her two eyes could not help but wander and avert from his gaze. After all, she had left a secret sign on Xia Fei with the poncho, treating him like a fat lamb sent to be fleeced at Liu's. Now that news of Xia Fei acquiring the Law Emperor Seth spread throughout the city, a single glance from Seth's evil eyes made young Lady Si quake in terror. The people around quietly got up, ready to leave, but the cold stare from the notorious master bounty hunter Seth was on them, and each felt very uneasy. "Everyone, remain seated. Nobody's allowed to leave without my master's approval." Seth barked viciously. Because he was wearing a mask, his voice sounded a lot lower. Crash! Young Lady Si had been returning with a tray of tea, and this shout from Seth caused her to instantly lose all color from her cheeks, that pot of tea falling and shattering onto the ground. "Master, why didn't you let me destroy the entire hotel? The mother and daughter of Lady C's left a secret sign on you, treating you as a fat lamb. That's simply too much." Returning to the room, Seth was in a huff. He felt that it was a perfect opportunity for him to showcase his loyalty towards Xia Fei, since he was now going to follow Xia Fei from here on. Forget it. Just a little lesson for the two is enough. The two got quite the fright from today, and I doubt that they'll bully strangers anymore from today onward. Besides, the two agreed to accept Rocco and give him a stable job in the hotel. Rocco's not going to gain anything if we back those two in a corner. Seth nodded and did not say a word any longer. Xia Fei asked about the situation here in the exiled grounds, and given Seth's many years of capturing slaves out there, his familiarity with the Star region was second to none. He was more than happy to share everything he knew about the place. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and asked, "So what you're saying is that the exiled grounds is a loose society, where mercenaries make up the main fighting force?" Seth nodded. "Correct. Take me for example, though I am in the business of enslaving people, I am also considered a mercenary of sorts. As long as the price is right, I have no problem taking up bodyguarding, killing, and other such assignments. The exiled grounds are barren, so anyone is willing to do everything just to fill their stomachs. In the past, mercenaries were very loosely managed, and there would often be situations where mercenaries could work both sides, taking money from one employer and joining the other camp. Later, some of the more prestigious mercenary teams formed a professional guild, becoming a third party in the acceptance and allocation of missions. Only then was order restored in the exiled grounds. Xia Fei nodded. Mercenaries were the biggest force in the exiled grounds, and in a sea of stars, where constant strife and poverty flourished, just forming a militia would cost plenty of effort and money. Thus, aside from the few tribes that had a measure of power coming together to form a force, the small villages and merchants simply did not have any ability to raise an army. The moment any fight occurred, only temporarily hiring warriors could keep their lives intact. Xia Fei mulled over this for some time before asking, "Does that mean I'll find a suitable impersonator if I head to the mercenary guild?" Impersonator. Those people are very sinister, used to working on their own. Their asking price is very high, too, especially if you're talking about hiring a top-class impersonator. Unless there's no specific requirements, people from exiled grounds will hardly hire impersonators, Seth said. Xia Fei shook his head. Money isn't an issue. The issue is that I want to find the best impersonator and help me do some things. Not only must their cultivation be high, this person must also demonstrate sufficient loyalty. Seth lowered his head and pondered before answering, "This won't be easy. There are 2 major tribes skilled at impersonating out here. There are more Shepherdians, but their cultivation is average. Meanwhile, they have the bad habit of eating other sapient life forms and are characteristically cruel. Unless it's a must, the people of the exiled grounds won't deal with Shepherdians if they can help it. People are, more often than not, hiding from them instead of the other way around." Xia Fei remained silent. The Shepherdians, who had once attacked the Dragon Ascension Conclave, those ruthless bastards, did not leave a good impression on Xia Fei. As such, he essentially rejected the idea of hiring them. Aside from the Shepherdians, the other tribe is the Purple Blood Rockies, who are well versed in subterfuge. They're the real experts in the field, and when the relations between the 2 peak races reach its peak, both sides often hire the Rockies to cause trouble in their enemy's territory. It's a pity that the Rockies are few in numbers unlike the Shepherdians, and they enjoy living away from others and by themselves. It won't be easy locating them, either. The Rockies have a rule where they will sever their own finger if they fail to accomplish their client's assignments, while revealing the client's secret will see the same result. To know if a Rocky is exceptional, all you need to do is see their age, including how many fingers they have lost. If a master truly doesn't mind the cost, the impersonators from the Rockies are the perfect choice. It was rare for Seth to speak of others with such respect and reverence, even praising these impersonators quite a bit. Xia Fei slightly nodded his head, agreeing that they would be the perfect candidates to be assigned such an important mission. The exiled grounds existed independent from the 2 peak races, and the 2 strictly guarded against these exiles. Only a true expert impersonator could make it over the many hurdles and get anywhere near the core region of the 2 races. Xia Fei had a plan, and he needed to send people to the heavily guarded White Horse constellation if he wanted to execute it successfully. No one else would be able to accomplish this aside from the really skilled impersonators, which was why hiring the best impersonators found in the exiled grounds became the heart of why he came here. "I do have someone in mind who will be suitable. He has a Law Emperor cultivation, having infiltrated the core regions of the 2 peak races countless times. He's good at hunting, monitoring, and analyzing information. He's considered one of the best in the business, only failing once in his 30 years of work, and it's something that happened 20 years ago. Ever since, he hasn't failed even once." Seth rubbed his chin and said. Xia Fei was quite taken aback. Not failing once in 25 years? That's indeed a top-class impersonator. Are you able to get in contact with him? Seth's expression turned troubled. It's not hard finding him. He's alone in a huge bamboo forest in the city of Ulaanbaatar, but he has a very strange personality, and it will depend on your luck to see if you can convince him into taking the job. Honestly, I've only seen him once, so the best I can do is make an attempt. Also, his price is outrageous, 300 grade 4 origin crystals. Xia Fei chuckled. That's not high. Hiring an expert for 300 grade 4 origin crystals is practically a steal. No, you misheard me. His price is 300 a day. It begins the moment he accepts your mission. As for when he will act or when he'll be back, that's all up to him to decide, Seth said somewhat enviously. Chapter 659, Beating Up Someone's Girl. A major city like Ulaanbaatar was not commonly seen in the exiled grounds. The size of the city was nothing to be scoffed at, with plenty of skyscrapers shooting up to the skies. However, it was not as orderly as other locations in the Lower Realm. It was as if these large buildings were all erected at will, completely ignoring if they would be blocking out the sun or otherwise. The exiled grounds is such a place where the lack of a governing body means the fists do the talking. It's very simple for anyone who wishes to build a house in the city. As long as they have the ability to snatch enough land and hire people for construction, besides the local gangsters who will charge protection fees, they needn't pay for taxes or any such costs. The more chaotic the city, the more serious the situation. Your average citizen will find it difficult living in the city without a powerful figure protecting them, so there are few cities in the exiled grounds to speak of. Most would much rather live on some deserted planets. Though there aren't any convenient facilities around, they'll at least be able to keep their lives intact. It's not uncommon to be in a situation where the companion whom you're just chatting with yesterday to suddenly be reduced into a desiccated corpse today. Standing by a hill beyond the city, Seth pointed to a huge building with a square roof and said, "That is where the mercenaries of Ulaanbaatar gather. Not just merchants, even the various major forces have a need for warriors. The average citizen will also hire 1 or 2 mercenaries as bodyguards when going out. Though they're practically useless when bumping into somebody strong, the citizen will at least have a sense of security. Here in the exiled grounds, mercenaries have already penetrated all aspects of life and are acknowledged as indispensable existences." Xia Fei nodded. The exiled grounds was ultimately formed by the banished tribes and clans from the circle, and not everyone had the prowess to become a warrior. It was very normal for commoners to seek experts for protection. If we head west and make our way past that mountain, we'll reach a bamboo forest. That highly skilled impersonator I mentioned before lives in that bamboo forest, so let's hope that he happens to be home today, Seth said. Xia Fei used his cloak and wrapped his body up tightly. Because there would often be people from the 2 peak races who did business with the exiled grounds, reselling prohibited information or goods, and given that he had a bounty of 1,000,000 crystals on his head, it was better for him to avoid revealing his face in highly populated areas. "What's the name of the impersonator?" Xia Fei asked. "Hyacinth." "That's a good name, though a little effeminate," Xia Fei casually commented. "Hyacinth is just his code name. Because he's too good at disguising himself, no one knows his actual name or age despite being in this line of work for 30 years. That's the only name he's known by," Seth explained. Xia Fei smiled. "What an exceptional individual. Guess I'll be widening my knowledge today." The bamboo forest was green and pristine, with bamboo shoots that were just little sproutlings, which gave off a light scent of fresh greenery. It was a very appetizing smell, and Xia Fei would have asked Pod to prepare for him a dish of stir-fried pork and bamboo shoots if he was around to satiate his appetite. Unfortunately, his robot was currently accompanying Avril back in the Hidden Realm, and Xia Fei was bad at cooking like most men, so all he could do was look. The winding path had been covered by a thick layer of fallen leaves, and the entire forest was quiet except for the sound of the birds chirping and the rustling of leaves. The path had plenty of forks, and this was the first time Seth had been here, so it did not take long for him to get lost, his forehead sweating profusely. Xia Fei pointed in the direction of the setting sun and said, "This way." "Do you know the way?" Seth asked, surprised. "Nope. It's just my intuition." Seth was speechless. Xia Fei was an expert in his eyes, yet he was an expert who enjoyed doing things according to his intuition. It was hard to know which way to go in such a large bamboo forest through intuition, let alone find a lone person. Seth shook his head and followed Xia Fei. Soon, Seth's eyes shone. "I remember now. Hyacinth's house is really near here." "Master, your intuition is really sharp." Xia Fei softly replied, "The aura of wild beasts is present in every direction, and the only unusually peaceful place is this one. Since Hyacinth is an expert, those wild beasts must be avoiding him, so I chose to head this way." Seth nodded his head repeatedly, doing his best to flatter Xia Fei. After taking a few more turns, the forest revealed a fence which had pink morning glory climbing over it. The gate to the courtyard was hidden, and Xia Fei could see 3 simple thatched houses made from bamboo. Furthermore, there was a well on the property and a set of stone tables with benches. Great Master Hyacinth. I am Seth. I once had the pleasure 10 years ago of meeting you. Seth entered through the gate and searched for traces of Hyacinth everywhere. He circled the 3 thatched houses and returned to Xia Fei with a look of disappointment, shrugging. Hyacinth isn't around. He's probably out on a mission. Xia Fei smiled, his eyes trained on Seth. The master truly lives up to his name as a top impersonator. Such superb skills. Master, what are you saying? I'm Seth. I've only been gone for a bit, so how could you have not recognized me? Seth asked, completely panicking. I don't know who you are, but I know you're not Seth. Xia Fei lit a cigarette, his voice soft and composed. I really am Seth. Didn't you have issues with my breath, so you got me to wear this mask and air purification gear? Here, let me take it off. Seth somewhat nervously said. The moment he took his mask off, he revealed a mouth of yellowing teeth. His breath was so heavy that it nearly caused the bamboo to bend over. You ought to believe me now, right? I really am Seth. Hyacinth isn't in, so why don't we continue waiting for him? Seth asked. Xia Fei shook his head and slowly pulled out the scarlet dagger, blood crystal, from his spatial ring. Seth, since you're my slave, then you'd better be cognizant that you must be ready to die at any time. Right now, I suddenly have a great urge to kill you, Xia Fei said with a smile. Master, just what have I done wrong, for you to desire my death? I refuse to resign to this. Seth took 2 steps back and leaned against the fence, gazing at Xia Fei with a pale face. Xia Fei did not say another word. With his eyes exuding a measure of killing intent, he slowly approached Seth. If you were to kill me, who'd bring you to look for Hyacinth? I simply refuse to believe that you'd be such a heartless person, Master. Seth shouted angrily, his 2 fists clenched as he stared right into Xia Fei's 2 eyes. Xia Fei shrugged. You'd better believe it then. I've never been reasonable when it comes to killing people. Seth still refused to believe what was happening, believing that this was Xia Fei testing him. As such, he puffed out his chest and steeled himself. Whoosh! The red dagger went right for Seth. As the blade flashed, Seth was utterly stunned. He originally thought that this was merely a test, that it was all a joke, but it was too bad that he did not understand Xia Fei at all. He had never been someone who would joke around when it came to killing people, and since he stated that he was going to kill Seth, he would really do just that. Doubt, shock, and fear. That instant of fear Seth felt caused his pupils to dilate as that sharp dagger edge aimed for his throat. Unreasonable. Completely unreasonable. Even if Xia Fei thought that he was not Seth, there was no need for him to go for a lethal kill. At such a point, Seth did not even have time to cry. He quickly squatted and used his escape technique. The martial technique of the law of matter, concealed figure. Xia Fei smirked sinisterly. He had ascertained that this person in front him was definitely not Seth. This was because the crag defense that Seth was most proud of did not surface. The reason why defense-type warriors were powerful was the fact that their special abilities and laws were completely autonomous. This allowed them to coordinate with the practitioner's attacks and defenses actively, and for Seth not to have activated his crag defense at such a critical juncture and, instead, rely on a law of matter evasion technique was proof enough that this one was not Seth himself. Crafty approach. The fake Seth burrowed into the ground, it even looked like he would get away. Too bad Xia Fei's crafty approach was even faster than how fast he could flee. Kaboom! With a sweep of his toes, Xia Fei used one leg to kick away the soil and directly kicked the fake Seth out from the ground. His entire person was in mid-air. With a light tap of both his feet, Xia Fei went hurtling into the air and struck Seth's chest with a single wave of his hand. He did not exert much strength in this one attack, but Xia Fei's palm happened to have touched 2 lumps of soft and bouncy flesh. It felt strange to the touch. Bang! The fake Seth fell from the sky. The ground was still moist from yesterday's rain, so a puddle of mud formed. Xia Fei saw as the impostor let out a gasp and plunged head first into the mud, looking as soiled as a mangy mutt caked in mud. Splash! Xia Fei landed from the air and clutched onto Seth's collar, grabbing the other out from the mud, lifting him up like he was a baby chick. However, upon closer inspection, he saw that the figure of the dirty Seth became a lot smaller, and his limbs also turned more and more slender, like that of an older child. His skin was pale and pristine, with a slight purple hue to them. That stinky breath was gone, too, and in its place was a faint fragrance, which was intermingled with the smell of mud. All in all, it was a very interesting and strange combination. A girl. Xia Fei was in shock. This fake Seth had revealed himself to actually be a young girl who was still undergoing puberty. Her two small hands were hurriedly wiping the muddy stains off her face, revealing a pair of big clear eyes. Even her pupils were purple, which was a mysterious yet peculiar color. Xia Fei was very close to her, and he could tell through the girl's labored breathing, that she lacked the horrid stench of Seth's bad breath. Crap! Xia Fei felt unsettled. No matter what the situation was, bullying a little girl felt wrong, not to mention someone as small and young as the one before him. A single glance and Xia Fei could tell that the girl was on the verge of tears. He hurriedly let her go, pondering over just what sort of words should he say to console her when Furball suddenly angrily jumped out. Though Xia Fei did not like the fact that Furball had become even smaller than before, spending all his time just sleeping in Xia Fei's bosom, the beast would be flustered and instantly wake up when he realized Xia Fei was in the midst of the battle. Fighting with his master was one thing, but disturbing the great Furball from his nap on top of that was a disaster. The little girl had essentially committed two of Furball's biggest taboos, and as a holy beast, he of course knew nothing about the notion of being graceful to the fairer sex. He jumped out and roared loudly at this little lady. Awoo! Furball was ultimately a holy beast despite his small size, and the sound of his direct roar caused the little girl's hair to stand on end. The entire bamboo forest could clearly hear that roar from Furball. Xia Fei hurriedly covered his mouth, but it was already too late. The girl had been frightened stiff by Furball. Never in her wildest dream did she expect that the cute ball, no bigger than a peanut, would be so scary when angered. Blinking her big eyes, the lady finally bawled out in tears. A heart-wrenching wail echoed and distressed Xia Fei immensely. Why are you so unreasonable? I was only playing a prank on you, yet you actually wanted to kill me. How have I offended you? I hate you. Hate you, hate you, hate you, hate you. You're a baddie. A big baddie. Father, uncle, where are you two? There's a baddie here bullying your daughter. Do either of you care at all? Swish! A black figure darted out from one of the houses and appeared beside the little lady. This was a teenager, approximately 14 or 15 years of age, who held her. His eyebrows were as thick as broad strokes from a paintbrush, and though he was deathly afraid as well, he still demonstrated the air of an adult, protecting the young girl. Xia Fei was a little vexed. He did not know what he ought to say. The old demon lord swallowed a mouth of spit as he gloated gleefully, haha. You've beaten up Hyacinth's little girl? Guess I'm in for a good show now. Chapter 660, Hyacinth's Family. The little girl was sobbing with great sorrow not because Xia Fei had struck too harshly but because her ego had been bruised. Forget about how Xia Fei had seen through her impersonation skill, the fact that she had also been very ruthlessly thrown into a puddle of mud, which resulted in her face being caked in the filth, greatly damaged the lady's self-esteem. Haha. Looks like she is Hyacinth's daughter. You're here to ask for his help with your business, yet you beat up his daughter. There's bound to be a good show now, the old demon lord gloated. Xia Fei shook his head, giving a side eye to the three thatched houses before carefully scrutinizing that teenager with the thick eyebrows. It's not that simple. We've already been tricked by Hyacinth's disguise from the very start, Xia Fei said with knitted eyebrows. The courtyard's fake, the forest is fake, and even the people are fake. The teenager, who was standing in front of the girl to protect her, was startled because Xia Fei's eyes had suddenly sharpened. The old demon lord found it inconceivable. How were you able to sense this but not me? Xia Fei whispered, this is an illusion skill, a complement of both disguise and superb acting. Rather than calling this a bamboo forest, it's better to call it a stage, a huge stage. Oro could not help but harumph. Though his cultivation had been severed, he still had a discerning eye. The fact that Xia Fei could detect that Seth was not the real Seth had already surprised him enough, but now that Xia Fei was stating that everything here had been false, did that not mean that his level of insight and analysis was even greater than Oro's if he was actually proven correct? Taking a step forward, Xia Fei got beside the young girl and teenage boy. The teenager remained closely guarding the girl behind him, his eyes alarmed. Meanwhile, the girl was wiping away her tears in the mud, curiously taking stock of Xia Fei as well as the peanut-sized Furball on his shoulder. A slight trace of excitement could be seen in her innocent eyes. There's an old saying from my own planet, once and twice but never thrice. Today, I sincerely came to consult the great master, Hyacinth, so if you don't wish to do so, you can just directly state that, and I won't trouble you over your decision. Is there a need to lay down deception to such an extent? Besides, though your methods are clever, you've failed to fool my two eyes. Xia Fei spoke earnestly, and the teenager with thick eyebrows replied solemnly, I have no idea what you're talking about. Master's not in, and you bullying my junior sister is evidence that it's you who visited us with ill intent, yet you're now blaming us for tricking you? What sort of logic is this? Xia Fei lifted his wrist and handed to the lady a delicately embroidered handkerchief with deft skill, such that the thin and silken cloth floated down like a falling leaf. The young lady took this handkerchief and wiped her tears. She was curious and interested in knowing how Xia Fei had managed to make the handkerchief float like that. If not for the young miss first pretending to be Seth, things wouldn't have unfolded like this, Xia Fei softly admitted. Still, no matter what it was, bullying a little girl isn't right, and for that, I apologize to the young miss. With that said, Xia Fei did a slight bow to express his regret. However, the girl mumbled with dissatisfaction, I'm already 14. How dared you call me little? The teenager threw a sharp glance at the little girl next to him, and she abruptly went silent, no longer saying a word. Xia Fei noticed this scene unfold and was even more certain of his judgment. The lady is still young and likes playing pranks, so of course I won't comment on this, but the master is a generation older than us all, so it's hard to justify this continued lie, no? It's just an insult to your status as a master, Xia Fei casually said. Who's trying to lie to you? My junior sister was just messing around with you, but what proof do you have that we are both trying to trick you? The teenager spoke strongly. Xia Fei spotted a sliver of disdain in his eyes, looking like he had steeled his resolve to keep up the charade to the end. He must believe that there was no way for Xia Fei to have seen through it all. Xia Fei shook his head lightly. Since the master wants proof, then please watch. With two clenched fists, Xia Fei grabbed two stray strings from the air and jerked them together in one direction. Collapse. Crash. Imperceptible law force dissipated in mid-air. It was as if a hurricane had passed through. The bamboo forest was blown in every direction, and even the thatched houses fell along with everything. A shocking scene unveiled. Xia Fei's surroundings all changed as a result of his one attack. Another courtyard was revealed after the bamboo forest fell away, green glazed tiles were overhead, with white clean walls. Pebbles decorated the courtyard walls, which gave it an inelegant look. With a stomp, Xia Fei dashed out to where the collapsed houses were and retrieved two people. One was the drugged and unconscious Seth, and the other was a stranger with a sparse goatee, wearing an angry expression on his face. Whoosh! Xia Fei threw that goateed man beside the two youths. The master asked for evidence, I'm not sure if this is enough. A series of wrinkles, which was incongruent with the teenager's age, appeared on his forehead. He had a bewildered look on him, his illusion had been broken, and even his disguise had been seen through. His assistant, who had been hiding in a corner, was dragged out by Xia Fei. 2. As a disguise artist, a top-class impersonator, being seen through was no doubt an embarrassment. The young girl stopped crying, pouting as she looked at Xia Fei. After a good while, the girl angrily yelled, You're so unreasonable. Where would there be anyone as belligerent as you? Xia Fei replied, unperturbed, You're the ones who are bullying guests first. My slave didn't offend any of you and was even eagerly leading me to meet with the great master, yet you drugged him. With that said, Xia Fei pulled out some medicinal concoction which he had previously prepared, and placed it in front of his slave's nose for him to smell. Seth leaped up from the ground, all alarmed. He examined his surroundings before blushing profusely. I got careless and. No need to explain. It's not your fault, Xia Fei waved his hand dismissively. That was when the teenager suddenly burst into laughter, no longer sounding like a child but rather someone with a slightly hoarse voice. Good stuff. It's been 20 years, and this is actually the first time that my thatched cottage of obscurity got seen through. Bang! Green smoke suddenly appeared, enveloping the teenager, little girl, and even the goateed man. By the time the smoke dissipated, 3 people could be seen standing in the bamboo forest. One was a lady in a long dress, looking the same as before. The only difference being that she was no longer stained in mud, and her hair was well groomed, with crescent-shaped bangs hanging from her forehead. Her 2 arms were folded in front of her, glaring at Xia Fei indignantly. The other 2 were a middle-aged couple of husband and wife. Their expression was calm, and Xia Fei understood that they were still in disguise. As a top-class impersonator, the Hyacinth couple seemed very reluctant to reveal their true faces to others. Xia Fei did not care to unmask them and decided to let them be. Seth, 10 years have passed since we last met, are you still well? Hyacinth chuckled as he approached, seemingly having already let go of the fact that Xia Fei managed to see through their ruse. After a short exchange of greetings, Seth introduced Xia Fei to Hyacinth while he told the impersonator how he ended up becoming Xia Fei's slave. With the fake houses gone, Hyacinth had no choice but to lead Xia Fei into his real abode. Upon entering, Hyacinth's spouse set up a formation outside, and the courtyard was surrounded by a bamboo forest again. Looking from outside in, there was no trace of the real house, and even the 3 thatched houses were rebuilt. Living up to the name as a master of disguise, the intricate camouflage was set up with deft swiftness. If anyone mistakenly entered Hyacinth's compound again, there would be no way for them to discover where their home really was. With both the guest and host seated, the spouse came back with a tray of bamboo tea and snacks. How should we address you, brother? Hyacinth asked. Seth had no clue what Xia Fei's real name was, so he could only look questioningly at him. Just call me Ah Fei, Xia Fei softly answered. Ah Fei was an assassin written by the famed writer Gulong. The speed of his daggers were second to none, making a name for himself with just his 2 bare hands. Now that Xia Fei was wanted by both sides, it was not ideal for him to reveal his real name, and so he decided to borrow the name of Ah Fei for use as his pseudonym. You must be the prestigious and respected master of camouflage, Hyacinth. I've long heard and admired your exploits, Xia Fei said even as he furtively scanned the man's palms. Sure enough. He noted that a little finger was missing on his left hand, which confirmed what Seth had once said. Over the last 25 years, Hyacinth had only failed once, and he had maintained his flawless record in his career from then on. Even a great expert would occasionally slip up. The powerful Oro himself ended up being sealed in the law of ternary spectrum's isolation containment and had been trapped inside for tens of thousands of years. The key was not making the same mistake twice. If a warrior's life had only been smooth sailing, that would hardly be a good thing at all. It would be very easy for one to get too full of themselves and turn impetuous, so the flawless record Hyacinth maintained after the one failure meant that he was a smart person, able to learn from his lesson and finally become a master in his field. Hyacinth chuckled. I won't lie to you, but Hyacinth isn't just one person but rather an entire group. I'm only the representative of the whole team. Xia Fei nodded. The young miss called to her father and uncle in her panic earlier. I suppose that these uncles of hers aren't too far from here, are they? Hyacinth smiled. Those who work in this line stress on being everywhere and also nowhere, so I really can't give a straight answer to your question. Xia Fei nodded. But of course. I've witnessed your methods firsthand, and it's truly very ingenious. Hyacinth paled. Xia Fei had clearly seen through his ruse, so the compliment he gave was a little hard to accept at face value. Come, brother Ah Fei. Let me do some introductions. This is my wife, Poria, and my daughter, Sakura. Hyacinth changed the topic and introduced his family to him. Xia Fei did not bother scrutinizing the face of Hyacinth's wife. Since it was just a fake visage, there was no point in remembering her face. Instead, it was the Lady Sakura, whose face he was certain was her true face. At the moment, she was blowing at a green bean cake, taking a big bite of the treat while she turned her face away, ignoring Xia Fei. After some very superficial small talk was done, Hyacinth asked, Brother Ah Fei, how did you manage to see through Sakura's disguise just now? I'm not one to toot my own horn, but Sakura has an innate gift in this profession, and given that she received the tutelage from me and my wife since the age of 7, you're actually the first to have spotted that she's an impersonator. When the young girl heard her name mentioned, her ears pricked up and she carefully listened, blinking her little eyes intently. Xia Fei answered, yesterday's rain made the ground muddy, and Seth's body frame meant he would make distinct imprints with every step he took. Sakura abruptly stood up and pointed at Xia Fei. What nonsense! How could impersonators like us have missed that particular detail? I already imitated it perfectly. Xia Fei smiled. It's too bad. The young Mrs. footprints were very similar, but she overlooked a slight detail: a human soul isn't flat, unless they have flat feet. Otherwise, there will surely be slight unevenness in the print. Furthermore, Seth's left leg is injured, so his footprint tilts slightly outward. Due to his injury, his steps are a little off base, so one foot stride is about 50 centimeters wide, and the other is 49 centimeters. Hyacinth and his family were all stunned upon hearing this. They had not expected that there would be so many minutiae in just the imitation of footprints and strides. Xia Fei's observation skills were too shocking. Actually, these minor details aren't that critical. What mattered the most is that Miss Sakura is a lady, and she isn't a boorish man like Seth. When walking, her steps are slightly clamped up, and her inner thighs are tense, not completely relaxed. Clank! Sakura's cheeks blushed. She was still a young girl, so her slightly tensed walking was the innate self-protection a girl had. After all, men and women were anatomically different. This was the logic on how an expert could tell whether a woman was a virgin or not from the way she walked. When the uncouth Seth began walking like a virgin, it became a huge giveaway that Xia Fei could not ignore. Chapter 661, 25 Flawless Years. An awkward atmosphere hung over the living room. Due to biological reasons, Sakura failed to impersonate the uncouth man to the extreme. Actually, what Sakura had achieved was already very good, but the issue was that she happened to have been pitted against the eagle-eyed Xia Fei, which was why she ended up getting seen through. Hearing his deductions, Sakura no longer said a word. Her lips pouted as she dejectedly drew little circles with her finger. After some thought, Hyacinth asked, "How did you find out the fact that my house is actually hidden in the bamboo forest?" Xia Fei replied, "I just applied common sense. Since Hyacinth is a top-class impersonator, it doesn't seem appropriate for your house to be situated so obviously by the roadside. It simply doesn't align with the habit of hiding that any master of disguise will have. Meanwhile, my discovery of the real house in the bamboo forest has been completely accidental. I just felt that the bamboo forest was too dense and green, different from elsewhere. I only realized the mystery behind it after pulling it all down." Hyacinth nodded his head repeatedly as he said, "In order to use the bamboo as part of the disguise, I utilized the law of matter and moved them from elsewhere, so their roots were slightly damaged. To fool others, I added some nutrient solution to them. I never expected for those to end up becoming self-defeating moves on my part, causing the bamboo forest where my compound to be overly verdant, ruining its beauty. I'll be sure to bear Brother Ah Fei's words to mind." Hyacinth's wife, who was sitting next to him, was also full of praises, marveling at Xia Fei's sharp observation skills and analytical mind. Sakura was very dissatisfied, however. With her arms akimbo, she contemplated something unknown. "It really gave me a fright when you went and jabbed that dark red dagger on my girl. The impulse you showed had me convinced that you'd really kill her," Hyacinth jokingly commented when he saw that the atmosphere was easing. Xia Fei shook his head. "I wasn't threatening her then. It's only when Miss Sakura used the law of matter's escape technique that I dismissed the thought, seeing how immature and unthreatening that move was." Everyone was startled. Hyacinth asked, "Do you mean to say that if the impersonator threatened you in any way, you would kill them there and then?" "Indeed. Whoever impersonated Seth could be an enemy, and I've never had the habit of letting my enemies off scot-free," replied Xia Fei evenly. Seth's expression went blank. His master's killing intent was truly intense. As such, if there was ever a day when he did something untoward to Xia Fei, he would definitely not let him off. Sakura was slightly dazed. It turned out that her immaturity had saved her life. Had her mother or father been the one impersonating Seth, the result. You're too ruthless." Sakura yelled bitterly at Xia Fei before she dashed out of the room. Hyacinth somewhat awkwardly apologized, "Sakura's been pampered since she was young. I hope that you won't take offense, Brother Ah Fei." Actually, his thoughts were not too far off from his daughters. He felt that Xia Fei was too ruthless, killing just because they were potentially enemies without any room for discussion. "I wonder just why you came looking for me this time?" Hyacinth asked. Xia Fei cupped a hand over fist. "I've long heard of your reputable name as one of the top impersonators in the exiled grounds. Respectfully, I wanted to come for a visit. Indeed, I do have some matters that I need your aid with. I want you to make a trip to White Horse Constellation on my behalf." Hyacinth nodded. Xia Fei's first two lines of flattery made him feel very good, but it was still far from fostering any sense of kinship between the two. "Ah, yes. White Horse Constellation. That's a major base of the humans from the god race, a strictly guarded location with many families and clans. We of the Purple Blood Rockies are said to look very similar to humans, and it's said that we can be considered distant relatives in the distant past. I wonder if Brother Ah Fei has heard of this." What a transition! Xia Fei was somewhat disappointed. Hyacinth had not mentioned Xia Fei's request but, instead, changed the topic of conversation to the similarities between purple blood Rockies and humans. Needless to say, he must be unwilling to lend a hand. The rumors can't be trusted, but it is evident that Rockies and humans share certain similarities. The blood of humans is red, which is why people of my species are all radiant and rosy. Meanwhile, people of your species have the rare purple blood, with even purple irises, giving off a more mysterious aura than humans. Aside from that, there's really not much difference between us, Xia Fei casually noted. Rockies and humans really did look alike, having the common 5 senses and orifices on their faces, different from lionhearts like the old demon Oro. Lionhearts were all big and tall with a full body of golden fur, along with hundreds of differences that were noticeable from a mere glance. In contrast, there were only those handful of differences between Rockies and humans that could not be identified without close scrutiny. They chatted without Hyacinth returning to the topic at hand, and Xia Fei felt restless, so he attempted to pull the conversation back to White Horse Constellation. A fairly troubled expression appeared over Hyacinth's face as he heaved a deep sigh. Brother Ah Fei may not know this, but though Hyacinth used to be in the line of impersonation, matters between the two peak races have turned tense in recent years. There are rumors that a war between the two is imminent and that the defenses are also becoming stricter. If Brother Ah Fei wishes to ask us to infiltrate the lesser regions of the two races, there can still be room for discussion, but White Horse Constellation is a core constellation of the God race, where the capital of the humans is situated. Not only will one need to be extremely skilled at subterfuge, the necessary official documentation and DNA authentication are also required. This is truly a tall task. There are specializations in every field. As the two tribes here in exiled grounds who are expert impersonators, while Shepherdians specialize in attacking the God race, we the Rockies specialize in the demon race. If you wish for us to infiltrate White Horse Constellation, it's simply not what we are good at. I heard that the Shepherdians had found several methods to do so during the years, able to get into the core regions of the God race undetected. It's not too long ago when they actually received a huge contract to stir trouble in the Dragon Ascension Conclave. Brother Ah Fei must know that Dragon Ascension is the premier martial hall of the God race, wielding extraordinary strength. The fact that the Shepherdians accepted such a mission is evidence of the abilities they possess. In order not to cause unnecessary delays to Brother Ah Fei's task, I feel that it is more suitable for you to seek the Shepherdians, instead. After all, they are the ones who specialize in infiltrating the territories of the God race. It's not that Hyacinth doesn't wish to help, nor that we are afraid of accepting your task, it's just that I don't wish to hold up Ah Fei and his task any longer than necessary. It was a good explanation from Hyacinth that did not make them lose face and also cleanly rejected Xia Fei's request. Simply by stating that it was not their specialization to target the God race but rather the demon race, he smoothly directed Xia Fei to the Shepherdians. Sakura was feeling madder by the second after she left the room. Xia Fei, seeing through her impersonation skills that she had been so proud of, was one thing, but the fact that he was actually going to kill her with that dagger before? This was a huge blow to the 14-year-old girl. A young lady would often see the world with optimism, and that the future was filled with hope. Sakura could not fully grasp the darkness of the outside world, and just how Xia Fei's ruthless personality could take shape. Sakura was quite stubborn, and it was difficult for her to change her mind after having decided on something. At present, she saw Xia Fei as an extremely evil person, a hateable and diabolical villain. Sakura, who is it that provoked you again? Look at you being all furious. Come, let your grandfather help stand up for you. Sakura had been hiding in the bamboo forest by herself when an elderly man and a young man approached her. The elder had thinning white hair, leaning on a walking stick, looking like he was having difficulty with every step he took. The young man next to him looked to be about the same age as Sakura. He had thick bushy eyebrows, looking exactly like the teenager that Hyacinth had previously disguised himself as, except that this was the actual person. Grandfather. Sakura pouted, acting like a spoiled child as she ran over to the old man to give him a hug and bury her face into his robe. Someone bullied me, and father and mother didn't help me, either. She was undoubtedly worthy of being the offspring of impersonators. Sakura acted pitiful so well that people would have trouble not sympathizing with her. Her voice was soft, yet all the words she spoke penetrated like knives into people's hearts. Sister Sakura, just who bullied you? Brother Sambo will help teach that person a lesson for you. The teenager said while blushing hard. He appeared to be slightly shy, acting very unnaturally when he saw Sakura, his thick eyebrows twitching. Hyacinth was an organization, and the people who were part of the organization more or less had close ties with one another. The elderly man was Sakura's birth grandfather, the famed impersonator of exiled grounds called Otter. In the past, the Purple Blood Rockies enjoyed acting alone, and although that made it convenient for them to hide their whereabouts, it made it difficult for them to accomplish major contracts, and it was very limiting. Sakura's father, Hyacinth, had plenty of foresight. He believed that if the Rockies steadfastly continued abiding by this rule, it would only be a matter of time before they declined. As such, they must change this situation, coming together to create a formidable team of combatants, utilizing a combination of everybody's strength and characteristic to handle larger and more complex missions. Hyacinth gathered his fellow Rockies and told them of his idea. Naturally, the traditionalists among them strongly opposed it. Even Hyacinth's father did not agree, arguing for 3 days and 3 nights before they came up with a compromise. They would first experiment this idea with Hyacinth and his wife before they discussed the matter if it proved to be effective. As such, Hyacinth and Poria began performing a variety of missions together, and having an additional capable helper was as good as growing an additional arm, hardly ever redundant. When the people of their tribe saw the benefits, they were no longer against the idea and gradually requested to join the organization. With Hyacinth selecting only the most elite individuals to join his organization, and his more than decent management skills, the name of Hyacinth slowly spread, becoming a golden-plated name brand. His asking price rose with this as well, and what Seth said about Hyacinth commanding a price of 300 grade 4 crystals daily was true 10 years ago. In the time since they last met, he was unaware that the price had already risen by a whole 10-fold. The price was now at 3,000 grade 4 crystals a day. As for the other impersonator tribe, the Shepherdians, their violent and brutal characteristics and the bad habit of consuming other sapient life forms meant most people were unwilling to hire Shepherdians in most cases. Only those who were looking to induce destruction to the targets would hire the Shepherdians. Just like what happened during the Dragon Ascension Conclave, it was a case of utter devastation and there was hardly much technical expertise in their attempt at subterfuge. The benefits of Hyacinth's organization expanding were apparent. There would always be someone ready to begin taking on a mission once it got accepted. Every aspect like the setup during, the extraction after, who would be in disguise, who would be dealing with combat, would be delegated accurately by their leader. This was also how they achieved a 100% success rate with their missions. If Xia Fei could convince Hyacinth, not only would he get just Hyacinth alone but the entire elite team, which had not failed even once in 25 years. Just this point alone made the daily 3,000 grade 4 origin crystals price tag nothing too outrageous. You must be referring to that young man who came today. He's pretty good, with quite the eyesight and deduction skills. If he nurtures his skills accordingly, he may even become an even greater impersonator than your father. The elderly Otter stroked his beard as he said this, seemingly having found Xia Fei to be rather admirable. Miss Sakura got even angrier when she heard that Xia Fei could be even better than her own father. That was when an idea came to her. Actually, I feel that Fei has quite the talent to have been able to see through father's subterfuge. I'm just mad that he speaks bluntly, Sakura muttered, pretending to be aggrieved. What did he say? Otter curiously wondered. He said that Hyacinth isn't worthy of his name, that he failed to even trick an outsider like him, thereby unfit to call ourselves impersonators. Sakura was watching her grandfather's expression as she said this. To nobody's surprise, Elder Otter's purple face instantly turned stern. His long silver hair stood on end as he bristled. What? That's really too much. Otter bellowed with rage. Snap! That walking stick in his hand broke as Otter said to the teenager Sambo, go and gather our men. I'll let this Fei know just how the legend of Hyacinth's 25 flawless years came to be. Chapter 662, 9 Armored Land Drake. Thwip thwip. After the secret signal was sent out, more and more people gathered in the bamboo forest. Soon, there were more than a dozen men present. Elder Otter, have you gathered all of us for a mission? Every single member of Hyacinth had their own code name. Because of Otter's seniority and his position as the father of their organization's leader, everyone was used to calling him Elder Otter. Otter, where is Brother Hyacinth? Isn't he participating in the mission this time? Old Otter tossed his broken walking staff to the side and meditated amidst the bamboo. Actually, longevity was commonplace in the Lore realm, and Otter had yet to reach the age where he needed to rely on a walking staff. He was still physically healthy in more ways than one, and the only reason why he pretended to be a frail old man was due to the skills he possessed as an impersonator. More and more people gathered. These elite impersonators were all well trained, and it took all of them less than 10 minutes to assemble. Some squatted on the ground while others sat on treetops. Some were even trees, meaning that they disguised themselves as trees. Seeing that Hyacinth had not shown up and that Otter was meditating, the rest could only silently wait for the mission briefing. Sakura shuttled through the crowd, looking as cute as ever while she addressed her uncles warmly. The honest Sambo kept following her as if he wanted to say something but could not find it in him to speak up. Seeing everyone present, Elder Otter slowly opened his eyes and heaved a long sigh. He swept his gaze across the crowd in front of him. Today, something did indeed happen, which led me into gathering everyone here, but it's not for the sake of a mission, Otter solemnly addressed the crowd. Oh? Then what is this for? Brother Hyacinth told us that it's best if we remain scattered if we're not on a mission to avoid drawing people's attention. Otter wore a grim expression on his face as he unhappily announced, "Would I gather you all if there's nothing important happening? This time, the matter concerns the honor of the Hyacinth and dignity of the Purple Blood Rockies." Sweeping his gaze across everyone once more, Elder Otter's pupils went a little wild. Everyone was stumped about this. Otter raised this issue to be a matter of their species' dignity, and everyone figured it must be something major, so they all felt somewhat on edge. Just now, Hyacinth lost. Someone has seen through his subterfuge, even giving Sakura a beating, Otter bemoaned in pain. What? Brother Hyacinth lost? Just who could have done this? To be so brazen and even beat Sister Sakura, too. Shameful. An absolute disgrace. Everyone turned toward Sakura, who used this opportunity to appear aggrieved. She slightly dabbed at her fake tears when, really, she was brimming with elation deep down. This was even more so when she saw everyone reacting indignantly on her behalf and even appeared like they would stop at nothing until they dealt with Xia Fei. Old Otter was shrewd in the ways of people, and he knew that this was the perfect opportunity when he saw that everyone had gotten riled up. Actually, it's not a big deal for Hyacinth and Sakura to have been seen through by someone else and, subsequently, taught a little lesson, Otter helplessly corrected. After all, it's our skill which is inferior. Saying this caused everyone to turn disgruntled. Elder Otter, Sakura is the precious child of the Rockies' leader, how could an outsider teach her a lesson just like that? That's right. That person's far too preposterous, daring to strike our precious Sakura. How could Brother Hyacinth have made a mistake? That person must have gotten lucky. Otter waved his arm to get everyone to settle down. They were all belligerent and angrily fuming. Hyacinth had single-handedly established this impersonator organization, and its results spoke for itself. Everyone respected it greatly, so now that someone had come causing trouble, even beating up their leader's daughter, there was no reason for any of them to simply take this lying down. This was what it meant to share weal and woe. Hyacinth did not just represent himself but rather a top organization, which had not experienced failure in 25 years. That person called Xia Fei is of unknown origin, and he's ruthless with his methods. He actually dared to claim that we, Hyacinth, aren't worthy of our name and that we, Rockies, are all dependent on the good name and prestige of our predecessors. Even an outsider like him managed to see through our subterfuge, which only means that it doesn't take much skill to speak of. I was originally feeling magnanimous, not planning to nitpick with that arrogant young man, but now that he's gone so far as to slander our entire tribe, how can this old man let that slide? This statement was met with cheers from everyone present. They were already feeling unhappy with Xia Fei for bullying Sakura, calling all Rockies useless basically incurred their wrath. Some of the more impatient Rockies lifted their weapons, wanting to seek Xia Fei and settle the score, while those who were more composed had a hard time keeping it together, their faces turning red as they listened to Elder Otter's words. Sakura, who was hiding in a corner, snickered, thinking to herself, this time, that villain will have nowhere to run. Sambo hesitantly patted Sakura's shoulder. Uncle Hyacinth is going to be mad at you for this. Sakura was about to throw a tantrum when she suddenly changed her mind. Smiling sweetly at Sambo, she blinked her doe eyes. Brother Sambo, you're afraid of my father getting angry. Are you perhaps unconcerned with the grievance Sakura is feeling? Sambo's chubby purple face turned red. The silly boy was completely helpless when it came to her, instantly changing his mind and crying that he must help avenge Sakura's honor, not caring even if he ended up getting kicked out of the organization. Wait. Elder Otter got up and everyone went silent. They waited for the old man to give the order to make their move and grind Xia Fei into pieces. We are impersonators, so we shall deal with this by the rules of impersonators. We can't be reckless in the least. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Actually, Otter still had other considerations to make. He clearly saw what Xia Fei was capable of from the few moves he had shown thus far. Anyone in his line of work would have keen observation skills. It was important for him to clearly identify just what kind of person could be dealt with head-on and what sort needed trickery. There was also the defense-type Law Emperor Seth by Xia Fei's side. Just Xia Fei alone was troublesome enough to deal with, especially given how ruthless and quick he was. Even if Otter led this troop of over 100 Rockies, they may not be the young man's match. That was why he decided to use the strength of the organization to their advantage: impersonation. Trickery. I personally witnessed Ah Fei using that dark red dagger and pointing it at Sakura. The tip of the blade was just shy of causing injury. We must somehow obtain his weapon or his spatial ring and teach him an unforgettable lesson. Let him know that Hyacinth is the true elite in the field. It's through our sheer talent that we've remained flawless in these 25 years. Everyone was excited. They felt that Elder Otter's idea was ingenious. As long as they managed to snatch away Xia Fei's most cherished weapon, even if he wanted to bow and admit his fault, they would not accept it. A warrior losing his weapon was the greatest shame. It was no different from a slap. This move was a lot more vicious than directly killing him. Giving them orders one after another, members from the most outstanding subterfuge organization in exiled grounds quickly departed, each determined to let Xia Fei have a taste of their prowess. Leaving Hyacinth's abode, Xia Fei strolled along as he mulled over his plan. Now that Hyacinth had clearly stated that he could not help him with his matter, he had no choice but to come up with something else. White Horse Constellation, the Yu family. These were a few of the places which Xia Fei could not get near to. After all, the bounty of 1 million grade 4 origin crystals for his head had already pushed Xia Fei to the cusp of the storm. This was not his first time, but he had never experienced being targeted by so many super experts before. He needed to go about his business with even greater caution than ever. He needed to observe with utmost vigilance. In order to pull open the layers of curtain behind Yu Hua, Xia Fei needed to send men over. Moon Song could do him a favor and help him keep an eye on the Yu family, but he had no intention of ever putting her at risk. He needed to find someone, or even a whole group of people, to enter White Horse Constellation and put their lives on the line for him. Even if they were unable to take out the enemy, they must at least leave his foes in a terrible fix. An impersonator was the linchpin to Xia Fei's whole plan, so now that Hyacinth had rejected him, did that mean he had to turn to the Shepherd-ians? Xia Fei shook his head. Shepherd-ians had not left a good impression on him. If he was simply looking to destroy his enemies, the Shepherd-ians would indeed be a good choice because of how merciless their methods were, hardly giving any regard to the rules in the least. However, what Xia Fei was trying to do was to unveil the mastermind pulling the strings from behind the scenes. The blind reckless devastation that Shepherd-ians brought to the table would not fulfill his requirement. Lionheart Emperor Oro pursed his lips, expressing his slight dissatisfaction. Why don't you go and deal with Quinn first before coming back to search for an impersonator? You'll just end up losing up more if Quinn ends up fleeing while you dawdle. Xia Fei smiled. Relax. It's not like I'm just staying for a single day here in exiled grounds. He's not going to get away. The fact that you're so anxiously hurrying me to get to it, do you perhaps have another purpose in mind? Oro felt a rush of dejection as he helplessly answered, Quinn has a copy of the Law of Life, so we must exterminate him as soon as possible. If it ever ends up in the hands of my foes, then all that torture I went through while refusing to hand over the Law of Life will have been for naught. Besides, Quinn has taken several other things aside from the Law of Life. We must get them back as fast as we can. Xia Fei was puzzled. The fact that you're so hung up on it, the items you're talking about must be something else. The old demon lord did not reply, which was as good as a silent admission. Xia Fei could not help but secretly wonder just what could be the items that Oro so anxiously wanted to get back. Aside from Quinn's life, there was probably some secret which should not be divulged. Master, where are we off to now? Seth asked glumly. He was the one who had brought Xia Fei to Hyacinth, and now that the latter had rejected the job offer, Seth was feeling rather embarrassed at the moment. Let's head to the city and look around the mercenary guild. I still need a few more men. Seth perked up. There are plenty of large mercenary groups. The Flying Dragon Society, Joint Doors, Fierce Bull, Tower of Stars and Moon are some of them, and they are all very amazing. Too bad I don't really have any connections with these top mercenary groups, so there's no way for me to introduce you to them. After all, the work I used to do isn't exactly well regarded by the mercenaries, so most won't really care to pay us any attention. Xia Fei knew very well what he meant. Seth could only lower his head and admit defeat when he encountered a powerful enemy, unable to find anyone to help him at all. It was all ultimately due to his use of two insidious methods in the past, drawing the ire of the people. Though Hyacinth had been polite when they were speaking, it was clear that he despised Seth. His popularity and relations with people were truly terrible, but that was to be expected. The man was someone who made a living out of preying on civilians at the end of the day. No one would bat an eyelid to what happened to him. It's fine. I'm not looking for a mercenary group, anyway, Xia Fei casually answered. Seth still lacked the qualifications for Xia Fei to share his thoughts yet. Xia Fei was contemplating his plan as he walked, arriving at a wooden bridge after leaving the bamboo forest. The bridge was no more than 2 meters wide, with a clear stream running below. He saw people struggling up on the bridge, where 7 or 8 men were surrounding an older gentleman. They were all dressed like warriors decked out in armor, brandishing different weapons in hand. Looks like a passing mercenary group. Look at their armor, though they are all different, they all have the same red bandana with a horse pattern imprinted on them. This is a method mercenaries often use to prevent them from mistakenly injuring their own, Seth told Xia Fei. Unable to convince Hyacinth, Seth was very eager to prove himself in front of Xia Fei. With how keen Xia Fei's eyes were, he had already seen through this group of men before him. What he was most interested in was the big lizard which was sitting next to the elderly gentleman. There were 9 vertical scales growing on its back, which were as red as the setting sun. It was staring at the mercenaries with a pair of small golden eyes, occasionally extending out its pink whip-like tongue. Is that an undead beast king, the 9-armored land drake? Xia Fei's eyes sparkled as he muttered to himself. Chapter 663, Nitrox. Is that an undead beast king, the 9-armored land drake? Xia Fei's eyes sparkled as he muttered to himself. The 9-armored land drake was a level 9 beast king. It was an undead, so despite its fairly majestic appearance at the moment, it was actually a living corpse. Different from other types of exotic beasts, the 9-armored land drake had a nucleus that was formed by absorbing cosmic origin energy. It was called the Beast Spirit Core. The Beast Spirit Codex had mentioned this, but while exotic beasts had a Beast Spirit Fire, undead exotic beasts would actually ossify this Beast Spirit Fire into a shiny crystal core. As long as the crystal core remained intact, no one would be able to kill it. Flesh which got chopped off could regrow, and it was the same for its internal organs. Unless that Beast Spirit Core got shattered, the creature could just keep coming back to life. After all, the Beast Spirit Core was an amalgamation of both the cosmic origin energy and the life force that exotic beasts uniquely possessed. It was very sturdy on its own and difficult to break without some superhuman cultivation or a divinely sharp weapon. These sorts of beasts were called undead not because they could not die but because most warriors would have no means by which to deal with them. Xia Fei did not care about what undead exotic beast. The peanut-sized furball on his shoulder was a holy beast, after all, and he was several times stronger than this dull and foolish lizard. What really stopped Xia Fei's heart was the 9 vertical scales which were on the 9-armored land drake's back. They were sharp like honed knives and were faintly pulsating fiery red. A single glance and he could tell that it was something else. An undead exotic beast was of course quite magical, but the 9 vertical scales were far more fascinating than the exotic beast itself. Haha! A 9-armored land drake! Lionheart Emperor Oro somewhat excitedly said. There are plenty of treasures all over an undead exotic beast. Aside from its impressive fighting power, it can also be used as medicine. That crystal core inside can even be used as additional material in the creation of law weapons, giving weapons or armor additional attributes. The artificers would probably go mad if they were to come across one. It's precisely because undead exotic beasts are filled with such valuables that law warriors will hunt for them on a large scale. As such, they have become endangered nowadays, almost on the verge of extinction. Meeting a 9-armored land drake here is truly a rare chance. Why don't you ask these mercenaries if they're selling it and buy that beast from them? It's not like you have a lack of money, either. Xia Fei did not respond. The old demon lord was right, the 9-armored land drake's body was filled with treasures, and Xia Fei was far more aware of this fact than Oro as an inheritor of the Beast Spirit Codex. Those 9 fiery scales, as well as that crystal core inside its body, were enough to form a set of nitrox. Nitrox, or also called an instantaneous accelerator, gave a user super acceleration. At present, Xia Fei's speed surpassed 30,000 km per second, but if he was holding onto nitrox, he could see his speed increase by threefold, reaching 90,000 km per second. The 9 vertical scales were the key to activating nitrox, with every activation consuming 1 scale. This meant that he could instantly accelerate 9 times, and the 9 armored land drake's scales would appear fiery red when fully grown. A threefold increase would just be the minimum, since it was possible for it to reach 4 or even 5 times the speed. If his opponent had a speed of 50,000 while he only had 30,000, there was no doubt that the slower Xia Fei would fall into passivity. After all, it was a huge headache to face someone with superior speed. Even an immemorial mystical armament like Peacock Blue would have trouble ensnaring such an opponent, so how would Xia Fei be able to give them a beating if he could not even pin them down? How would he be able to pierce them with the blood crystal? If he had nitrox, Xia Fei could instantaneously suppress his enemies, and the unlucky ones would be those completely unprepared to face this sudden acceleration. Charging over, a single cut would decide the battle. Clean and decisive. Against enemies who were faster than him, nitrox was definitely a must. The corners of his lips curled as Xia Fei mused. Though the 9 armored land drake is good, this group doesn't seem friendly. Just as the old demon lord wanted to ask why, that old gentleman on the bridge suddenly spoke. Do you all want this beast king drake of mine? That's right. Why don't you tell us your price? A mercenary with curly hair stepped up and asked. Humph. The old gentleman scoffed. This drake is my precious, and there's no way I'm selling it. You can try and kill it if you've got the ability to, this old man won't complain if you succeed. Those are your words, not mine. You'd better not be heartbroken if I end up killing it. That pack of mercenaries all got excited as they began yelling all together. However, the older gentleman's face turned frigid. If you fail to kill my precious, you'll have to hand over the weapon you've got in your hands, as compensation. The mercenaries all wavered. It turned out that this old coot wanted to have a wager with them, letting them use their weapons to attack the 9 armored land drake. If they failed, they would all have to hand over their weapons. It was as if the drake understood the language they were speaking, for it raised its head high and proudly, looking like it did not care about what was being discussed. The mercenaries were all enraged, raring to give it a shot. Unfortunately, they did not know that it was an undead exotic beast. It would hardly be worth much if a simple stab was all it took to kill the undead. This was not mentioning the fact that the 9 armored land drake was a level 9 beast king, only a step away from being a divine beast. Forget these mercenaries, even a law emperor or a great law emperor would be useless against it. An undead exotic beast was just that transcendental of an existence. Let me go first. A silly fatty unclasped a trident from his waist. It was inky black, looking like it was a fairly decent weapon. Old man, you're too full of yourself. Today, I'll let you know that there's no such thing as an unkillable exotic beast. The elder gentleman stroked his beard, a look of disapproval appearing when he heard that statement. Meanwhile, that 9 armored land drake's head seemed to have lifted even higher as its golden beady eyes became filled with scorn. The fat mercenary bellowed with rage and stabbed his trident forward. Squelch! His trident stabbed into the land drake's body, but that strange beast did not even flinch, as if it were a statue. What? What's going on here? The mercenaries were all bewildered, completely at a loss. Does it not know pain? Not even bleeding, is this lizard a fake? Just as everyone was airing out their exasperation and surprise, they saw that black trident slowly get pushed out from its body, falling onto the bridge. Meanwhile, the wound that the trident created moments ago healed up as if nothing had happened. It closed up. This lizard couldn't have an immortal body, could it? The mercenaries were all visibly annoyed. None of them had witnessed such a magical scene before. The wound actually healed by itself? What else was there left to say? Could this strange lizard really possess an immortal body? The elder gentleman chuckled, and with a wave of his hand, that trident on the floor of the bridge disappeared. That settles it. Your weapon's mine. Is there anyone else who dares make another attempt? Go on ahead. Saying this, the gentleman threw an inadvertent glance at Xia Fei. With him standing so near, the young man had obviously seen and heard this. When he saw that Xia Fei was not making a move, that curly-haired mercenary stepped up and attempted to attack the 9 armored land drake. Having learned from his comrade's lesson, he used a knife that glowed blue and stabbed it right into the lizard's head. Anyone could tell that it had been coated with a layer of poison, showing just how sinister this method was. Unfortunately, how could an undead exotic beast be poisoned? His weapon was also taken by the gentleman. Everyone was infuriated, each of them trying all sorts of means and weapons to attack the beast. The 9 armored land drake did not care, and the elder gentleman did not step in to stop them, either. In just the span of 2 seconds, the lizard had managed to abstract over 20 weapons from the crowd. Daggers, long knives, short swords, and long swords. There was even an awl, which was used to pry open red wine corks. Clatter! These weapons all dropped to the ground like before, while the beast's body, which was filled with injuries, had all but healed in less than a second. Everyone was flabbergasted. The expression on their faces was priceless. Amazing! Truly amazing! The elder gentleman collected all the weapons on the ground as he cupped his hands. I must admit that you, gentlemen, have been far too kind to give me so many precious weapons, enough for this old man to buy plenty of wine. The mercenaries all bristled in anger, but they had no idea what to say. At the end of the day, they had a verbal agreement that they would relinquish their weapons if they failed to kill that lizard, so their only option was to suppress whatever frustration they felt bubbling inside. Xia Fei had been watching everything with a cold smirk. He strode over, and these mercenaries tacitly parted a path for him. None of them had the disappointment they were showing before but were evidently very excited, instead. Shuffle. The 9 armored land drake, which had been very arrogant before, suddenly lowered its head like a frosted eggplant, its entire body going soft as it kept licking Xia Fei's 2 feet, appearing to be absolutely servile. Everyone was very puzzled. Xia Fei had neither said a word nor done anything, so why would the undead level 9 Beast King just go soft like that? Its air of majesty had disappeared as well. Slap! Xia Fei gave Furball, who was perched on his shoulder as usual, a slap. Why did you go and scare it? Furball was now as small as a peanut and was hardly conspicuous. No one would have noticed him had Xia Fei not moved his hand. Furball was not in the least bit annoyed after taking a hit from Xia Fei, instead, he became even more eager to ingratiate himself to Xia Fei. The mercenaries had no clue just what sort of creature Furball was, but the older gentleman was very much aware. The expression on his face was livid, as sweat the size of beans trickled down. A holy beast! That's the holy beast Shatterstar, the elder gentleman yelped in his mind. This was especially so after he saw how Xia Fei had just given the holy beast a tight slap. That act frightened him immensely. It was far more appropriate for most to treat the holy beast with reverence. Who would even dare to do what Xia Fei did and slap the beast? Did he not know that what he struck was a dignified holy beast? That was not all. Just as the elder gentleman was still reeling from shock, Xia Fei chided Furball once more, remember, it's not okay to scare others. Furball nodded his head as if he understood what Xia Fei had said. You need to kill them like I do. Xia Fei said this very casually as if he were discussing whether to eat bread or biscuit for breakfast. With that said, a red blur flashed past right into the 9 armored land drake's back. The 1.5-meter-long lizard was fat and weird. The instant his blood crystal stabbed its flesh, the Beast King 9 armored land drake let out a shrill cry of heart-rending pain. Without any resistance, it pleaded pitifully and was overcome with fright. Whoosh! Like a football that had been deflated, the 9 armored land drake, which weighed over 300 pounds, rapidly shrank. 1 second. The level 9 Beast King, which was still alive a second ago, turned into a dried-up mummy almost instantaneously. Thunk! Xia Fei shattered the desiccated carcass with a single kick, locating its golden crystal core within, then he took the 9 vertical scales on its back, holding them in his hand to observe. Everything had happened so quickly. Before the crowd could react, Xia Fei had already taken care of the 9 armored land drake. They all showed unbelievably shocked faces, looking as devastated as if their own mother had died. This was especially true for the elderly gentleman, whose turbid eyes were shedding tears. Thanks. After saying just that one word, Xia Fei patted the dumbfounded Seth and continued along his way across the wooden bridge. To even offer up an undead Beast King so that you could put on a show, you guys are truly very professional, Xia Fei seemingly said to himself. Cough. Hearing that, the already heartbroken elder gentleman could no longer hold back and actually threw up a mouthful of blood. He went pale. Stop right there. The gentleman wiped the blood from his mouth and shakily got up. Chapter 664, Challenging Hyacinth. Stop right there. The gentleman wiped the blood from his mouth and shakily got up. Xia Fei really came to a halt, turning around to give them a smile. What, was I mistaken? Everyone was speechless. They looked questioningly at the elder gentleman. Actually, this person was none other than Hyacinth's father, Otter, and this show had indeed been his orchestration from the start. The atmosphere got a little tense. Seth rolled up his sleeves and stood beside Xia Fei. He had no idea what was happening, but he did get the sense that the situation was going awry. Elder Otter could not take that comment lying down, so he called for Xia Fei to stay. He had practically gone dizzy from anger by now. He really wanted to chide Xia Fei for doing something wrong, but he could not just point out what exactly the latter did wrong. After all, this had been a scenario he set up, and the undead 9-armored land drake was something he allowed others to kill. However, it just so happened that the undead exotic beast was no match for Blood Crystal. Xia Fei did not waste any strength to kill it, even harvesting its precious resources, which were enough for him to make nitrox, along the way. Xia Fei raised an eyebrow, turning round and stalking over. His expression exuded his killing intent. These mercenaries immediately stood in front of Otter once they saw the change in the situation. At this point, even a fool could tell that they had all been on the same side to begin with. The term impersonator was nothing more than an euphemism. The truth was that these impersonators were more like swindlers. Imitating others was just a part of their subterfuge, but more often than not, it was just layers and layers of scenarios, nothing more than activities which allowed them to swindle others. How very interesting. I came here today in order to ask Hyacinth for help in doing some things, which more or less makes me a potential client. I don't mind that you all rejected my request, but to turn around and spring this trap for me to walk into, just what could be the reason for this? Xia Fei asked coldly, strolling over slowly as he did. Seth knew how powerful this group was. He originally had no intention of clashing with Hyacinth, but he had no choice but to put his life on the line for Xia Fei, so all he could do was puff his chest out and glare menacingly. Elder Otter's expression changed many times before he hissed through gritted teeth, "You're the one who injured my granddaughter first." Bullshit. Xia Fei cursed unceremoniously. If not for your precious granddaughter seeking to trick me, would I retaliate? Besides, I could have easily killed anyone if it had been my intention to do so, not to mention a 14-year-old girl. I wouldn't even break a sweat killing the lot of you together. What arrogance! We, Hyacinth, aren't no pushovers, the curly-haired, middle-aged man yelled, furious as well. Whoosh! Xia Fei suddenly disappeared from where he stood, and when the next time he appeared, he had already scored an uppercut directly at that curly-haired man's chin. Crack! His lower jawbone shattered, and several teeth and purple blood came flying out. Due to the force from the uppercut, that man who weighed over 200 pounds went flying out in a parabolic arc, like a kite with its string cut, before he landed into the river nearby. Splash! What do I have to do with you being pushovers? You claim I'm arrogant? Why don't I show you all what true arrogance means? In this world, our fists do the talking, so if you think you've got a hard enough fist, come right at me. If you can survive one round against me, I'll take your surname. Icy killing intent pervaded. Xia Fei had really gotten enraged by now, and the pent-up rage in his belly was having free rein of his emotions. A powerful aura instantly engulfed that bridge, shrouding the bamboo forest all around. Rustle! Those members of Hyacinth, who had been hiding in the forest, all arrived at that bridge, forming a mob of over 100. Aside from Hyacinth and his wife Poria, this organization of impersonators, who had not tasted defeat in 25 years, all assembled. The warriors among them stood in front, and even those support members who were not particularly versed in combat also eyed Xia Fei furiously. That uppercut Xia Fei had delivered was a sort of signal. He was intent on becoming enemies with the Hyacinth. On one side was an elite organization from exiled grounds, and on the other side stood Xia Fei and Seth. Though it was just the two of them, Xia Fei did not have the slightest inclination to retreat. His stern gaze did not seem to be showing any regard for any of these 100 men before him whatsoever. Grinding his teeth, Seth quickly calculated the ultimate results of what might actually happen if they were to clash. As a level 2 law emperor, taking on 30-odd men at once was no problem, while Xia Fei and his unfathomable cultivation was someone Seth admired greatly. Crag defense could hardly hold against Xia Fei, so Seth had no doubt that these impersonators could do anything to him, either. Just a bit of mental simulation and Seth soon realized that his side had a very high chance of winning. As such, he stepped in front of Xia Fei and lectured the enemy loudly, "You swindlers actually dared to challenge my master. How preposterous! You must all be tired of living. If you don't kneel and apologize soon, I'm afraid I'll have to tear you all up and feed you to the dogs." Otter's expression chilled. Seth's words were akin to dousing a fire with oil. With how things had escalated, it seemed like there was no other outcome to this situation aside from a fight. Plop. Seth was secretly pleased with his grand show of loyalty, but what he had not expected was for Xia Fei to pick him up directly and toss him several meters out. His huge frame crashed down on the bridge, the impact almost strong enough for him to break through the wooden bridge. "Scram! I don't need you here," Xia Fei growled discourteously. These people did not know Xia Fei, but many knew about Seth, and they knew that he was a law emperor with the rare law of defense. The fact that a law emperor would accept Xia Fei as his master was shocking enough, but for Xia Fei to treat Seth so rudely as well, picking him up and throwing him with such force that he lay sprawled on the ground, not even giving the man a sliver of face, just what sort of logic was that? Otter was secretly bemoaning his fate deep down. He had always enjoyed studying exotic beasts since young, and he knew that the little ball on Xia Fei was the holy beast Shatterstar. Given how Xia Fei had unreservedly slapped a holy beast, of course he would not hold any regard for Law Emperor Seth, either. There were plenty of Law Emperors in the circle, but the holy beast Shatterstar was a unique existence. Otter could tell from Xia Fei's slapping verbal that he was definitely not an enemy to be trifled with. It was just that the undead Beast King 9 armored land drake had been his companion for many years, and he could not bear seeing it die just like that. That was why he had yelled at Xia Fei like he did, but he did not expect that his own disciples would take it as the old man deciding to reduce this matter into a fight, so they all showed themselves from their hiding spots. "You may come at me all at once." Xia Fei came to a halt about a dozen meters away from where they all stood, uttering out this line emotionlessly. Everyone gritted their teeth and looked at Otter, waiting for him to give the order. Otter was deathly afraid of giving this order. He knew that Xia Fei would not show even a hint of mercy once he acted, and a single mistake would be all it took for Hyacinth to be wiped fresh of their existence from here on out. The crowd was visibly agitated, but the elderly Otter pondered over just how he could perfectly back away from this conflict without crossing Xia Fei or causing himself to lose face. It just so happened that this was the very moment when that curly-haired man, who had been tossed into the river, came charging out, his two hands holding high agree axe, which was cleaving right at Xia Fei. Because his lower jaw had been shattered by Xia Fei's punch, his mouth was a mangle of flesh. No one could tell just what he was trying to say, and it seemed like he was demanding for Xia Fei to pay a similar price. "Don't!" Otter yelled in his panic. He knew very well that there was still a way to guide this altercation toward a peaceful resolution, but if this conflict escalated, hypothetically, then there would be no end to the slaughter ahead. Unfortunately for him, his words had come out a step too late. Everyone saw as Xia Fei's figure suddenly disappeared, abruptly grabbing a hold of that curly-haired man in mid-air as easy as if he were catching a sparrow. He used two fingers to seize that man's throat, and the slightest exertion of force from Xia Fei caused that man to howl. The water of the river was intermingled with purple blood, which kept dripping off the bridge. Even his tears had mixed in, and another thing mixing from this release of bodily fluids was pee. Seeing just how powerful Xia Fei was, the old demon lord chuckled. "Looks like you're not planning to hire Hyacinth anymore. Kill them all and exiled grounds may not have a stronger organization anymore. Why don't you let them off if they're willing to cooperate with you?" Xia Fei frowned. "Originally, I didn't plan to trouble this group of impersonators who make a living out of cheating people, but the fact that they dared to come up with a plan just to take my weapon. You're of greater seniority. You ought to understand just how serious a problem this is." Oro did not say another word. A warrior's weapon was akin to their life, and its importance could not be further emphasized. It was a good thing that Xia Fei had seen through this ruse. Not only did he not lose his blood crystal, he even managed to kill the undead Beast King. However, their initial intention was sinister, and they had violated a great taboo for a warrior. Pursing his lips, Oro found it hard to say what he originally wanted to say in an attempt to persuade Xia Fei. If he were in his shoes, Hyacinth might probably already be subjected to great calamity at this moment. Just as he thought that there would be no way to clean up this mess, a sudden cry interrupted the tense atmosphere. "Brother Afei, Brother Seth, have mercy!" From afar, Hyacinth and Poria came running over in a panic, and behind them were Sakura and the teenager Sambo. Though Sakura was pampered, she had never been someone who had a bad nature, and she was a lot smarter than people of her age. She had been hiding in the forest, wanting to watch the situation with Xia Fei unfold, but Xia Fei ended up seeing through Otter's ruse, and both sides clashed as a result. Sakura knew that impersonators were no warriors. Their strength lay in using disguises to perform trickery and subterfuge. There was no way that they would be a match for a professional warrior like Xia Fei. In the first place, she had been the one who caused this situation by embellishing details, which infuriated Otter and caused him to attempt cheating Xia Fei of his weapon just so they could show him what they were capable of. However, now that his plan had failed and Xia Fei had been angered, the instigator Sakura was of course terrified. She ignored the consequences of letting her parents find out and ran back home to bring both Hyacinth and Poria over. "Brother Afei, let us talk things over properly. We are all friends here. Is there a need for such escalation?" Hyacinth anxiously implored. Xia Fei let out a mirthless laugh. "I treated you all as friends, but did you all extend the same kindness to me? A tiger will be mistaken for a sick cat if it doesn't show its fangs. To think that you'd actually plan to cheat me of my weapon. A warrior's weapon is akin to their second life, just how do you intend to settle this score?" While his words sounded unforgiving, Xia Fei still showed a measure of leeway. That was because he had suddenly thought of a plan that could possibly allow him to take a sizable bite off Hyacinth. The scary thing about Xia Fei was his willingness to stake his life whenever he went crazy, while his analytical skills were overwhelming when he saw reason. Be it martial or aptitude means, Xia Fei was not someone who would let anyone take advantage of him. Hyacinth's expression froze slightly. His eyes were looking strangely at these comrades whom he had worked with all these years. A quick glance of his father's look of uncertainty, and Hyacinth instantly understood everything there and then. "Brother Afei, I am the leader of this organization, so I will bear full responsibility for this transgression. Can you let my comrades off and slowly discuss this?" Sakura clenched her teeth and admitted through quivering lips, "Actually, this whole thing is my fault. Xia Fei cut the girl off gruffly before she could even finish. He could already tell that there was something strange about this. Though he did not manage to come to an agreement with Hyacinth for their services, it would not have devolved into a point where they would see the need to target him. Xia Fei instantly understood everything when Sakura spoke up. It turned out that it was this lass who had instigated things. After having figuratively gotten a hold of Hyacinth by its pigtail, Xia Fei was in the process of acquiring the organization's aid, so if Sakura took the initiative to admit her mistake right now, Xia Fei would be unable to act viciously. At the end of the day, she was still a little girl, and there was no way that Xia Fei could be petty over the antics of a child. "You don't have to say anything more. I don't care what excuses you give, what's done is done. I don't care if you try to placate me with flattery or try to deny what happened. Playtime is over." Xia Fei ominously barked. "I'll give you two options. Either we let go by the rules of a warrior and let this descend into a massacre, with me facing every one of you. Or we can follow the rules of you, impersonators, and let us do a ruse-off. It will also be me against all of you. Since we're doing this, let's do it to the utmost. I'll let you all experience a convincing defeat." Everyone gathered was completely taken aback by this. Xia Fei intended to challenge Hyacinth all by himself. It would be either a martial or aptitude challenge. Such arrogance! Absolute arrogance! Chapter 665, 3 Lives for 3 Lives. Xia Fei's arrogance was embedded in his bones. With his aura of insufferable arrogance rearing its ugly head, everyone on that bridge could feel the pressure he was exerting. A dole of turtle doves nearby might have perhaps been affected by the stifling aura he was giving off, so they flew away in a panic from within the forest, getting away as far as they could from this place. "Yours truly will let you all experience a satisfying defeat today." Xia Fei's 2 eyes were filled with rage as he raised his one hand and made this declaration. After that moment of shock subsided, this mob, which was acknowledged to be the best impersonators in exiled grounds, all flashed him a disdainful smile. Even Elder Otter heaved a sigh of relief. If they were to compete in terms of their martial strength, Hyacinth would not have too much confidence in coming out on top. There were just under 30 in the organization who could be considered warriors, but even they were incomparable to actual professional warriors. After all, they had to take care of many logistical tasks on top of training their martial techniques. They also had to learn the methods required to set up the scenarios for impersonators, so they would surely be worse off in both the degree of specialization and what combat experience they had. However, Xia Fei had given Hyacinth the right to choose the challenge, meaning that there was no way that they would be competing in terms of their martial strength but rather through a ruse-off between either party. A ruse-off was essentially a scam, and impersonation was a means of method for Hyacinth. Their real goal was to cheat and acquire, and as a top-class organization that specialized in such acts, they of course had the qualifications to be proud of themselves, since this was what they were good at. However, a look at Xia Fei's arrogant expression, and Hyacinth could not help but be somewhat worried. There was a saying about how someone who had not specialized in something would not dare to be so rash as to undertake said task. It seemed like Xia Fei was also similarly confident in his ability to compete in this aspect. Old swindlers who had traveled the world could not help but be nervous, guessing that Xia Fei must have some trump card he had yet to unveil. Those are your words. You must be rather bold to actually dare challenge us, Hyacinth, in a ruse-off. Your boldness is worthy of praise, but it is foolish not to know your limits. Different from the caution that the older generation of impersonators like Hyacinth, Poria, and Otter felt, the younger members all verbally mocked Xia Fei. To them, this was nothing more than a joke. Xia Fei must truly be overbearingly haughty that he would even dare to pit himself against Hyacinth with its flawless 25-year record. Sakura was very surprised, too. She had not been turned off by Xia Fei's brazen challenge but was, instead, strongly piqued and in awe by him. Girls loved heroes, and Sakura suddenly felt that Xia Fei was a lot taller and bigger than before. Even though she did not think that Xia Fei could win against her father and grandfather, at least he had the guts to challenge them. There were plenty who would not have even made the attempt. This time, Xia Fei will lose for sure. Hyacinth's skills are no joke. Could he really have gone insane, to actually want to challenge us to a ruse-off? Sambo, who was standing beside Sakura, felt relieved. Tisk. Sakura pouted as she swept her gaze over her fellow Rockies. What's there to be so happy about? Ruses are our bread and butter, there's hardly any honor if we win. They're so disgraceful, acting all happy like that. Have none of them thought that Xia Fei is a warrior, and that they may not even be his match even after ganging up together if he really clashes against us? Her bright eyes stared at Xia Fei. Sakura bit her lower lip and softly stated, one against many. Even if he loses, it will be a valiant defeat. Sambo knitted his eyebrows. Sakura. He's an outsider, after all. How could you speak for an outsider? So what if he is? He has far more courage than you all. Go away. I don't want you around me anymore. Sakura's willfulness was acting up again. Sambo's face was originally purple, but it turned into an ugly shade, similar to that of a pig's liver, after hearing what Sakura said. Women were said to be very outspoken, and it seemed that this was very true. Sambo was on the verge of dejection. It was clearly Sakura who had incited her grandfather into dealing with Xia Fei, causing this situation to descend into its current unmanageable state. Now, Sakura was speaking up for the human. Not too long ago, the man threw her into a muddy puddle. Not only did she no longer bear a grudge, she even showed a measure of fondness and respect for the bully Xia Fei. Just what sort of logic was this? If I knew that this would happen, I'd have beaten you up, too, Sambo indignantly said as he watched her walk away. How would Xia Fei know that he had inadvertently left a very bad impression on the mind of the idiot Sambo, who now believed that it was necessary to beat up a woman in order to woo her? Actually, in the ancient times, there were ancestors who would find a solid stick and bludgeon the one that they were fond of, dragging them back into a cave to consume it. Somehow, Sambo's thinking was no different from the ancient ones right now, a return to the old ways. Unfortunately, they were already a spacefaring society, and technique was required in everything. Though Xia Fei did manage to beat out feelings from someone, the young Sambo would most likely end up paying a terrible price if he tried to reenact the same thing. Splash! Xia Fei tossed that curly-haired man in his hand on the bridge, the latter then curled up and coughed heavily. Hyacinth furrowed his brows and ordered someone to help the man back. He approached Xia Fei by himself. Since Brother Xia Fei has thrown the gauntlet, we will accept your challenge. Xia Fei smiled and lit a cigarette. So you've decided? Hyacinth slightly nodded. I've already seen what Brother Xia Fei is capable of, and we will merely be overestimating ourselves if we accept a martial fight. We are impersonators, not warriors, after all, so we can only accept the aptitude challenge. We shall do a ruse-off. Xia Fei pouted. Hyacinth had spoken with great morality, as if Xia Fei had forced him to pick the ruse-off challenge. His eyes gave away smugness, seemingly having already assumed that Xia Fei would lose terribly. Seth tugged at Xia Fei and hesitantly stated, Master, perhaps you should reconsider this. Worry was etched all over his face. Seth did not believe that Xia Fei could win against these very clever swindlers. Xia Fei did not give any indication beyond a casual, the method will be very simple. Since you're all impersonators, we'll have a competition of impersonation. Hyacinth was slightly stunned before letting out a gasp of relief. Impersonation meant disguising as someone different. This was their line of work, and they were able to imitate a stranger right down to the slightest detail. No matter how they look or what they did, they would not have any problem at all. Xia Fei actually wanted to challenge impersonators in impersonation? That was as good as pointing the barrel of a gun right into his own mouth. No one would be optimistic of his chances. Still, I wonder how we will be competing. Hyacinth was gloating deep down, but his face was completely stern, looking very proper and humble. Even Seth could not bear to watch this any longer, believing that the man is clearly just bullying his master. Xia Fei flashed a slight smile. It's very simple. There will be two of me later, and as long as you can determine who's the real one, and which is the fake, you'll win. There was no need to tell just how happy Hyacinth felt deep down. They were all experts at impersonation and disguises, and he was even feeling a slight pity towards Xia Fei. This was clearly an act of trying to crack a stone with eggs, and Xia Fei must clearly have shorted out in his mind so much so that he would want to compete in this. All right, we'll do as you suggested. Feeling that the win was well within his grasp, Hyacinth spoke a lot more easily and gave off the air of a master. Xia Fei coldly harumphed. There ought to be something to be wagered for winning or losing, right? Hyacinth agreed. But of course. We'll listen to what Brother A Fei suggests. Xia Fei had been waiting for these words. Flicking away the cigarette butt in his hand, drawing a beautiful arc in the air before it landed in the water, Xia Fei somberly said, "Then let's bet our lives." He had not uttered this line loudly, but it was enough for everyone present to hear him. They were all astounded. A life wager was unlike anything else. Losing meant that their lives would be forfeit, and whether they lived or died would depend on what the other demanded. This was too heavy a bet to make. Sure enough, Hyacinth was worthy of being the leader of these impersonators. While others would panic upon hearing that, he, instead, appeared calm and composed. "Brother A Fei, you are but one person, and we have over 100 lives here. Won't it be a little unfair for us to wager our lives on this?" Xia Fei simply replied, "Who says it's just me? I have the Law Emperor Seth with me and the holy beast Shatterstar on my shoulder. The 3 lives of us will be used in exchange for yours, your father's, and your daughter's life. Isn't that fair?" Well, Hyacinth hesitated. Xia Fei was very strong, Seth was also very strong, and the holy beast Shatterstar was a unique existence throughout the entire universe. It almost seemed as if they were the ones who would be at the advantage if they wagered with them evenly. However, never could he understand just what trump card Xia Fei held that he would dare bet his life on this. There was no need to mention the regret that Seth was feeling. He had been afraid of being hunted down by Qin, which was why he sold himself off as a slave. He did not think that he would meet a master who would be so insane. Had he known that this would happen, he would have just gone all out against Qin. At least then, he would not be used by Xia Fei as a wager. Furball stuck his tongue out unhappily, but he was not worried about Xia Fei. He knew very well just how insane his master was and that Xia Fei was no fool. There was no way he would take on a fight he was not confident in winning, and winning measured risks had always been a move Xia Fei often used. The crowd was reeling. Nobody had expected this wager to be so significant. Hyacinth noticed his father slightly nod as he hesitated. He let out a sigh and knew right away what otter meant. He was an impersonator. Even if he were to take a subsequent loss from an outsider like Xia Fei, though the latter might not want to take his life, he would no longer have the face to continue living, either. He would simply become a laughingstock to everyone of his species. Facing such a situation, the only option he had was to accept. It was uncharacteristic for the purple blood Rockies to be cowards. "I agree." Hyacinth readily nodded once he thought about this, quite decisively regaining the graceful bearing that he had as the top impersonator. Xia Fei did not say a word, though the corner of his mouth did curve into a strange arc. Hyacinth was the first to step forward in the first round of this ruse-off. 2 middle-aged men of Hyacinth appeared on the bridge. Their clothes, looks, height, weight, and facial features, were all the same. Even their breathing was at the same cadence. They sure lived up to their name as top impersonators and being part of an organization that had not met with failure in 25 years. Though it was unknown who was impersonating Hyacinth, they were no doubt an expert. It was not hard to impersonate someone, and the hardest to impersonate would be their disposition, and these 2 Hyacinth's heartbeat and breathing were even in sync. It was completely unbelievable. These impersonators had long realized that, when 2 people appeared at the same time, they would likely see an increase in heartbeat due to feelings of doubts, and their blood pressure would rise as well. Any impersonator with experience would be able to determine who was real and who was fake by this. In order to avoid being exposed, Hyacinth had studied a physiological synchronization skill, so forget about Xia Fei wanting to differentiate the two in this manner. Even someone in their line of work would be unable to determine the real from the fake, and this was something he was very confident about. The time limit was 3 minutes, where he would have to admit defeat if he could not identify the real Hyacinth between the two. Delighted chuckles sounded from the forest around. Honestly, even these juniors of Hyacinth had no way of telling the real from fake, so they were absolutely certain that Xia Fei would lose. This was why they were laughing, with some even ridiculing Xia Fei. The left is the fake, Xia Fei softly answered. He did not even look at the two intently. The mockery came to an awkward stop. They had not even properly displayed their arrogance in full, yet Xia Fei had slapped them back to reality. The two Hyacinths sweated profusely, nearly fainting over. Not even 10 seconds had passed. The top-class master impersonator Hyacinth could not even last 10 seconds against Xia Fei? Now, that was what mockery really meant. Chapter 666, 3 Moles. The group was suddenly silent. Because Xia Fei had only taken 10 seconds to discover who was the impersonator. No way. Did Brother Hyacinth fail again? A member of the impersonator organization exclaimed in shock. Everyone suddenly remembered after hearing this that Xia Fei had already seen through Hyacinth's ruse before, and this time would be the second. The most renowned impersonator in the exiled grounds ended up losing consecutively. Who would have believed this? Enough blathering. Do any of you know which is fake? Nope. I can't tell them apart. That's right. Even we failed to see through Brother Hyacinth, so Xia Fei must have gotten lucky. Don't forget that it isn't just about spotting the impersonator. He must also provide the reason. It's still considered a loss if he doesn't provide a reasonable logic behind his choice. The crowd nodded their heads repeatedly. There were only 2 choices in such a true or false ruse, so there's a 50% chance of getting it right. That was why they had to also provide a believable reason aside from identifying the impersonator from the real deal. The reason why these juniors of Hyacinth were speechless was that Xia Fei had already differentiated the real from the fake. None of them had been able to make sense of this, so how could they know whether Xia Fei was right or wrong? Brother Hyacinth, say something. Is he correct or not? Do you even have to ask? He must have given a wild guess, why else do you think Brother Hyacinth is ignoring him? Oh, so I see. I thought that Xia Fei had seen through him. Heck, no. Brother Hyacinth is the greatest impersonator of all time. How could he lose like that? We need to teach this conceited rascal a proper lesson, let him know just how great we impersonators are. To actually dare make a wild guess and muddle through this ruse off, how utterly detestable. The juniors and disciples were all confident that Xia Fei had no clue. The louder they got, the more hurt Hyacinth felt in his heart as he stood there on the bridge. This was because Xia Fei had actually gotten the correct answer. The 2 Hyacinths sweated profusely, one paled while the other went livid. The former's calf shook ever so slightly, while the latter ground his teeth. Everyone else was behind them, so none of them knew the torture that these 2 were currently experiencing. The 25 years that they were so proud of, their fame that had spread across the stars, was shattered like dust in the wind at this moment, all due to Xia Fei's answer. A completely emotionless reveal. You're correct, Hyacinth unwillingly admitted after quite some time passed. He did not speak loudly, soft like the buzzing of a fly. Brother Hyacinth, what did you just say? We didn't hear it. Say it once more for that pretentious rascal to hear. Those behind him were still deluding themselves, and every word they said was like a little knife that stabbed right into Hyacinth's shivering heart. I said. He's correct. Unable to bear it any longer, Hyacinth yelled his answer word by word. As if he was being slapped each time, his face turned red. Thunk. Several men collapsed onto the ground. They were unable to accept the truth. Did the renowned Hyacinth actually lose? Some of the more disgruntled continued to shout after a pause, tell him to give us the reason. We'd tear him apart if he merely guessed the answer. That's right. What's the reason? Speak or none of us will let you off today. Brother Hyacinth, don't worry. That kid must have been guessing. They were clutching onto this final straw. These juniors clamored once more, while a slight hope wavered in Hyacinth's heart, hoping that Xia Fei had indeed just guessed correctly, the latter would suffer heavy reprisals if he failed to give a good reason. Unfortunately, none of these people understood Xia Fei at all, and this hope of theirs would soon turn into despair. Not only do I know that the left is the impersonator, I even know that he is your brother Hyacinth's father. Xia Fei smiled as he faced the crowd. It's because he has this lingering scent on him, an exotic beast scent, most likely the residue from his many years of rearing exotic beasts. At that moment, Hyacinth and those impersonators were all left speechless. Everyone knew that Hyacinth's father, Otter, really liked exotic beasts, and he had a whole menagerie of beasts aside from his undead 9-armored land drake. When he was not on assignment, Otter would spend his time surrounded by these beasts, and the teenager Sambo's job was to help take care of these precious beasts of Otter's. There was once when Elder Otter borrowed a hefty sum of shared funds from Hyacinth all just to buy a golden wing flying serpent, only clearing this debt just 2 years ago. This matter had even caused quite a bit of criticism to be levied his way, and if it had not been for Hyacinth being far too powerful, someone would have stepped up to impeach the old man already. To use public funds just so he could buy an exotic beast, it was evidence that Otter was truly a fanatic of exotic beasts. Everyone knew that what Xia Fei had said made sense, that it must have been the result of this lingering smell that exposed his identity. Hyacinth had mulled over long and hard in order to find someone who could impersonate himself, ultimately deciding that only those closest to him would be able to pull it off impeccably. His father, wife, and daughter were all the best choices, and they had the cultivation to do it. However, ever since Xia Fei saw through Sakura's previous impersonation, Hyacinth could not help but have reservations, afraid that Xia Fei would pick out some feminine traits that they were unable to hide. He had witnessed Xia Fei's keen observational skills firsthand, so his father, Otter, became the only choice. Otter had raised him until adulthood and had gotten along with each other over several decades. They shared the same blood and were truly kin, so he figured that this should work well, believing that there was really no one else out there who could better impersonate him. However, he still ended up surprised. Xia Fei had actually managed to see through his ruse again. Uncle Hyacinth's Universal Spring Flourish is a top-rated aura suppression technique. Even if there's any lingering scent of exotic beasts on Elder Otter, it should have been eliminated, so how could that be how he got discovered? The honest Sambo was still shaking his head, wondering to himself. This dissatisfied complaint was heard by the crowd, and that reminded everyone else about it. That's right. Universal Spring Flourish is an ultimate technique of ours. No one has seen through it in 25 years, so how could it not work with Xia Fei? There must be some trick to this. Could he be cheating us? Explain yourself. Just how did you counter Universal Spring Flourish? How did you discover the smell of exotic beasts? The crowd was riled again. No one could believe that Xia Fei had managed to see through the ultimate technique that Hyacinth had painstakingly studied. Hyacinth himself was suspicious of this explanation. His Universal Spring Flourish was similar to Xia Fei's breath control, able to eliminate an individual's presence, making it possible for the user to blend perfectly into a crowd. It also allowed for the synchronous control of the heart rate and blood pressure, so even people in their line of work could not see through the disguise at all. How could Xia Fei have succeeded? The racket got louder, but Xia Fei merely let out a cold chuckle. A bunch of fools. Do you all think I only depended on the scent to determine the fake? What else could you have relied on then? You're the one who said that Elder Otter had the smell of exotic beasts on him. Xia Fei swept his mocking gaze over the crowd as he answered, people who rear exotic beasts over a long time will carry a peculiar ferocity unique to exotic beasts. This sort of nature will seep deep into their very being, and every gesture they make will demonstrate this intensity. No amount of profound technique can mask that. Your Universal Spring Flourish can remove the scent that a nose is able to smell, but it can't remove the ferocity that has seeped into his very bones. That is how I sensed him. Besides this unerasable scent on him, your disguise can't be considered perfect, either. There's more, the crowd explained in shock. The hair. The number of hair strands a person has is in the tens of thousands, and it is the hardest to hide. Furthermore, a person will gradually grow white hair as they get older, and this white hair will first begin to deteriorate from the roots, the color of the hair fading until it's completely white. These are all flaws that you can't completely cover up. In any case, there's hair that is half white, where the top half is white while the bottom is still black. Xia Fei explained casually, giving these self-proclaimed impersonators a lesson. Nobody would have thought that besides the factor of odor, Xia Fei had even found 7 other flaws from Elder Otter's impersonation. Every difference he pointed out was a fatal flaw in itself. Reality has proven that there's simply no such thing as impeccable in this world, and it's really just a matter of how keen a person's observational skills are. Xia Fei was not too loud when he said this, but every word he said resonated loudly. Everyone was dumbfounded. Nobody dared to believe that Xia Fei had even managed to count the number of hair strands on Hyacinth's head, remembering all their positions, which were white and which were only graying. This was some powerful eyesight. Everyone could not help but suspect if this young man before them was a monster or a human. How was it possible for his perception skills to have been honed to such a point, where it was even sharper than that of monsters? Xia Fei smirked. Don't any of you doubt my observation skills? Miss Sakura has 3 imperceptible moles under her chin that are smaller than sesame seeds, arranged to form an irregular triangle. In my home planet, women who have such a feature enjoy eating sweet food, the sort who won't get fat no matter how many they ate. Everyone ran over to Sakura's side and carefully inspected her. I don't see anything. Sakura, is what Ah Fei said true? I have an electron microscope on me. Someone really pulled out an electron microscope from a spatial ring, pointing it right to Sakura's chin. Meanwhile, Sakura herself had already been rendered speechless, her mouth hanging agape. What shocked her was not if she had any mole on her chinelle, rather, she had been eating large amounts of candies every day, and she was able to maintain her figure despite the diet, where even a bit less would make her too skinny, and a bit more would make her seem too fat. It was exactly as what Xia Fei said. As for the 3 moles under her chin, even Sakura had no idea if that was true. I found them. There really are 3 moles. Aren't they too small? You need to use a microscope to even find them. Right? Just how exactly did he spot them? Everyone was completely disturbed by what Xia Fei had just proven. After all, Xia Fei was standing on the bridge, while Sakura was over in the forest a good 400 meters away. For Xia Fei to have spotted this from such a distance away, just what sort of visual acuity did the man possess? Unbeknown to any of these people, Xia Fei was someone who cultivated the Beast Spirit Codex, and when using ocular cognition, even a strand of hair would be unable to escape his eyes. Xia Fei suddenly thought of a line from the A Journey to the West play. The reason why you have yet to become the Saint Sun Wukong is that you have yet to meet the person who will give you your 3 moles. However, no matter how Xia Fei looked, the pretty Miss Sakura did not seem to look like a monkey, so it would be worth it if such a pretty monkey were to ascend. Who knew how his aid in discovering her 3 moles would have any impact on her life? While Xia Fei was entertaining his random thoughts, the impersonators had all already been sufficiently satisfied. Just as how there was always something superior to another, their impersonation techniques were all useless against Xia Fei's ocular cognition. The despondent atmosphere hung heavy, and it was too bad that Xia Fei had no plans of letting them off just yet. I already said that I'd fully convince you. I've already seen your inferior acting, so you can prepare to die after. Xia Fei coldly remarked. Sakura was stunned. She suddenly remembered that there was a wager of life and death on this. Is he willing to kill me? Chapter 667, The Greatness of Delusion and Breath Control. The contest was still ongoing, though this completely overwhelming advantage meant that it was no longer accurate to call this a contest. It was more like Xia Fei was holding a class for Hyacinth, a very simple and vivid class on observation and analysis. If Phantom were present, he would surely complain about Xia Fei bullying these people. He was a practitioner of ocular cognition, where even a fly would not be able to escape Xia Fei's sharp gaze when used. As the last inheritor of the Beast Spirit Codex, it was simply unfair for Xia Fei to challenge Hyacinth to this contest. However, Xia Fei was not the sort that would have reservation because of this. The poor must be brave enough to seek victory, and what was started must be seen through till the end. Now was not the time to be complacent. He had already made the decision to give it his all, to ruin the last bit of confidence Hyacinth had completely and utterly. Are you ready? Because now it should be my turn, Xia Fei simply said with an arched brow. Hyacinth's expression changed again. He had lost 2 rounds by now, and he would still have lost even if the next contest did not continue, so it would hardly affect the final outcome. Slightly opening his mouth, Hyacinth had no wish to continue this contest and wanted to admit defeat. You'll at least be able to save some face, his father softly whispered to his ear. Hyacinth froze slightly. Next would be for Xia Fei to set up his ruse, which he would attempt to see through. His father was right. If he could see through Xia Fei's impersonation like what the latter had just done, it would not be considered a complete loss and he would at least be able to save himself some face. Xia Fei's observational skills were superb, but Hyacinth's own was not to be scoffed at, either. After all, he was an impersonator, and both disguise and the exposing of a disguise were both compulsory courses he had learned ever since he was young. It was very surprising to see that an outsider like Xia Fei could have such a high level of observation and analytical skills, but surely he would be incapable of serving up an impeccable disguise, would he? That would be far too overpowered. Just like that, Hyacinth grasped onto this final sliver of life-saving medicine and slightly nodded, his voice stern. Brother Ah Fei, you may begin. Go prepare over by the wooden bridge, I swear upon my honor that I won't sneak a peek. The somber atmosphere continued, as several members of Hyacinth walked over to the bridge, hoping that they could be of help in this final round. All of them knew that their impersonation had already been seen through, so if they failed to do the same to Xia Fei's disguise, then they would truly have lost every bit of pride. There was strength in numbers, and the organization had over 100 pairs of trained eyes. No matter how amazing Xia Fei's impersonation attempt could be, there was no way that it could not be exposed. A human would face plenty of major challenges in life. Everyone hoped to help this final round and earn back a bit of face for Hyacinth. Xia Fei chuckled. There's no need. My disguise needs only a handful of seconds. Kaboom! Just as he finished saying his words, a thick, black smoke rose from the bridge, which instantly surrounded Xia Fei. I'll tell you this, the holy beast Shatterstar will be my impersonation, if you can't even tell us apart. Xia Fei's voice could be heard coming out from the smoke, and Hyacinth's forehead sweated profusely. Xia Fei had very clearly told him that he would be using verbal to disguise himself, which was like giving an opponent a handicap. Losing now would really be an utter disgrace to the Hyacinth name. Everyone held their breath and stared forward. Bang! The black smoke suddenly dissipated, and there were now two Xia Fei standing on the bridge. Every pair of eyes widened. What was it to be exactly the same? This was it. These Xia Feis were practically two peas in the same pod, there was not even a slight difference between the two. The impersonation skill was actually an extension of the law of matter. The law of matter's creation ability could be used to mimic another. Even experts like Hyacinth and Otter needed several dozens of minutes to prepare. After all, the utilization of the law of matter would expend some energy, and the detailed adjustments would take plenty of time. Just now, Hyacinth and Otter had both spent almost a good half an hour before they stepped out for the reveal, yet Xia Fei's disguise only took him a few seconds. This was a huge disparity, and it appeared that Xia Fei's disguise was no worse than what Hyacinth had achieved. It could even be a more detailed rendition. Just from the preparation time alone, the Exiled Ground's #1 master of impersonation, Hyacinth had suffered a complete defeat. Everyone was just flabbergasted, holding their breath as their stars turned vacant. This was the first time they had all witnessed such a detailed impersonation. Lionheart Emperor Oro, who had not spoken for the longest time, sighed. You're really too much of a bully. Hyacinth used an impersonation technique, yet you used a cloning technique. The two of you are hardly even on the same level. Impersonation focuses on a physical transformation, to change the user into someone else. The cloning technique you did is a mirror image, projecting a copy of yourself into someone else. There's not even a millimeter of difference to be found, and every slightest detail is properly copied. I'd be the first to yell ghost if anyone in this group of people could discover any difference at all. Xia Fei was unperturbed. This is a contest that they agreed to. I didn't even force them at knife point. Oro laughed. You're right. These people have all been tricked by you without even realizing it. No matter how amazing a cloning technique is, there's no way for you to impersonate anyone but yourself. They just have no idea how powerful cloning techniques are, so of course they're bound to lose. They were only given 3 minutes, and with every second that ticked past, the whole lot slowly felt their surprise turn into uneasiness. Energy. Examine both their energy. Ah Fei used an exotic beast to be his impersonator, so there must be a difference in terms of their energy signatures. As long as we can sense their energy composition, we will surely be able to crack this. Sure enough, several experts who were adept at examining energy immediately began screening the two Xia Feis for irregularity. They're the same. Exactly the same. No way. Look closely. How could a human share the same energy composition as an exotic beast? It really is the same. There's not any difference at all. Everyone was shocked once more. The exact same energy composition? This was far too implausible. Impersonating a different life form was the hardest hurdle any impersonator had to overcome. This was especially true for exotic beasts and sapient life forms, of which the difference was heaven and earth. Truly, no one had a clue just how Xia Fei had been able to bridge this gap. Xia Fei found this to be quite hilarious deep down. The reason why he could act so arrogantly was obviously because he had something to rely on. The cloning technique, delusion, was not like other cloning techniques that could project several or even dozens of other clones, but it was capable of allowing energy to be transfused between user and clone. That was the most amazing aspect of delusion. Firbal's energy had been absorbed into Xia Fei's body, while Xia Fei could also provide his energy to Firbal. That was why everyone saw the same energy composition in both Firbal and Xia Fei. The two of them were presently exchanging energies. Don't panic. If we can't surmise through energy screening, then we can try through smell. Exotic beasts and humans both have different scents. That's right. He used his sense of smell to differentiate Elder Otter and Brother Hyacinth. We can do the same as well. 3 members of the organization with the most sensitive noses came over and sniffed at Xia Fei's. I smell nothing. Absolutely nothing. That's impossible. Ah Fei enjoys smoking a peculiar smoke. How could there be no smell on him at all? Xia Fei chuckled. There was definitely usually a light scent of tobacco on him, but he was currently using breath control. There would be no smell in a radius of 100 meters around him, and he would also appear insignificant. His breath control technique was even more brilliant than Hyacinth's universal spring flourish, and Xia Fei was well practiced with this ultimate technique from the assassin sect. He had even further improved upon it, breaking away from the original configuration and turning it into a brand new stealth technique. Only a fool would dream of identifying Xia Fei and Firbal through the sense of smell alone. Thump. A tall impersonator pulled out heavy equipment from his spatial ring, looking like a shoulder-mounted bazooka as he pointed it at Xia Fei and Firbal from a good distance. We don't have much time left. Let me use the ray analyzer. That's a good idea. That will surely work. A human and an exotic beast will reveal a different color when scanned by the analyzer. I refuse to believe that he's able to completely change even his body constitution. Everyone was invigorated, all of them approving this sort of precision instrument which sought to stay in a laboratory. Xia Fei pouted. Hyacinth's ugliness was really on full display at the moment, even pulling out instruments that belonged in a laboratory. It looked like this organization, which was so-called the greatest impersonators in exiled grounds, was already in a state where they were completely out of options. However, Xia Fei was not in the least bit concerned. Firbal was his clone, meaning that every single cell on him was exactly the same. Even the most accurate precision instrument would be unable to see through this impersonation. Enough! Hyacinth bellowed with a stern expression on his face. These juniors were all stunned, not knowing just why he had stopped everyone. Is none of you content with how embarrassing you all are acting right now? Esteemed impersonators who actually have to rely on instruments so that they can tell real from fake. If word of this gets out, all Purple Blood Rockies will be too ashamed to face anyone anymore. None of you may want your dignity, but I do. Hyacinth was fuming, chiding these people behind him without any restraint. All of them lowered their heads, wordless. Why don't we just take a wild guess? The tall man, who had pulled out the ray analyzer, appeared not to be very bright, but even he felt awkward as he suggested this, scratching his head as he spoke. The veins on Hyacinth's forehead nearly popped out when he heard this, shuddering all over so much that he nearly fainted from the anger he was feeling. Are you so keen on humiliating ourselves even further? Okay, okay, okay. After saying the word okay thrice, Hyacinth could feel his throat seize. He then said the words that were stuck in his gullet that he had trouble uttering. We lost. His voice was filled with such sadness. It was 2 simple words, yet the meaning behind them weighed heavily. Hyacinth, who had been flawless for the last 25 years, finally lost. Furthermore, they had lost to an outsider like Xia Fei. This was truly what made it the toughest truth to accept. An awkward silence permeated the air for quite a while. Xia Fei was silent. Ultimately, he still needed Hyacinth and his men to help him do certain things, so he could not possibly kill them here and now, could he? Since Hyacinth was satisfied with this loss, it should be time for their reward. The carrot and the stick motivator was an approach that worked everywhere, after all. Master, you're really amazing. Just what sort of method did you do that allowed you to create another you, and you even suppressed your presence completely? Seth excitedly exclaimed. Seth was showering his master with utter admiration and praise, and his success over Hyacinth and the organization's reputation as being undefeated 25 years only made him even more pleased. It was as if he was the one who had won, puffing his chest out in pride. Hyacinth and the others were also listening intently, wanting to know just what Xia Fei intended to do at this point. With a smile, Xia Fei had just prepared himself an impassioned speech to make them completely yield to him so that he could better assign them to do his bidding. However, this was when an urgent alarm blared, which caused Xia Fei to swallow the words that he had long prepared. Beep 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 beep. The alarm sounded more and more pressing. The communicators that every member was holding were all making a din. The entire bamboo forest descended into chaos. Chapter 668, Hyacinth's Base. Xia Fei was relieved that he had defeated Hyacinth, but that was not what was most important to him. The most important was how he could subjugate this organization and make them do his bidding. That was the ultimate goal. Xia Fei had come to exiled grounds this time. Just as Xia Fei was preparing to show them the carrot after the stick so that he could convince these impersonators to give their lives to him, an alarm repeatedly blared. In the beginning, the alarm came from just one of them, but soon, everyone's terminals began blaring in a matter of seconds. It seems like Hyacinth is in some sort of trouble. What should we do? Seth whispered into Xia Fei's ear to ask. These people are of use to me, so we should protect them at this critical juncture. Let's quietly observe the situation first, Xia Fei said in a low voice. Seth rolled up his sleeves and patted his chest as a guarantee toward Xia Fei, who ignored him. Xia Fei was not at all interested in pledges of loyalty, what mattered was the actions people did during crucial moments. It did not matter how beautiful the words used were, since it would just be evidence of their eloquence. It hardly proved anything concrete. Shepardians are here. Those despicable scoundrels actually dared to launch a surprise assault while we're all away from the base. What are you all standing around for? Let's hurry back. Seeing the message their terminals had sent over, the crowd began panicking. There were two major species that specialized in subterfuge and impersonation, the Shepardians and the purple-blooded Rockies. As the saying went, people working in the same profession were all rivals, and the two species hardly got along with each other. It was also normal for skirmishes between the two to occur, stabbing and bludgeoning each other when the opportunity surfaced. This was an unending feud that had been going on for quite a few years. As the top organization of the Rockies, Hyacinth had become the key to their species' revival, acquiring plenty of the Shepardians' clients over the 20 years, stealing the limelight for quite a while. Shepardians steadily retreated, their business no longer as good as before, practically to the point where they were struggling to make ends meet. Toward their nemesis the Rockies, the hatred ran deep, and it was even more pronounced toward Hyacinth. Unfortunately, Hyacinth worked very discreetly and carefully. Their members were usually scattered in different locations and rarely would they gather like today. Though the Shepardians had investigated where Hyacinth resided, they had never had the chance to strike. After all, Hyacinth was where the face of the Rockies was. If they could not weed them out, roots and all in one go, they would surely receive a powerful retaliation. As such, the Shepardians had secretly waited for the chance, and it just so happened that Xia Fei had arrived today, accidentally becoming the catalyst to this fight. Every one of these 100 Rockies in front of him was the elite of Hyacinth, and they had all gathered at the last minute to deal with Xia Fei. Their base was empty, for the elite members were all gathered in the bamboo forest or by the banks of the wooden bridge. The Shepardians reckoned that the chance that they had been waiting for had finally arrived and thought that it would surely deal a severe blow to the morale of the Rockies if they could wipe out Hyacinth. This sneak attack, which had long been in the planning, was finally enacted. The Shepardians infiltrated under the guise of the Chief Arhat mercenary team, all so they could wipe out Hyacinth in one fell swoop. It had to be said that the Shepardians were actually very shrewd. Chief Arhat mercenary team was an independent group with over 90% of the members being Shepardians. If Hyacinth got wiped out, the purple-blooded Rockies would find it difficult to pin their rage to the Shepardians since the ones who did the deed were part of an independent mercenary team and had little connection to the species as a whole on the surface. Thus, whether they won or lost, the Shepardians could not be implicated in this plan to attack the Hyacinth. The crowd was in an uproar. The whole lot was requesting to return and defend their headquarters. They were all terribly upset that Hyacinth had just lost to Xia Fei, so they had no idea how they should deal with the S.O.S sent by their headquarters. All right, we'll immediately form up for a counterattack. Kappa, with you leading your men as the vanguard, get ready to conduct a surprise attack. The others will follow me and flank them on both sides. Hyacinth was someone who had experienced such large-scale fights. After all, so he had very swiftly adjusted himself to the situation, calmly giving out orders to his men. The purple-blooded Rockies and the Shepherdians were mortal enemies. Now that they had launched an assault on their own home turf, everyone was worried about their own families while they were itching to fight, ready to give a good show. Xia Fei shook his head and let out a cold laugh. If you're all really intending to retaliate, then I'm afraid that you'll really fall for the Shepherdians' scheme. His voice was not too loud, but this calm voice was particularly crisp amid the clamor of the crowd. My wife and kids are all back in the base. You sure sound carefree saying that. What scheme? The Shepherdians have always been cruel and known for their brutality, just the average all brawn and no brains meat sacks. We have to save the base no matter what. My family assets are all there. Some were worried about their family, while others were concerned with their fortune. There were also those who looked down upon the Shepherdians. Not a single one of these elite impersonators found this odd, and Xia Fei could not help but feel somewhat disappointed. However, this did concern their own affairs, so it was hard for them to share the same calm consideration from the sidelines that Xia Fei had, swiftly analyzing the situation with impassivity. Brother Fei, though 3 generations of ours lost to you, the assault on our base today has made the situation extremely tense. We'll be sure to give you an answer after we resolve the matter back at our base. Hyacinth shouted. Xia Fei gave a cold stare as he scolded, You fool! What would a dead hyacinth be of any use to me? It's very easy if you wish to die, but don't drag your family with you. Trust that your fellow tribesmen will help you. As the leader of an organization, you must never lose your cool. Look at you now, acting no different from a bereaved dog. He spoke rather harshly, but it had instead caused Hyacinth to gain quite the epiphany. It was no use trying to persuade someone when they were being impulsive, only a stern blow from someone could clear the cobweb in their head. Hyacinth was the spiritual leader of the organization, and being reprimanded in front of everyone by Xia Fei was a heavy blow to take. We have no need for you to butt into Hyacinth's affairs. We support Brother Hyacinth's decision. We have no qualms even if he leads us to our deaths. No one believed Xia Fei, and everyone suspected him of bearing ill intent, for he would not let them return to their base. Though Hyacinth felt that there was something off, he began to feel his blood boil after his men's instigation. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and calmly asked, How many people are in the base, and who are they? The people back in base are all our parents. They aren't capable of protecting themselves, and every minute we waste will put them in graver danger. Brother Hyacinth, make your decision, quick. That tall and big man from before was practically in tears, and everyone was feeling terrible. Xia Fei solemnly continued. It's evident that the Shepherdians have planned this assault with great care. The fact that you're weak and frail didn't get wiped out instantly and even managed to send out a distress signal, you people could not possibly believe such an obvious trap, could you? To think you dared to call yourselves masters of subterfuge, setting up schemes and ruses your entire life, only to end up being deceived by such a simple lure and surround tactic. Everyone could feel their scalps numb. Xia Fei was right. There were only 200 to 300 old and young back in base, and if the Shepherdians had already come up with a plan and struck, even an average mercenary team would be able to take down the camp with ease. Why would they even give them the time to send out the distress signal? This was an act with a hidden motive. The reason why the Shepherdians surrounded their base and let everyone live still would be to wait for Hyacinth to respond to the call for aid so that they could all be caught in one fell swoop. If nothing went awry, a dragnet spread was likely in place at Hyacinth's base, just awaiting their return. There's indeed something afoot. No one strong was guarding back in the base, so there's no way they could have prevented the Shepherdians' attack. So what do? We couldn't possibly just stand here and let the Shepherdians slay our kin. We have to head on back even if it's a setup. My mother's still back in the base. Xia Fei stomped on his cigarette butt hard as he said, Fools! The enemy already expected this very point, which was why they dared to so openly surround your base. You'll only be serving yourselves right into the arms of your enemies when you return. The goal of those Shepherdians is you, so your families will still have a few minutes to live if you don't head back, but the moment you show yourselves, they'll all be killed on the spot. If any of you dislike your family living long lives, head back for all I care. The crowd fell silent. Xia Fei's words were hard to hear, but he made sense. No one could deny it. So what do? Xia Fei looked at the time and said, 2 minutes. The moment the Shepherdians realize that you've uncovered their scheme, they'll surely slaughter everyone in the base and retreat. There's only one option left now. What is that? I'll go. Xia Fei said firmly. I'm not a purple blood Rocky, so the Shepherdians might treat me as a guest and will not immediately start the massacre. Gather all your manpower and stay here, wait for my signal. Some people were born leaders, and the more critical the situation, the more their unruffled temperament would show. Xia Fei's words at this time had allowed him to exude an irresistible awe. Though he was not too old, that did not affect his decisiveness. What's your plan? I'll deal with things as they come, Xia Fei simply answered. What he meant by dealing with things as they came was that he had no plan to speak of. Everyone was unimpressed. Though they were filled with apprehension, none of them could think of any alternate solution, either. Well, what are you all standing there for? Quickly send me the coordinates to your base. Also, inform everyone you can contact. Prepare for a counterattack. Xia Fei glared at the lot of them as he said frigidly. His powerful aura emanated everywhere. Hyacinth's base was below a snowy mountain. This snowy mountain was huge, and the peak was forever winter, while the mountainside was in a perpetual state of spring. The foot of the mountain was in summer. Whoosh! A spatial channel opened, and Xia Fei stretched himself as he stepped out from it. He looked like someone who was completely harmless, wearing a slightly worn-out expression on his face. He gave off the impression that he had traveled a long way before he arrived at this place. There was a village by the foot of this snowy mountain, and it was said to be where the Hyacinth, the top impersonation group in exiled grounds, resided. They had plenty of enemies, so they ought to have their base set up like a military bunker, but this village was full of wooden structures, and its weak defenses were a complete mess. The purple-blooded Rockies were already enemies of the Shepherdians, and they did not believe that a sturdy fortress could stop them. The most effective method would be to change their location every once in a while, drifting about the stars, which was also why it caused the attack today. Xia Fei appeared to be somewhat awkward, taking big stomping strides as he swaggered to the base with a cigarette wedged between his lips, his eyes furtively observing his surroundings. There are about 100 people hiding in the base, and close to 300 hiding by a nearby mound by the foot of the mountain. There are 200 in the river and about 500 in the forest. That comes up to a total of 1,100 Shepherdian warriors. I'm sure that those in the base are prepared to slaughter the civilians, so the real fighting force will come from all four directions, besieging from all sides. As long as Hyacinth returns, the base and everywhere around will break into carnage, eliminating everybody within 5 minutes. It's a really good play by the Shepherdians, the old demon lord remarked solemnly. Xia Fei gave a slight nod, not once breaking his strides as he headed into the base, whistling a little tune. Chapter 669, Furbal's new ability. 3 individuals walked out from Hyacinth's base. Wearing the clothes that the purple-blooded Rockies wore, their faces had the slightest shade of purple, as if they were people from Hyacinth. Xia Fei was well aware that they were all Shepherdians in disguise. Seeing that Xia Fei was about to enter the base, these individuals were presumably trying to stop Xia Fei. The moment Xia Fei entered, he would very easily discover that the people of Hyacinth were detained, with knives on their throats. They were all ready to take the 300 lives inside, all defenseless civilians of young and old. Xia Fei raised his hand to greet them from a distance. Greetings. I'm Xia Fei. Sakura is my cousin. I happened to be passing by here, so I came looking for her. Cousin? You're not a Rocky, so why have you come here to search for your cousin? Xia Fei shrugged, still approaching without slowing down. Just like you said, Sakura's grandmother is my 7th aunt's nephew's cousin's granny, so that's how I'm related. Sakura even came over to my house and played when she was younger. The 3 Shepherdians furrowed their brows. This complex relationship of relatives was hard to process quickly. Who was who to what again? Their eyes darted to the back and secretly signaled someone, meaning to get rid of Xia Fei. Their target was Hyacinth, and this was not the time to create unnecessary stirs. Ah, Sakura isn't in. Best if you come by another day, the 3 Shepherdians blocked Xia Fei and answered. Enough with the jokes already. Sakura and I already arranged to meet here. She must be hiding. That brat loves playing hide and seek. I'll just go on in and find her. Xia Fei was undeterred. The 3 Shepherdians were getting nervous. They reached out to grab a hold of Xia Fei, but they had no idea that Xia Fei would be even more slippery than a loach. His footsteps suddenly changed as he dodged past them, his 2 hands clasped together like holding a microphone as he yelled, Sakura, Sakura, where are you? Your cousin's here. Don't you know how to welcome someone? Don't barge in here, a Shepherdian shouted as he turned back around to chase after Xia Fei. Unfortunately, none of them had the speed to keep up with Xia Fei, who left them all in his dust in the blink of an eye as he ran into the base. Sakura, if you don't come out soon, these fellow tribesmen of yours will beat up your cousin. Sakura! Xia Fei was shouting as he examined the surroundings. Hyacinth's base was very scattered, with over 100 wooden buildings all over the place. Some were residential, others were storage warehouses, all of varying sizes. That was when Xia Fei's keen sense of hearing picked up some muffled sounds coming from the northwestern corner of the base, like those made by someone through a gagged mouth, unable to scream. All it could do was call out a hoarse growl in their throat. Over there! Xia Fei thought to himself. Having located where the Shepherdians were holding their hostages, everything else would be a lot simpler. All he now had to do was defend that building, ensuring the safety of the hostages inside while he waited for the people whom Hyacinth had gathered to mount their rescue. However, this was easier said than done. It had to be mentioned that there were over 1,100 Shepherdian warriors surrounding the base right now, while Xia Fei's side comprised just one man, one Mbal, and one powerful demon lord, who could not do anything at present. He was all alone, and he had no clue if there were enemy reinforcements somewhere further. Without missing a beat, Xia Fei burst into laughter. Ah, so that's where you're hiding. Crash! The sturdy wooden door had been blasted away with Xia Fei's two palms, and he saw over 300, young boys and girls, old and infirm, all squatting on the ground. It seemed like this room had been used as storage by Hyacinth, which was why there were also plenty of sundries, but not a single Shepherdian in sight. There was a corpse on the ground. This Rocky had just been killed, and his purple blood was still pooling from the fatal chest wound. No doubt, it was him who had alerted Xia Fei of where they were, which was why something tragic had occurred. There were no enemies in sight, yet every one of the tribesmen of Hyacinth was showing a look of fear, not daring to call for help despite seeing Xia Fei enter. With a smirk, Xia Fei understood the situation. It turned out that a Shepherdian had used his morphing ability to hide among the hostages. If anyone dared to make a sound, they would immediately be punished with death. Ocular cognition. Xia Fei's eyes suddenly sharpened as he maintained his slight smile. Where's Sakura? Are all of you playing hide and seek as well? He had spoken this sentence with such silliness that everyone rolled their eyes at him, taking him for a fool. Ah! What a huge cockroach! Xia Fei reached out and slapped the ground consecutively 27 times, before turning to leave, not sparing another glance at those hostages. Seeing Xia Fei leave, everyone could not help but wonder just where such a silly teen had burrowed out from, with even some heaving a sigh of relief. Outside the warehouse, Xia Fei no longer hid his killing intent anymore. Blood crystal promptly appeared in his hand and his two eyes inspected his surroundings vigilantly. Time to act. Whoosh! Having already been waiting for a long time, Furball suddenly went shooting out like a bullet. No, to be precise, he was more like a beam of light. His figure disappeared in a blink of an eye. With one going left and the other going right, Xia Fei and Furball were actually matching each other's speed. It had to be stated that Xia Fei's speed had already broken past the 30,000 threshold, so when did Furball attain such a super speed himself? Kaboom! At the same time, a series of explosions thundered from inside the warehouse. Apparently, Xia Fei used his delayed martial technique when he slapped the ground 27 times just now, concealed flash dragon. What appeared to be a relaxed palm technique would actually suddenly explode after several seconds. No one even had the time to cover their ears as the 27 Shepherdians hidden among the hostages became recipients of the surprise attack. Spurt! The bright white light was like a wild beast, opening its hungry maw as they took a bite of these targets, causing red blood to spray out endlessly like a fountain feature, achieving such velocity that it struck the ceiling that was over 4 meters high. Red blood! Shepherdians! Xia Fei had succeeded. Xia Fei's ocular cognition had identified all 27 Shepherdians, and he had subsequently dished out attacks to them. These people from Hyacinth held in that warehouse could not believe their eyes as 27 wild beasts suddenly appeared in that dark warehouse, each biting and killing those Shepherdians all in just the span of 1 second. Boom! Furball dashed all about the place as if he had gone mad. He had splintered 3 wooden boards one after another and subsequently burst right through the heart of a Shepherdian hiding behind a door. Lowering his head, this Shepherdian giddily looked at the bloody hole on his chest. Furball's speed had been so fast that all he saw was what seemed like a dark golden beam of light flying in front of him. He barely had time to register what was happening because he completely could not determine if he had imagined it or if it was reality. Indeed, this was the latest ability Furball had gained after his fourth metamorphosis. He now had a speed that was not too far off Xia Fei's. According to tests, Furball was now able to achieve a speed of 20,000 to 25,000 ms/s, and though it was still a little slower than Xia Fei's, it was still absolutely astounding. The holy beast Shatterstar was already an overwhelming existence, so if his speed had even risen to such capacity, only God knew what could stop it. What made Xia Fei happier was how Furball could now complement his own speed. The man and the ball rushed at their enemies before they could even react. Who knew what depths of devastation could they bring about together? Pew pew pew. Furball had gone insane. He was like a meteor that had lost its sense of direction, barreling through hyacinth space recklessly. He was on the left moments ago and would then appear on the right in the blink of an eye. It was small in size and hurtling fast. He was so lethal that no one could stop him. Actually, Furball had been holding in his anger this whole time. Xia Fei would often complain how he was not growing despite how big his appetite was, wasting so many origin crystals as a result. That was why he saw this as his chance to show Xia Fei the prowess of holy beasts. His small size did not affect his combat effectiveness at all. The peanut-sized Furball was many times more powerful because of its speed increase. An energy membrane surrounded Furball's body, and this was the origin energy he had after extraction. After releasing this energy, Furball was able to ensure he would not be injured and he could also easily penetrate through the defenses of his enemies. If Furball's flight was replayed in slow motion, one would be able to see how this energy membrane could melt down any matter in front of him like laser the moment he got near any opponent. Be it wood or metal, nothing could impede him. Turning matter into energy was Furball's original ability, so how could any of these Shepherdians stop a holy beast's supersonic rampage? This small dot of light appeared weak to others until Furball penetrated right through their bodies, tearing out their innards in the process. That was when the Shepherdians realized that this little ball that was shuttling about carefreely would actually be such a lethal threat. On the other side of the base, Xia Fei was also unleashing a combat strength, which was far more powerful than before, with Peacock Blue no longer just ensnaring enemies, but transforming into a weapon that could capture and kill foes with ease. A Shepherdian, who realized that the circumstances were taking a turn for the worse and was about to turn tail and flee, felt his body constrict in his next few steps. It was as if he had been lifted by a bodybuilder, as an unspeakable pain pricked him all over. 2 blades of grass were putting the squeeze on him and it was torture. Now that Peacock Blue had thorns all over, its talon-like hooks were over 30 centimeters long, tough and sharp. With the 2 grass glades working in concert, that Shepherdian was instantly turned into a meat paste as large slices of skin and flesh landed from mid-air. It was a gruesome sight. It was like a meat grinder. The now thorned Peacock Blue was as savage as a living meat grinder. Its purpose was no longer killing, its goal was to torment foes to death. It would even turn their bones into powder. It was really hard to describe just how frightening Peacock Blue looked as it killed. Even a warrior like Xia Fei who had kill counts in the many thousands was chilled by it. The Peacock Blue with 3 leaves, was nothing like the thorned Peacock Blue with 3 leaves. It was a complete transformation from what it was before. Just imagine someone being thrown into a cluster of cactuses, which numbered well in the dozens, and every single spine stabbing into their flesh before it began grinding until the victim lost their humanoid form, bleeding profusely as they turned into mincemeat. Was this not bloodthirsty enough? Would it not be considered cruel? No. That was not even enough. The terror that Peacock Blue brought about was that it killed 1,000 times crueler. Of course, there was also Xia Fei's law of primal chaos. He had already cultivated this overpowering strength that could subvert everything it touched to the 3rd level. It was already far more powerful than what it was in the past. Even his self-created technique, Falling Leaves of Autumn's Demise, had been magnified several-fold. One should not assume that Xia Fei had only promoted himself from a level 4 law sovereign to that of level 7, for his combat strength had improved well beyond that. Furball had become a lot more powerful after his 4th metamorphosis, and now that Peacock Blue had absorbed the 9 Night Plum, it was still as tenacious as ever while also becoming many times more ferocious than before. Then there were also the dozens or so new martial techniques Xia Fei had learned and his law of primal chaos. All these factors contribute greatly to Xia Fei's increased offense. Though Xia Fei was not yet a law emperor in terms of his actual cultivation, he already possessed the strength and foundation to challenge great law emperors. Thump thump thump. The 27 Shepherdians had fallen in unison, bitten right in the middle. At the same time, the man and the ball had completely cleared out the remaining 87 Shepherdians who were situated around the base. 109 Shepherdians were killed in an instant, and this was what the current Xia Fei was capable of. Furball quietly stood on Xia Fei's shoulder, staring forward together with his master. Both of them shared an emotionless expression. These Shepherdians were just insignificant shrimps. Furthermore, the glares they got somewhere out in the distance had roused the fighting spirits in both Xia Fei and Furball. Chapter 670, A Devious Opponent. Thud. Xia Fei tossed a pouch into the warehouse. Don't panic. Hyacinth got me to save you all. There are 21 spatial compasses inside. Let the old and infirm, women and children, leave first. Those who aren't afraid to die can stand behind me and protect this warehouse. Reinforcement will be arriving soon, Xia Fei said as he turned around and glanced at these surviving Rockies. No one recognized Xia Fei, but none went against his orders. They already saw Xia Fei as their savior, and his killing of the Shepherdians before was evidence that Xia Fei was here to help. Xia Fei got these 21 spatial compasses from Hyacinth, and each of them could take along 3 people at once. Given that the base had around 300, it was only enough for the young to leave, and those who were left behind would have to wait here for some time. Without panicking, several women led over 30 children to leave under the lead of 2 elders, leaving most of the old, as well as the teens, who had not yet reached adulthood behind. All of them were spread out in the various corners of the warehouse. Though they were all feeling quite uneasy, none complained. Hyacinth's people are even calmer than himself. Looks like this impersonator organization is pretty well trained. They'll be useful. The old demon lord observed these people and was quite satisfied with what he saw. Xia Fei shook his head. I've just defeated Hyacinth just now, and he's still emotionally distraught. The sudden assault on his base was the catalyst that caused him to lose his cool, so I believe that he ought to have composed himself by now. If he's not someone above average, there would be no way for Hyacinth to have been so prestigious out here in exiled grounds. Glancing at the time, Xia Fei spoke to the Rockies behind him. Hyacinth will need at least 10 minutes to prepare. All of you must hold out till then. With so many of you, I can't take care of everyone, so there will surely be casualties if the Shepherdians charge in. The crowd nodded, determination shining in their eyes. Actually, Xia Fei was not too much older than those teenage Rockies who had been charged with protecting the base. However, they saw him more as their senior, like a hero. They all felt much more relieved having him guarding the entrance. Without even realizing it, Xia Fei had already become a central figure to the crowd. His calmness, which detached him from their immediate circumstances, was not something anyone could easily imitate, and it was something a warrior would possess only after experiencing hundreds of battles and after beating countless opponents. Furball let out a low growl. A cold gaze from afar made him very uncomfortable. Perched on Xia Fei's shoulder, Furball stared icily at the forest in the distance, making eye contact with that terrorizing gaze. He was the holy beast Shatterstar. Any other exotic beast, even a beast king, would have already lowered themselves flat on the ground. Xia Fei had also sensed the presence of a very powerful foe among the enemies. It was the same dreadful aura that the Great Law Emperor Yu Hua gave off when he went all out. This meant that the person should also be at the Great Law Emperor cultivation at least. The 100 or so Shepherdians, who had remained in base, were the weakest out of all the enemies. Given that their goal was to slaughter the weak and the infirm, there was no need for them to be powerful. All they needed was the ability to be quick with their knives. The real elites were all hiding in the surroundings, inevitably turning it into a greater bloodbath after their cover was blown. Here they come, the old demon lord warned. Xia Fei raised his head and saw reinforcement leaving the forest, different from those Shepherdians whom he had murdered not too long ago. Those lackeys from before were not even wearing armor, all dressed in different colors, wielding weapons of varying quality. By comparison, this incoming horde was all armed, as if they were troops from an army. Though there were not as many of them, their competence trumping those from before. 1, 2, 3, 4. Xia Fei mentally noted that there were a total of 21 individuals. A muscularly built warrior strapped in a full suit of armor took the lead. This suit of armor was black, so airtight that even his eyes were covered, which made it quite a wonder how he could even make out his way forward. The troops behind him were split into 2 columns, each with 10 aligned. Their armor was grey, each wielding the same crescent blade. There was a mechanism on each blade's handle, which could connect to a metal pole to be used as halberds. Do you still remember the Shepherdian whom you killed back in the Dragon Ascension Conclave? Oro asked. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. I remember. That fellow was very powerful. I'll never forget his two black eyes devoid of anger. Oro chuckled. That one was a Shepherdian centurion, an expert in command of 100 warriors. These troops who are bearing down on you are all about the same as him, and that warrior leading them is their chieftain. The Shepherdians lead fairly primitive lifestyles, with approximately 20 to 30,000 members living in different villages. What you're seeing now is the strongest fighting force of a Shepherdian village, the chieftain and his honor guards. Xia Fei clenched his fists. That centurion he fought with during the Dragon Ascension Conclave had already given Xia Fei plenty of trouble. Now, he would be facing 20 of them altogether. This was an immense pressure, not to mention that the village chieftain was here as well. That warrior in the lead was at least at the Great Law Emperor cultivation. Turning his head behind him, Xia Fei said gravely, if anything goes awry, escape toward the east. That's where the enemy's defense is the weakest. We understand. Where will you go, benefactor? Xia Fei strode off without looking back. The Shepherdians didn't attack en masse but, instead, sent a squad of elites. It's fairly apparent they plan to take me on a bit, so I'll grant their wish. I'll do my best to buy time. The squad of Shepherdians advanced very quickly. Xia Fei lit a cigarette as he exited the base, meeting them out in the wilds. This battlefield was far away from the base. Xia Fei was well aware that the further away they were from the base, the higher the chances of survival for those who still remained. You're really paying quite the price just to get Hyacinth to help you. I hope that you succeed. The old demon lord sighed. Xia Fei shook his head lightly. You've only got it half right. While it's true that I want Hyacinth, I also just want to try and find out if I have the ability to take on a Great Law Emperor. A level 7 Law Sovereign looking to take on a Great Law Emperor? This was a challenge that transcended an entire tier. Xia Fei had quite the guts to be attempting this. The old demon lord was slightly taken aback by this. He would surely consider such a statement to be flagrant arrogance had anyone else said it, but the Xia Fei right now did indeed have the qualifications to battle someone who had a Great Law Emperor cultivation. With Peacock Blue, Verbal, and Law of Primal Chaos, how could he not be considered an overwhelming existence in his own right? The Shepherdian chieftain sized up Xia Fei with a glance. The latter did not make any move. Aside from this being an attempt at challenging a Great Law Emperor, Xia Fei was also looking to buy more time so that Hyacinth could gather what manpower he could and unleash a counterattack. Capture him alive, I'm hungry, the Shepherdian chieftain snarled. Xia Fei was unamused. He had long heard of the Shepherdians' habit of consuming other sapient life forms, but he never would have thought that this person would actually see himself as food. I'm afraid you'll choke. Xia Fei's expression turned stern as he rapidly backed away several hundred meters, his back facing the Rocky's base. Peacock Blue. Rumble. 3 huge blades of thorny leaves appeared from out of nowhere. They grew over 500 meters long in the blink of an eye. It was like 3 very nimble arms that spread themselves out laterally in front of Xia Fei, forming a barbed and blue long wall. Peacock Blue's sudden appearance was very shocking. Those Shepherdian centurions were all stunned for a brief moment before they held the weapon in their hands and began charging right toward it. No matter how ferocious Peacock Blue was, it was nothing compared to the steely cold gaze from the chieftain standing behind them. All of them knew very well what the outcome of going against the orders of their chieftain would be, which was why they could only rush headlong ahead, putting their lives on the line. Whoosh! Xia Fei's figure shrank, entering right into Peacock Blue's encirclement. The old demon lord had once said that the ultimate goal of a law adept was not in learning the various laws but rather in becoming one with them. Ever since then, Xia Fei had this added understanding in his mind and began pursuing finer control of his law forces. Peacock Blue had formed a circular shape, while Xia Fei stood right in the center of it. With the immemorial mystical armament as protection, anyone who entered this formation would thus enter his territory and would subsequently be subjected to Xia Fei, Peacock Blue, and Verbal's concerted attacks. Attack and defend as one, unified array. The Shepherdian centurions thought that they would face a grievous assault from Peacock Blue when the reality was nothing like what they had expected. Peacock Blue easily gave way with the slightest resistance, and they instantly found themselves just 50 meters away from Xia Fei. The side of his lips crooked into a smirk as Xia Fei softly muttered, "You won't have any problems entering, but leaving will be another question altogether." Zoom! At the same time, Xia Fei and Verbal disappeared from within the array. Both possessed supersonic speed, so all they left was the vaguest hint of an afterimage when they moved. Shlug! A Shepherdian centurion had not even had the time to digest what had just happened when he felt a shock impact his chest. He lowered his head to see a large wound the size of a plate right where his heart ought to be. Squelch! At the moment he lowered his head, Xia Fei's blood crystal had already been driven right into his neck. There was no blood split, since all his blood essence was being devoured by blood crystal. These centurions were all high-level law sovereigns, and such people were regarded as wealthy individuals in Xia Fei's eyes. Blood crystal needed plenty of blood to grow, and its ability to draw away energy from its victims could help him promote it. That was why Peacock Blue did not attack at all but trapped all his enemies within the enclosed space, instead, leaving it to Furball to massacre and for Xia Fei to absorb. Pew 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 pew. Furball was displaying his prowess in his nearly flawless coordination with Xia Fei. One took lives while the other absorbed them. Honestly speaking, Xia Fei's tactic here was nothing complex. It was all about speed. Speed remained king in the face of all martial techniques. When Furball gained over 20,000 meters per second of speed, the holy beast's attack power not only increased by one-fold but by several, too. The small size that Xia Fei had originally been complaining about became Furball's advantage. His miniature size made it impossible for others to defend against him. Consecutively taking down the 8 centurions, the confidence of the Shepherdians were utterly shattered. They did not care about their chieftain's command as they got ready to flee, but this was when they realized that Peacock Blue was blocking all their paths of escape. The leaves of Peacock Blue were nimble and deadly, and they were incomparably robust to boot. Hoping to escape from Peacock Blue's grasp would be nothing short of a pipe dream, and these Shepherdians were soon subjected to despair. However, this despair did not last long, as Xia Fei and Furball used their speed to very quickly dispatch all 20 of these centurions. Blood crystal was dripping crimson red. This was when Xia Fei realized that he was many times more powerful than before. Not only did he promote his own strength, Peacock Blue and Furball were also nothing like what they had once been. The three, including the weapon, had all improved alongside Xia Fei's cultivation, and the resulting effect of this was astounding. The Shepherdian centurion, who had once given Xia Fei plenty of trouble, was now unable to mount even the slightest resistance against him, and they had all been reaped like wheat came harvest time. The difference between Xia Fei and his opponents was as wide as chasm. Even the great law emperor expert would have to take Xia Fei seriously. These centurions were hardly able to even handle him now. This was not because the centurions were weak but because Xia Fei had become much stronger. That heart, which was hanging in suspense, finally eased, as the old demon lord said with a smile, "Xia Fei, you've already got the capability to challenge a great law emperor." The Shepherdian chieftain standing across watched as his men got massacred and devoured. He did not make a single movement as he watched, and only his right head trembled slightly, seemingly due to the gleeful excitement that he was feeling inside. "Do you know why he hasn't made his move yet?" Oro asked. Xia Fei shook his head to express his puzzlement. Watching his subordinates get killed without doing a thing about it, that's indeed not something a leader should be doing. Oro's eyes turned cold. "He's waiting for you to show all your trump cards. This person is very devious." Chapter 671, A Man-Eater. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. "He's waiting for you to show all your trump cards. This person is very devious," said the demon lord to Xia Fei. As an immortal expert, Oro's 2 eyes had seen many types of enemies in his lifetime, and so there was no way this Shepherdian chieftain's tactics could hide from Xia Fei's keen eyes. Xia Fei was slightly startled. Waiting for him to show all his trump cards? The Shepherdian had likely decided in his heart that Xia Fei was someone who must be killed. To have sacrificed his honored guards in such a manner just so he could ascertain his strength, what was it for? The situation had not developed as what Xia Fei imagined. Logically speaking, his singular assault and rescue of Hyacinth's people ought to have caused the enemy to mount a retaliation, aim to kill Xia Fei, and retake the hostages once more. Only then would the Shepherdians have themselves a bargaining chip and remain in control of the entire affair. However, the Shepherdians had not done so, and this chieftain seemed to be far more interested in Xia Fei, ignoring all those Rockies' usefulness as hostages, even going as far as to sacrifice all his honor guards just so he could probe and uncover all of Xia Fei's trump cards. Xia Fei was an outsider who did not have any deep animosity with the Shepherdians. How could he value Xia Fei so much? Crap! Oro suddenly yelped. "I suddenly remembered something." "What is it?" "There are some mutants among the Shepherdians who can gain the abilities of those sapient life forms they consume. This chieftain values you so much, most likely due to him eyeing your abilities, wanting to eat you up, so he didn't even hesitate to sacrifice his honored guards, nor did he send more of his men to surround you. He must be afraid that you'll accidentally die, the demon lord said intently. He wishes to eat me yet doesn't wish to kill me? Your words don't seem to make sense, Xia Fei said as he wrinkled his forehead. He needs to eat you alive if he wants to gain your powers. Xia Fei was annoyed. Eating other sapient life forms alive? There might not be anything even more barbaric than this right here. He felt his heart swell in disgust for the Shepherdians. Xia Fei flexed his wrist a little as he said gruffly, I'm not some bun that he can eat whenever he wants. If he wishes to consume me, he'd better grow a set of steel teeth. Just as he said that, the Shepherdian chieftain lifted his hand and removed the visor of his helmet. Xia Fei was stunned, and he clutched his blood crystal in one hand. The Shepherdians were extremely ugly beings, and their empty eyes seemed to belong to corpses. Their teeth were bared like wild beasts, inducing quite a shock to anyone who saw them. However, compared to this Shepherdian chieftain, the average Shepherdian's savage looks were nothing, because this chieftain in front of him was without a pair of eyes. His eye sockets were leaking blood constantly and hollow. There were even some already rotted nerves and blood vessels that remained, making him look like a zombie, whose eyes had been plucked out by others. As it was savage and gruesome, no one dared to even think of sparing him a second glance. Spitting to the side, the Shepherdian chieftain extended out a tongue and licked his lips. His blackened tongue had a silver piercing right in the middle. Their bodies are heavily penalized for eating other sapient life forms, so he probably turned out this way after cannibalizing a lot. Look, there's even a fresh piece of red meat hanging off his crooked teeth, most likely the gristle of someone he ate not too long ago, Oro said solemnly. It was gross. Extremely gross. Even the ugliest zombie from Resident Evil could not compare to him. He took off his visor because he wanted to use his mouth, Oro added. Furball let out a strange growl. This ugly and brutal Shepherdian made him extremely discomforted, wishing that he could just punch right through the latter here and now. Human, tell me your name, the Shepherdian chieftain said. He did not open his mouth to speak, and it seemed like his voice came from his belly. Ah Fei, and you? Xia Fei replied, unconcerned. The Shepherdian chieftain's savage appearance might frighten others, but it did not scare Xia Fei. He had always been very bold. Forget a Shepherdian, even a yaksha from hell would not terrify him. Colin the Shepherdian chieftain licked his lips once more. Don't worry. You won't die in vain here. Everyone that I consume always gets a gravestone. Xia Fei smiled. So does that make you a considerate man-eater? Colin covered his face and laughed, sounding very creepy as he did. Considerate? What a funny term. The reason why I make a gravestone is so that I can smash it under my feet. That way, they'll forever be humiliated. Seeing those I eat being stomped on even after death tickles me greatly. The two exchanged cold gazes. Xia Fei confirmed that this Shepherdian chieftain before him was not just a freak that ate sapient life forms but was also the most detestable sort. Not much needed to be said to such people. Xia Fei gripped blood crystal in hand as he maintained his posture at the ready. Xia Fei was actually very aggrieved. It turned out that Colin's target had been Hyacinth, but he soon discovered a stronger attraction towards Xia Fei than Hyacinth. The holy beast Shatterstar would surely be a delicacy when eaten, though his small size meant that he was not even enough to fill the gaps between Colin's teeth. Furthermore, Colin was very tempted by that peacock blue growing on Xia Fei's right arm. As long as he consumed Xia Fei, he might very well end up owning peacock blue as well. It must be said that Colin was actually insane to a certain degree. Anyone with eyes could tell that Xia Fei would be very hard to deal with as he had Furball, peacock blue, blood crystal and the war armor edgeless. Even an expert of the Great Law Emperor might not be able to handle so many weapons attacking all at the same time. However, Colin did not care. He might not even know if Furball or peacock blue could be eaten or whether Xia Fei was toxic or otherwise. Insanity was just that. Xia Fei was a madman, but at least he would not randomly eat things. Meanwhile, Colin would eat anything and everything. His ghoulish appearance was evidence that he was someone who had personally eaten extremely toxic things before, which was why he looked the way he was right now. Though Colin was certifiably insane, he was still the scheming sort. Naturally, the scheme he was plotting was just to devour Xia Fei. After 20 Shepherdian centurions were sent out to probe Xia Fei, Colin believed that it was time for him to begin eating, thinking that this should be the extent of Xia Fei's trump cards. Colin grinned his teeth against each other lightly, as if he was making preparations to feast on Xia Fei. Swoosh! Xia Fei was very irked hearing the sound of Colin's grinding teeth, so he recklessly dashed forward. Furball followed right behind him. Colin shoved his 2 hands forward, and a blue lightning rapidly consolidated as if a large blue dragon had descended from the heavens, the electricity crackling loudly. A ferocious smile flashed. The blue electricity was Colin's law, the law of lightning. The over several 100 million volts of lightning made it impossible for anyone to get near him, and even the slightest of touch would turn an average human into crisp. This was why Colin had been confident in facing Xia Fei. Xia Fei first needed to get near his target when he attacked, and the same could be said for Furball. Colin had unleashed this extremely high voltage as an attack, and it also doubled up as his greatest defense. Colin was a great law emperor expert who had mastery of electric currents. He was completely unconcerned with Xia Fei being killed by this high voltage, resulting in him losing the opportunity to eat him alive. The moment Xia Fei got near, he would first be left near death by the electric, and this meant that Colin only needed to sit back and relax. His control of such super high voltage had precisely been the tried and tested trump card of Colin all these years. Who knew how many people had been severely electrocuted by his law of lightning and had subsequently become food for him? As long as he had mastery over its control, high voltage electricity could cause its victim's central nervous system damage and muscular dysfunction. Colin planned a conservative approach toward this fight, keeping some distance away so that he could use the electricity to keep zapping Xia Fei, assaulting his nervous system so his reaction time would decrease, numbing his muscles to make it impossible for Xia Fei to keep his high-speed movements, slowly weakening him till he could finally capture Xia Fei alive. This approach was not bad, and he could surely achieve this through the law of lightning, but Colin failed to account for just one thing: Xia Fei had the habit of keeping his trump cards hidden, so he had not truly seen everything Xia Fei had to offer. Ode of 100 Spirits. Xia Fei did not retreat in the face of the blue lightning dragon, and he actually continued to speed up. Boom! The darkness metal weapon, Ode of 100 Spirits, changed into 103 triangular hidden blades, which arranged themselves into formation, hurtling straight toward that blue glow. Darkness metal's magic not only lay in its ability to create electromagnetic explosions but also in its ability to absorb and control them. Just as how something could be the Achilles heel to another, darkness metal was precisely the best trump card to counter electricity. No matter how strong the electrical current or the magnetic field was, everything would go out of control when faced against darkness metal. Darkness metal weapon! Colin exclaimed. Xia Fei revealed plenty of his trump cards earlier, but never did he expect that Xia Fei still had more in his tank. A set of rare darkness metal weapons was actually still hidden in his spatial ring. At this point, it was impossible for Colin to retract his law power even if he wanted to. He obviously had the desire to but lacked the strength to accomplish his goal. The voltage of his electricity was rapidly weakening. Even more horrifying was the fact that he was slowly losing control of it. Colin watched as that huge blue dragon he had conjured with electricity gradually became weaker and anxiety gripped him. He kept backing away. This was when Xia Fei tossed his darkness metal weapon and struck him while he was off guard. A shocking scene unfolded next. Despite the weakened electrical charge, it was still at a level where no normal being could get near, yet Xia Fei had used some method to actually make it past that wall of electricity. The powerful electric current had ruined Xia Fei's cloak, thus revealing that exquisite war armor Xia Fei was wearing underneath. Fig Corporation's insignia became visible on his shoulder, looking particularly eye-catching and fear-inducing. That's Fig Corporation war armor. Colin was once again dumbfounded. It was no wonder Xia Fei had been unafraid of confronting his electric attack. He was wearing a top-tier product made by the best company in the whole law realm. If he had unleashed his law of lightning at its fullest potential, he could have prevented Xia Fei from passing through the electric wall, but his opponent's darkness metal weapon Ode of 100 Spirits had weakened the charge, making it hard to control. This was how Xia Fei had been given an opportunity to strike. It was already too late by the time he realized what was happening. Before Colin could even react, Xia Fei was already standing in front of him. Crunch! Furball had punctured through where Colin's heart was like a bullet. Xia Fei followed it up immediately with his blood crystal in his left hand, firmly sticking it into Colin's chin. Swoosh! Blood essence was quickly being drained, and Colin seemed to have gotten much older at that instant, a truly horrific sensation to experience. Kaboom! A ball of lightning appeared in Colin's hand, which swiftly detonated, enveloping both law adepts in it. The blast was overwhelming. In order to avoid being drained clean of his blood by the blood crystal, Colin used an implosion technique. The explosion lasted for several seconds with the ground shaking wildly. When the air cleared, Xia Fei was seen stomping on several fallen teeth of Colin's, which blood crystal had forcefully extracted from the latter's mouth when they separated. Eat your own mother! Xia Fei cursed with a gloomy expression on his face. Chapter 672, Natal Crystal. Soaked in fresh blood. The Shepherdian chieftain Colin was standing several hundred meters away from Xia Fei. His black armor of decent making was already disintegrated and disgusting abscesses could be seen all over his body. Due to Colin's forced detonation of a ball lightning, which caused a great explosion, the various abscesses all over his body had split open, and blood was oozing out profusely. The burned smell hung in the air, and it mixed in with the gross stench coming from Colin's body, disgusting and nauseating. His empty eye sockets stared right at Xia Fei, blood still flowing out from them, looking very demonic. His mouth had been torn, with his side of his sturdy teeth sliced off by blood crystal. Colin looked as if he were on the verge of going mad. Xia Fei had pulled out one trump card after another, much to his incredible surprise. Not only did the latter have many, everything he had shown thus far were of great quality. Even the great Law Emperor Colin did not have that many powerful weapons at his disposal. The Shepherdian chieftain Colin had been mistakenly led to believe that Xia Fei was a scion of some renowned clan who visited exiled grounds for the sake of entertainment, otherwise, there would be no way for him to understand how the young Xia Fei could have so many precious treasures at his disposal, giving him a hard time in this fight. Exiled grounds was racked with poverty, and Xia Fei was the most valuable prey Colin had seen in his life. It was just that this prey was a little hard to deal with, and there were even some seconds where the great Law Emperor Colin considered retreating. Colin's body is on the verge of breaking. This should be the adverse effect of having eaten too many sapient life forms. Don't you get careless, though. The Shepherdians often have the ability to reconstruct their bodies aside from their ability of impersonation. His heart may have been ruined by Furbal's attack, yet he's still able to remain standing. He must have cultivated himself to the point where he needs not depend on his body for continued survival, Lionheart Emperor Oro said gravely. Xia Fei nodded. He recalled Peacock Blue and swapped it for Furbal. He got into the posture of a pitcher readying a throw, while he also whispered something furtively into Furbal's ear. Colin took 3 steps back and got into a defensive stance, pondering just how he could neutralize the many precious weapons Xia Fei had on him. Go! Shouting, Xia Fei diverted strength from his legs and twisted his waist. His arm was drawing a beautiful arc as he whipped it outward. He used quite a lot of strength in this throw, creating a wild gust from this motion that even caused the very air around him to shake violently. Bang! Furbal was like a cannonball that had been fired at light speed, having been thrown out by Xia Fei as if he were a weapon. To treat the holy beast Shatterstar as a baseball, only Xia Fei could come up with such a ridiculous idea. If any of those beast tamers out there who adored exotic beasts learned of this, they would surely give Xia Fei a tongue lashing of a lifetime. To think the esteemed holy beast Lord Shatterstar would be treated so poorly by Xia Fei. However, this series of actions Xia Fei had taken created a very outstanding effect. Furbal's speed was already very quick on his own, and with Xia Fei giving him a boost, Furbal managed to achieve a total speed, which went well over 40,000 meters, in that very second. It was a shockingly astronomical number. The old demon lord was momentarily taken aback before he burst into laughter. This new move of yours isn't too bad, almost doubling Furbal's speed in one go. More importantly, you can control where Furbal will be flying, heading toward wherever you aim it. Nodding his head, Oro admired the adaptability Xia Fei had demonstrated here. There was never a hard and fast trick that never changed. Every technique and move was created by predecessors, and it was a talent of Xia Fei's to have made use of his present circumstances and be capable of adapting in accordance with the enemy's movements. It was a creativity that elite warriors possessed. Of course, even the powerful old demon lord Oro found it very wrong to use Furbal like some hidden weapon. He was a holy beast, after all, and ought to be shown the respect that he deserved. Kaboom! Furbal flew out like a beam of light, an unstoppable force that streaked across the sky. Colin hurriedly used his law of lightning to block this shot, but Furbal was simply too fast. Even before the electric defenses could completely form, he had already brushed past Colin's body, getting very close to him. Whoosh! Furbal whizzed past in that one attack and turned right around, returning into Xia Fei's hands like a boomerang, who was waiting with gritted teeth to unleash the next attack. Furbal and Xia Fei had a decent relationship with each other, and he seemed not to mind being tossed by his master. The whole concept of a holy beast's dignity was just for show. As long as he was by Xia Fei's side, Furball would be more than happy to be a little ball that was at Xia Fei's beck and call, not throwing any temper at all. Many were very jealous of Xia Fei for having tamed a distinguished holy beast to such a degree. A trickle of blood was visible at the corner of his mouth as Colin let out a mirthless chuckle. You missed. Furball had only brushed past his body, and the holy beast did not cause any actual damage on him. Colin could not make sense of this. Furball had come at him at such a frightening speed that it would have very well punctured a clean hole through him if the throw had been a little accurate. A sly smile curled as Xia Fei shook his head, softly saying, "Trust me. I didn't miss." As he said those words, a scream could be heard as that spatial compass Colin was holding dropped to the ground, shattering into pieces. It turned out that Xia Fei's target had not been Colin but rather his spatial compass. Without a spatial compass, Colin would have no way of escaping. It looked like Xia Fei was determined to trap this Shepherdian chieftain under this snowy mountain. "I know that this body of yours isn't your real strength, or else you won't be so careless with how your body is being damaged. Since we can't kill you by dealing damage to your body, I figured that I'll just cut off your path of escape," Xia Fei said solemnly. That was when the Shepherdian warriors who were hiding somewhere all broke out and slowly made their way toward Hyacinth's base after seeing their chieftain come under assault. Colin spat and gave a wave of his arm. Over 1,000 Shepherdians dashed toward Xia Fei. There was even a small team who was getting ready to wipe out all of Hyacinth's tribesmen. Anger. Extreme anger. Colin had gone mad. He did not care about the order to keep Hyacinth encircled, the only thing on his mind was to slay Xia Fei. As a great law emperor, the chieftain Colin was extremely ashamed that Xia Fei's sneak attack worked on him. Xia Fei frowned slightly. He had to take care of the great law emperor before him, then there were also the over 300 people from Hyacinth that needed his protection too, otherwise, his plan to recruit Hyacinth to do his bidding would be ruined. The hardest part of this situation was not dealing with so many enemies at once, rather, it was that he needed to fight and protect the weak at the same time, which was practically an impossible task. Just as Xia Fei was wondering how he should do this, spatial channels began opening, all over the mountain. Hyacinth's reinforcement had arrived. As the prestigious impersonators organization here in Exiled Grounds, Hyacinth not only had enemies but allies as well. There were countless warbands that Hyacinth had once helped and were thus willing to do them a favor. Even those who did not have a strong relationship with Hyacinth were willing to help. After all, there was no telling when they might need Hyacinth's help, so having Hyacinth owe them a favor would make this a very worthwhile transaction. Things were not looking good for the Shepherdians. Rather than providing water to a parched man, the people of this universe preferred to kick a man while they were down. Now that the Shepherdians were on the decline while the Rockies were on the rise, as well as the fact that Shepherdians had the habit of eating sapient life forms, not too many residents of the Exiled Grounds liked them, which was why everyone was more than happy to join in after Hyacinth mentioned that he was gathering manpower to deal with the Shepherdians. The sounds of battle cries grew louder, and soon, the over 1,000 Shepherdians found themselves surrounded by a mob of several thousands, which consisted of Rockies as well as other species. There were even some humans there. Click. Xia Fei pushed a button and the helmet of his war armor edgeless automatically closed up. With so many people here, Xia Fei had no wish of risking anyone identifying him. After all, there was still a bounty of 1,000,000 grade 4 origin crystals on his head, and such a sum was more than enough to tempt plenty of people out there. Due to the characteristics of spatial compasses, the reinforcement that Hyacinth brought over were all a distance away. This was because there would be disastrous consequences if any spatial channel were to come into conflict, so the men had to spread themselves out, arriving by the foot of the mountain before they could group up and assault. The Shepherdians were panicking. They had not imagined that Hyacinth's charisma had reached a point where he could amass a large army of reinforcements in the span of a few minutes, even sooner than the 10 minutes Xia Fei had first anticipated. Thus, it could be seen that their strength and reputation were not just for show. Chieftain. We need to leave. It'll be too late if we don't leave soon. Chieftain, what do we do? Colin was so incensed that his face had become ashen. He had every wish to flee, but Xia Fei had destroyed his spatial compass, making it impossible for him to do just that. This moment while Colin was restless became the perfect opportunity for Xia Fei to strike. Zing! Without hesitation, Xia Fei and Furball both launched another attack. Xia Fei attacked Colin from the front while Furball circled around to come in from behind. Ping! Xia Fei's agility was honed to such a speed that blood crystal was already right before Colin, its edge tens of centimeters away from plunging right into the latter's body, when a piercing white light shot out from Colin's body. Crack! It was as if blood crystal had come into contact with a sturdy rock, causing it to rebound abruptly. Xia Fei felt his heart tighten. How could someone's body suddenly turn solid? Was he fighting a living being or a monster? Roar! Furball charged toward Colin at a speed well over 20,000 m/s, while he simultaneously spat out 3 energy balls. Boom boom boom! These balls cause Colin's skin and flesh to split open upon contact. When the light dissipated, they noticed that the Great Law Emperor Colin had disappeared from where he stood, and in his place was a baby. A transparent baby that looked like it was made of crystal. Though it had the head of a baby, its full mouth of ferocious teeth made it look as terrifying as before, with 2 eyes so black that light seemed to be swallowed up by it. Its fingernails were as sharp as knives, and white light flowed within its crystalline body. Its brain was also completely exposed, and it was covered in veins. Horrifying! Ferocious! Xia Fei had never seen such a strange baby before, or to be precise, this thing looked like the offspring of a demon that had a strong lingering scent of blood since birth. That's a natal crystal. That body you saw earlier has already decayed, and this is Colin's real body, the old demon lord exclaimed with sparkling eyes. Whoosh! Colin did not continue fighting with Xia Fei now that he had revealed his crystalline body. Instead, he tried fleeing in the opposite direction from the latter. Xia Fei and Furball both gave chase. Of course, Colin's speed was not faster than either of them. He ran as he continued to use his lightning ability to lob ranged attacks at Xia Fei, causing large blue dragons to streak in the air one after another. Fortunately, Xia Fei's physical agility and speed were superhuman, so such ranged attacks hardly posed a threat to him. Boom! Xia Fei seized the moment to cover the distance between him and Colin, stabbing his blood crystal into the other's transparent body. It's useless. Natal crystals are absurdly tough, and normal attacks can hardly hurt him, Oro said in a low voice. Obviously Xia Fei's stab got rebounded. He was greatly surprised to learn that this seemingly weak crystalline body was 1,000,000 times more resilient than metal. A smirk appeared on Colin's mouth. Though his lightning ability could not ward off Xia Fei, he fortunately had his natal crystal to protect himself. Colin believed that Xia Fei no longer had any trump cards left, and he deemed that none of the treasures he had revealed could do anything to him. Xia Fei let out a cold laughter as he growled, "Resilient, hey? Then I'll subvert it." How would Colin know that Xia Fei still had an overpowered trump card he had not yet revealed? The Law of Primal Chaos. Chapter 673, Encroaching Law Emperor. Kaboom! Blue lightning flew right past Xia Fei, who easily dodged the strike as he flipped his left hand dexterously, thrusting his palm right toward Colin's skull. Colin did not evade this hit, for he was 100% confident that no matter how powerful Xia Fei's attacks were, none of them would be a threat to his natal crystal body. By the corner of Colin's eye, he inadvertently noticed Xia Fei's lips curving to form a smirk, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Why did it look like this one attack from Xia Fei would decide the match? That palm strike was executed as light as a falling leaf, and it did not seem to contain any might whatsoever. Colin believed that such a palm technique could at best kill a rabbit, and he refused to believe that it would be able to shatter a natal crystal. However, before that palm even made contact with his head, a cold and sinister wind first assaulted his senses, and it was completely different from that soft palm strike, containing an indescribable killing intent with it. In the next second, Colin paid the ultimate price for underestimating his opponent. The sound of shattering glass could be heard coming from the natal crystal, and then thin cracks began to bloom on it, increasing in abundance until finally the entire body became fragmented. Indeed, Xia Fei did not use too much strength in his palm technique and had only applied his law of primal chaos, yet it was precisely this palm technique, which purely utilized the law of primal chaos, that shattered the natal crystal form Colin was so proud of. The law of primal chaos was the most overpowered law in all of history. It was a law that subverted all else. That was just how tyrannical it was. Furthermore, Xia Fei had already cultivated this law of primal chaos to the 3rd level, and its might was far greater than before. Even the sturdy natal crystal was completely subverted when facing the law of primal chaos, shattering as a result. Crunch! Xia Fei's right hand held blood crystal, and he plunged it into one of the cracks that ran across Colin's head. The transparent natal crystal rapidly lost its color and dimmed. Few would ever experience the painful agony of having their very life being drained away, yet Shepherdian chieftain Colin was the lucky few who would feel what it was like to have his very life sapped away. Naturally, the other Shepherdians and reinforcement that Hyacinth had gathered all saw this scene unfold, and there were many among them who recognized Colin, recognizing this natal crystal to be Colin's greatest insurance. My God! My eyes haven't deceived me, right? Did someone just kill Colin? The natal crystal shattered. The Shepherdian chieftain Colin is doomed. The crowd was reeling. Thousands cheered loudly. If the chieftain of the Shepherdians died, the outcome of the battle would be obvious without even needing to continue the fight. Plus, Xia Fei's demonstration of his immense combat strength only caused every warrior to get all pumped up. He's Xia Fei, our friend, Hyacinth proudly announced as he puffed out his chest. As for that painful lesson of defeat that Xia Fei had given him on the bridge some time ago, he had already forgotten all about it. The other members of Hyacinth were also cheering for Xia Fei. After all, he did save all the old and young who were left behind, and those who had escaped to the bamboo forest through the spatial compasses had already praised Xia Fei to high heavens. Aside from the admiration they shared for Xia Fei, they were also very grateful toward him. The unity of a nomadic tribe was very hard to imagine to any outsider. Xia Fei had successfully saved those in need, so the previous blow Xia Fei had dealt to their pride had also disappeared along with the resentment they originally had. This universe worshipped the strong, and when Xia Fei displayed his ultimate combat strength, Hyacinth and all the others were completely subdued after witnessing the wondrous power of the law of primal chaos and the brutality of blood crystal. They even found the fact that they had befriended Xia Fei something to be very proud of. This so-called relationship still needed strength as a guarantee. If Xia Fei had lacked this strength, there was no way that these people would have seen Xia Fei in a different light, especially if all he did was win against Hyacinth with his powerful eyesight. Instead, Xia Fei had proven his own strength time and again, so his win against Hyacinth was naturally expected, making it seem like the loss before was a certainty. Winning was one thing, but winning the others over completely was another matter altogether. With how things were, even the most stubborn members of Hyacinth had no choice but to admit that Xia Fei was a man's man, with both strength and righteousness. Just the fact that he saved over 300 of his tribesmen was enough for them to feel gratitude to him. Killing Colin only increased Xia Fei's influence to the top. Even the old demon lord was stunned. Though he had no idea just what law Xia Fei had used, he knew very well, from his wealth of battle experience, just how overwhelmingly powerful that law was. As Xia Fei continued to develop like this, he would very likely be a creator of miracles in the future. I really want to know just what kind of law it is. It's simply too powerful, Oro sighed, even as he wondered to himself. Perhaps only the law of life I have, including the lost law of time, can rival that. Just how did Xia Fei come to obtain such a formidable law power? What? The old demon lord was shocked. Xia Fei had been filling himself with plenty of energy while the former was lost in his thoughts. Never did Xia Fei imagine that Colin's body would contain so much energy, and it was being unleashed like a tidal wave, surging right into his seventh brain region. It must be said that this was still in a situation where the blood crystal had absorbed more than half of its victim's energy. Had all of it gone to Xia Fei's seventh brain region, he could have very well exploded from the influx and died. The natal crystal was created after absorbing the life force of a warrior, and it was like a supersized origin crystal to begin with, filled with rich energy. If you can't absorb it, you'd better quickly let it loose. Oro shouted. Everything happened so abruptly, and Oro barely had any time to explain to Xia Fei the profundity of the natal crystal when Xia Fei already began absorbing the energy within the crystalline body. There's too much energy. I need to leave this place and unleash everything, or else I'll damage my seventh brain region. Xia Fei was mumbling to himself with a grim expression on his face. Obtaining energy was a very happy occurrence, able to help someone promote and gain an even higher cultivation, but if it was too much or it came too fast, that would become dangerous, for it would turn into a severe assault on the seventh brain region. Zing! A spatial channel suddenly opened, and Xia Fei dashed right in it. 3 days later, amid a maple forest, Xia Fei was seated under a tall maple tree like a meditating old sage. Though the yellowing tree leaves had practically buried half his body, Xia Fei was seemingly unmindful to it. Sigh. Exhaling, Xia Fei opened his eyes and slowly flicked them forward. There was this unconcealed fanaticism in his pupils. Furball opened his eyes and licked Xia Fei's arm with his little tongue a bit before resuming his nap. The sleeping posture of this pet was very peculiar, with his head facing the sky and his belly towards Xia Fei, his 4 limbs outstretched. With a slight smile, Xia Fei scooped Furball up from beside him and placed him by his bosom before he flexed his body. What level, the old demon lord asked straightforwardly. Level 9 Law Sovereign, Xia Fei softly answered. Oh. Oro nodded. That's not bad. Promoting twice in one go. Too bad you're not yet a Law Emperor, so you'll still have to work hard like before until you succeed. He had said this very breezily when actually Oro was already exploding in his heart. The higher someone leveled up, the harder it got. It had not even been a year since Xia Fei began cultivating law, and he was already nearly a Law Emperor. Just what in the world was this? This was a transcendental speed. The old demon lord did his best to recall, but even in his long life, he had not known of anyone who could compare with Xia Fei's promotion speed. In time, Xia Fei's success will surely trump mine. Oro thought to himself. Should I try and trick him into joining the Lionhearts, forcing him to accept the law of life? If such a talented individual were to be accepted by my Lionhearts, then that would be perfect. Unfortunately, Xia Fei is just too stubborn, so I'll have to find the right time to convince him. Perhaps I should look for a pretty lady among the royals and match-make a second wife for Xia Fei? I don't think that will work, either. Xia Fei doesn't seem like he will be fond of Lionheart women. Their size is far too much for him. How about just granting him the status of royalty? The Lionheart Emperor Oro considered many things across those few seconds. Help Xia Fei find a second wife from the Lionhearts, to think that he could think of something like this. Any random woman from the Lionhearts would be 4 to 5 meters tall, weighing almost a ton. They would have golden fur all over their bodies, too. Oro should count himself lucky that Xia Fei did not kill him there and then for even thinking of doing this, for there was no way that he would accept it. Besides, there were plenty of women out there who were very fond of Xia Fei, so even if he was currently not in a great position, as long as he was willing to ask, he would have had no problem filling out a harem of his own. There was really no need for him to get such a large creature in his bed. Xia Fei lit a cigarette as he relaxed. Just how amazing is the natal crystal? The amount of origin energy stored within was really too much. It's a good thing my 7th brain region didn't explode from the force alone. Aside from the 2 levels I went up with all that energy, there's still a brilliant and colorful energy ball in my brain region. Xia Fei blew out smoke and said. Oro smiled. You don't have to think too much about it, either. You being able to wrangle all that energy was already well beyond my expectation. Your control over origin energy is akin to that of a genius's ability to control it, and this is very rare. Just what's your bloodline? Bloodline. Xia Fei froze slightly. A human's bloodline, of course. If I were the descendant of some huge clan, would I have such a large bounty on my head? I'd be glad just not being hunted by others. You're right. Oro shrugged helplessly. I discovered some rather unique things in you. I seem to have come across them, but I just can't put a finger on just which clan's characteristics they are. All I know is that it's very strange and very mysterious. Changing the topic, Oro asked about Xia Fei's attempt at making the breakthrough. Have you tried making a breakthrough to become a Law Emperor? Yes. Actually, I managed to reach level 9 Law Sovereign yesterday, and I spent the whole time today trying to get past it. Unfortunately, this threshold of the Law Emperor is just too hard. The energy I sent out was like dropping a stone in the ocean, it's as if I was hardly making any difference. Repeated attempts were made, and I still failed to make it past. As such, I'll first have to store the energy and wait till the time is right. Xia Fei said. Oro burst out laughing. Ascending to be a Law Emperor is a major threshold. It'll be much harder than any other threshold you've tried breaking through before. Several extremely talented warriors find themselves stuck at this point for many years, and not succeeding the first round isn't exactly a failure. Xia Fei successfully cleared level 8 and 9 in 2 days, getting past 2 levels consecutively. Such an astounding rate of promotion caused the old demon lord to feel quite a bout of envy and jealousy. As time passed, Oro found Xia Fei to be more and more pleasing to the eye, even entertaining the thought of granting him royalty status among the Lionhearts just so he could get him to join the clan. The Lionhearts were an extremely dominant force in the demon race, and the royalty was considered the king of kings. As long as Xia Fei had the status of a Lionheart royalty, he would be able to travel freely in demon territory. However, Xia Fei was ultimately a human, and it was rather difficult for him to be accepted as royalty. Furthermore, it seemed like Xia Fei was not particularly interested in the demon race. A thought came to Oro, and he asked in a solemn voice, Xia Fei, do you wish to blitz past the threshold in the fastest way possible and become a Law Emperor? Chapter 674, The Three Requirements. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Xia Fei, do you wish to blitz past the threshold in the fastest way possible and become a law emperor? Xia Fei was startled. Few could resist the temptation of ascending to become a law emperor, as it was an important step to becoming stronger. Just looking at how the entire Yu family of over 1 million only had 2 or 3 members with the law emperor cultivation was enough proof of how rare law emperors were in the law realm. If the law sovereign tier was considered the mainstay in the circle, then the law emperor would definitely be considered the standard of masters. Becoming a law emperor has been my dream, so of course I will do all I can to get promoted, but I wonder just what price I have to pay for this method you're speaking of. Xia Fei very calmly asked, not overly excited after hearing what the old demon lord had said. Price? Why do you put it like that? Xia Fei smiled. Everything has a price. I spent a whole day's time attempting to get past the law emperor threshold, yet I haven't even gotten the slightest clue on how to go about it. That's proof of just how difficult this step is, and if you're talking about the fastest way to succeed in making this breakthrough, it'll be too unrealistic to expect there's no price attached. Lionheart Emperor Oro nodded his head in satisfaction. Xia Fei was a believer of the theory of price, and Oro knew this very well. Xia Fei had already come to the conclusion that bearing the greatest risk was necessary to gain the greatest reward. This was the logic behind taking risks to seek wealth. Behind all his madness, Xia Fei had always considered the cost-to-benefit ratio behind his every action, never one to rush headlong recklessly. The fastest method to promote I am about to mention won't really require you to pay too heavy a price. Oro chuckled. Quinn, my accursed disciple, absconded with a blood swallow gem when he fled the Lionhearts. He's already lost the ability to continue in his cultivation and promotion, so I believe that this precious blood swallow gem ought to still be in his hands. As long as you find him and, as previously planned, kill him, I'll happily grant this precious gem, which can help with your promotion, to you. Xia Fei was at first surprised, but his eyebrows soon relaxed as he let out a hearty laugh. Elder Oro, we warriors have a rule, where if I help slay that traitor of your clan, everything he has on him will belong to me, so you verbally granting me that gem isn't exactly proper. Ever since they learned of news regarding Quinn, the old demon lord had been urging Xia Fei to eliminate him on his behalf, almost as if he harbored a deep grudge toward this traitor. However, the clever Xia Fei could still infer from Oro's words and actions that this Quinn might not be anyone simple. Aside from the fact that he was the owner of an immemorial mystical armament, the Phoenix Tail Stone, and the best law in the demon race, the law of life, that individual surely had other secrets in him, secrets that worried Oro greatly. It must be why Oro had repeatedly urged Xia Fei to get on the case. The old demon lord's expression was grim. Quinn is a traitor of the Lionheart royalty, and everything he has on him is stolen from us. How could you consider them to be spoils of war for the taking? Xia Fei shrugged as he casually offered, if it's not me who ends up killing Quinn, will they even think of returning those items to you, Lionhearts? Oro froze, feeling extremely unhappy but also unable to refute his logic. Why don't you go and inform my great-grandson, Heathfield, about this? Let him send his royal guards to apprehend and kill Quinn, then you can take the blood swallow gem as your reward. This way, you won't have to bear any risk, and you can just sit at home and wait to collect your reward. Oro thought about this for a few minutes before making a suggestion. Xia Fei shook his head. You're a warrior, too, so you should know this more than I do. Which warrior out there would ever let their prey be taken away by others? Prey? Quinn is someone I personally instructed and is a level 7 law emperor. Didn't I kill Shepherdian chieftain Colin 3 days ago? He's also a level 7 law emperor, Xia Fei answered with a laugh. Quinn has the immemorial mystical armament Phoenix Tail Stone, too. Xia Fei lifted his right hand. My peacock blue is an immemorial mystical armament, too, and it has even absorbed another immemorial mystical armament, the 9-Night Plum. His war armor is the enigmatic Autumn Sun, the work of the famed artificer of the demon race, Campos. My Law Emperor grade edgeless made by the Fig Corporation shouldn't be too bad, either. Oro was speechless. Xia Fei had indeed accumulated plenty of quality products during his time in the Law Realm, and each and every treasure he had in possession was of such amazing prowess and quality. Honestly, these weapons Xia Fei owned were comparable to what any Law Emperor or even Great Law Emperor had. The mutated Peacock Blue, the devouring blood crystal. Each was an unparalleled existence that could be considered the cream of the crop. One should not forget that he also wielded the law of primal chaos, subverter of all things, and the one and only holy beast, Shatterstar. A worker must first sharpen their tools to do well, and a powerful warrior also needed a set of weapons to assist them. Xia Fei had already surpassed warriors who were in the same tier as him. His great resilience and decent foundation in cultivation, adding all these factors, contributed to his ability to challenge opponents who were levels above him. So what you're saying is that you'll definitely kill Qin with your own hands and you'll seize the things that belong to the Lionheart royalty? The Lionheart Emperor Oro asked solemnly. Xia Fei simply replied, the spoils of war go to the victors. Humph! Lionheart Emperor Oro harumphed. Greedy man, we can talk after you kill Qin. I'm afraid that, when that time comes, you might realize you've bitten off more than you can chew. It's fine. I've always got a good appetite, Xia Fei said with a raised eyebrow. Oro no longer nagged on the issue of the allocation of the spoils, and Xia Fei of course felt very happy about it. Furthermore, he was even somewhat looking forward to it. These things that even that Lionheart Emperor remembered and wanted to send back to his clan must surely be decent. Oro tossed and turned in his coffin, hiding a light smile on his face, seemingly deep in his ploy to play. You have yet to tell me just how this natal crystal came to be. How is it able to contain so much energy? Xia Fei changed the subject and asked. Xia Fei was of course now behaving himself after having benefited from it, acting humble as he sought advice from the old demon lord. This was a tried and tested method, as there was no person who held a high authority that would not enjoy others beseeching them for advice. This was a way for them to demonstrate the wealth of experience and wisdom they had, after all. Sure enough, Oro was rather pleased after seeing Xia Fei's humble attitude. Most geniuses were aloof, and the old demon lord really was fond of having around talented individuals who remained humble despite their brilliance like Xia Fei. That's a good question. Most people may be unable to give you the answer to that. Oro first bragged about himself a little before going straight to the point. I only inadvertently stumbled upon this secret of the Shepherd-ians a long time ago. They have the bad habit of eating other sapient life forms, and there's actually quite some skill to it. Your average Shepherd-ian will eat sapient life forms just to satisfy their hunger, and there are few mutants among them who can acquire the ability or even their hereditary genes during consumption. You know as well as I do that there are plenty of martial clans in the circle that have their gene inheritance. That's how we of the Lionhearts are very talented when cultivating the law of darkness. There's just no way of explaining it. Practitioners of the law of darkness will undergo the same instruction and training, yet our warriors are able to advance faster than any other species. We have a more profound understanding of the law, too, but if it's the law of light, Lionhearts will instead be worse off than others. The reason for this is the hereditary trait. Taking the Lionheart's physical composition into consideration, we are truly suited to practicing the law of darkness than any other species. If a mutated Shepherd-ian consumes a Lionheart warrior, then they'll gain a measure of this genetic heredity, changing their own being so that they can be even more suited toward the law of darkness. Xia Fei was mildly surprised as he learned this from the old demon lord, asking gravely, so what you're saying is that, if the mutant Shepherd-ians keep eating warriors of other species, there's no telling whether or not they'll one day become suitable for practicing law, making it that much easier for them to cultivate. Isn't this ability of the Shepherd-ians a bit too overpowered? A sinister smile arched across Oro's face. How can it be that simple? It's as you said, everything has a price. First, it isn't every single thing they eat that can change their physical composition. They'll hardly have any use for those weak warriors even if they eat tens of thousands of them, so what they need are the high-level ones. There's also an issue of probability. Some can change just after eating a single individual, while some will never see a change in their physical composition even after a lifetime of eating. As for the rotting physique that Colin had, that's the result of eating too many sapient life forms. After all, the genetic sequence of all the sapient life forms differs, so it's very easy for backlashes to result. Those who get off easy will find themselves heavily injured, while the more severe cases may just die outright. Oro's words allowed Xia Fei to have a new understanding of the Shepherd-ians. Nodding, he asked, so what about the natal crystal? Could that be related to Shepherd-ians eating sapient life forms, too? Precisely, Oro said. A warrior has plenty of origin energy inside them, and not all of that can be fully absorbed. Over time, Shepherd-ians will condense this crystalline body of theirs, and when it reaches a certain level of critical mass, it can then replace a Shepherd-ian's rotting form, becoming a whole new life in itself. You saw Colin's natal crystal form being like that of a baby, and that's only because he had yet to consume enough life force, only barely able to consolidate a humanoid form in his brain. The brain is the only organ that's irreplaceable, which is why you saw that beating brain inside the natal crystal form. The universe was filled with wonders and mystery. Xia Fei was deeply stirred by Oro's words. You're really fortunate this time. A natal crystal is formed from the accumulated energy of countless warriors. That's also why it's so tough and impervious. Your absorption of Colin is akin to draining the essence of all the warriors the Shepherdian chieftain consumed, and everything went into your 7th brain region. Such an opportunity comes once in a blue moon, so if I'm not mistaken, you should have enough energy stored in your brain right now for you to advance to a Law Emperor. All you need now is the Blood Swallow Gem's assistance and you'll most likely succeed. Beyond the 2 levels he had already prompted, Xia Fei even had enough energy stored to get past the threshold separating him from the Law Emperor tier. The harvest Xia Fei got this time around was unprecedented. Origin energy was the foundation of the Law realm, and having more energy meant more wealth and power, naturally. Xia Fei blinked and proceeded to ask, you mentioned hereditary characteristics just then, so I wonder what law my genes are suited to cultivate. Oro frowned. This isn't a question I can easily answer. I'll need to do very complex genetic calculations and evaluate you in accordance with the 3 main requirements. Xia Fei suddenly recalled his visit to the Heritage Planet several years ago, and what the Master Control Computer had once said. I seem to have done the 3 main requirements test before. Xia Fei recollected his memory as he said. The system stated my blood test came out as a 4-star lineage. Xia Fei suddenly found the old demon lord looking at him with a very peculiar gaze after he said that. It was as if the Lionheart Emperor was looking at a monster. Chapter 675, Bloodline Mystery. According to the system, my blood tested as from a 4-star lineage. Xia Fei suddenly found the old demon lord looking at him with a very peculiar gaze after he said that. It was as if the Lionheart Emperor was looking at a monster. What are you looking at me like that for? Is a 4-star lineage really bad? Xia Fei asked, his eyebrows knitted. The old demon lord let out a deep sigh, doing his best to suppress the shock he was feeling inside. What are the exact words of the system? Xia Fei thought back to that time and said, 7th brain region 100% open. First activation requirement fulfilled. 4-star lineage. Second activation requirement fulfilled. Perception, intelligence, perseverance, memory, and charm sufficient overall coefficient. Third activation requirement fulfilled. Test for the 3 main requirements complete, Heritage Planet activated. Estimated time until full activation, 2 minutes 14 seconds. After all that was said, I was mysteriously transported into Heritage Planet, where I struggled to survive for a full year before returning. Xia Fei shrugged. He had quite a good memory, so he was able to regurgitate those words verbatim, even though so much time had passed when that incident happened. Oro was silent. His eyebrows twitched as if he found everything to be very interesting. After a moment, Oro began to ask Xia Fei about the conditions of the Heritage Planet. Originally, Xia Fei could not tell anyone else about it. That was because the Heritage Planet had a genetic lock implanted in him, and the moment he revealed this secret to an outsider, they would instantly bleed to death from every orifice and die. However, Xia Fei was now a law adept, so the genetic lock itself had been removed. Speaking of which, Xia Fei's appearance in the Heritage Planet was purely by chance. The clan who had built that Heritage Planet had long since gone extinct. Common sense dictated that warriors would greatly benefit from getting a chance to enter a Heritage Planet, not only allowing them to train themselves but also to learn an introduction to law. Unfortunately, Xia Fei was the only one on the planet when he got there, so he had to depend on himself for survival the entire time, and all he got in the end was the auxiliary ability of telekinesis. This lonesome and dangerous experience was ultimately a blessing in disguise, for Xia Fei became a lot more decisive and mature after everything. It was as if Xia Fei's life was destined to be a maverick, always taking the path less traveled, down the roads overgrown with weeds. Even the Heritage Planet he ended up in was different from everyone. He was likely the only person in the universe who had visited it and the only one who had gotten out. After Oro finished listening to Xia Fei's recount of his experiences, he could only help but slap his thigh and laugh. Interesting. Very interesting. This Heritage Planet that you speak of, Lionhearts have one as well, we just call it by a different name. Our warriors will have to learn a bit under the guidance of specialized instructors after entering, but you've got it going for you. You were made to fight upon entering the Heritage Planet, and you ended up doing it for a whole year. Xia Fei pouted. The entire planet was left uncultivated, what else could I do about it? Then how did you acquire your telekinesis? After fighting all that time until there were practically no more enemies left on Heritage Planet, the system deemed me qualified and awarded me that, Xia Fei answered. Do you mean to tell me that you, alone, under nobody's guidance or aid, cleared an entire Heritage Planet? The Demon Lord asked, blinking with incredulity. Perhaps. Xia Fei did not answer with certainty in his voice. He only did just one thing during that whole year, and that was to fight. He did nothing else aside from non-stop fighting. No wonder you've got such abundant combat experience despite your age. This is all due to what you experienced then. Clearing a heritage planet isn't something anyone can do. Though no one taught you the foundations to law, you accumulated plenty of experience no one else had, Oro said solemnly. Then what's with the 4-star lineage thing? Xia Fei asked. Where did you say your home planet's from? Earth. Are there many high-level ability users from Earth? Oro stared at Xia Fei, a burning gaze in his eyes. Not really. I doubt we even have many novice ability users, Xia Fei answered honestly. Oro burst into laughter. That makes sense. You already said that the heritage planet you had visited was left to disuse, so the 3 requirements test must surely have been mistaken. So you mean to say that the system made a mistake? It must have, Oro said decisively. Why so? Let me give you a simple explanation, and I'm certain you'll understand why I said that. The Lionhearts are considered a 2-star lineage, and the royalty is of a special bloodline, which can be considered a 3-star lineage. If Earth really had a 4-star lineage, then I'm afraid that you'd already have law emperors flying everywhere. Oro said even as he stroked his chin meaningfully. Oro was very confident about the Lionheart royalty's bloodline. If Xia Fei had said that he had a 3-star lineage, Oro might very well have believed him. After all, Xia Fei's potential was there for all to see, and there was no way to fake it. As for the 4-star lineage, Oro simply could not believe it at all. It was not because there was no 4-star lineage in the Law Realm, either, rather, those who did were all monsters. No matter what, Oro refused to believe the validity of that blood test Xia Fei had taken, and Xia Fei nodded after some thought. What you said makes sense. If the Lionheart Royals are only 3-star lineage, there's no way Earth can be 4-star. Actually, I personally don't care what star I got. Xia Fei stood up and looked out ahead. Because to me, I am who I am, and I only care about what I want to do. He did not say this loudly, though the arrogance of such a statement was astounding. The old demon's 2 eyes shone, even as Xia Fei's figure appeared to be big and tall at that instant. The atmosphere in Hyacinth's home was somewhat awkward. Xia Fei had openly slain Shepherdian chieftain Colin in front of everyone, and that had shocked them all greatly, but they had no way of making sense of what happened after, for Xia Fei somewhat anxiously used his spatial compass and left. Xia Fei had saved Hyacinth and his people, killing their enemies as well, so that could all be considered a huge favor to them. Why did he leave without saying a word then? Hyacinth could not understand this point, and Seth was even more confused by this. He had turned into a master-less slave in the blink of an eye, and what made it worse was the fact that the restriction placed upon him was not undone, meaning that he was still a slave. Seth was glumly resting in a guest room. Given how things were, there was nothing else he could do except to wait for Xia Fei's return. Every day that Xia Fei did not come back meant another day where he had to wait. If it was a year, then that would be a year of waiting he had in store ahead of him. Hyacinth and his father Otter were seated in the study, discussing matters related to Xia Fei. He had killed Colin, so everything else after was simple. With the large batch of reinforcement they brought and the 1,000 or so Shepherdians that Colin had taken with him all handily wiped out, there were minimal losses on their end. Those reinforcements that they had gathered at the last minute had already left, and the purple-blooded Rockies sent a new group of guards. After all, Hyacinth was the face for the Rockies, and the species as a whole would be affected if anything were to happen to Hyacinth. Everyone who came to Hyacinth's aid, be they just individuals or entire mercenary squads, all got rewarded by Hyacinth for their efforts. Of course, the payout was only secondary, and it was the friendship with Hyacinth that these people valued. If there was ever a need in the future that they could use the help of Hyacinth for, there was no doubt that Hyacinth would not say no over lending a hand. I didn't sleep again last night. Otter was rubbing his temples with 2 hands as he spoke. Hyacinth was somewhat surprised and hurriedly poured him a cup of tea out of concern. Just what is it that worries you so much? Otter took the cup and sipped it, before sighing, what else but Fei? We've thanked everyone who came to our aid, and he's the only one whom we have yet to repay. Hyacinth let out a bitter chuckle. If not for Brother Xia Fei, the 300 civilians in our tribe might have all been slaughtered this time around. It's quite the favor we need to repay, indeed. Not just that. You seem to have forgotten that we lost the ruse off, too, and we still owe the man 3 lives. Saying this, both Hyacinth and Otter heaved a sigh at the same time. It was fine that they could not beat Xia Fei in a fight, but to have also lost the ruse off, that was the first time Hyacinth had suffered a loss in 25 years, and the members were all lamenting this outcome. That's why I came to discuss this matter with you. If Xia Fei returns, just how are we going to repay this debt we owe? Otter leaned back and stroked his beard. This was when his daughter-in-law Porio came in with a platter of fruits and just happened to have heard Otter's word. As she set the platter down, she remarked, "What father-in-law said is indeed a problem. The elders, women, and children in our tribe all have a great impression of Xia Fei, and even Sakura is the same. She's been sitting by the entrance, waiting for Xia Fei's return these last few days. I feel like Xia Fei is a fairly righteous person and an exceptional individual to boot. The bet with our lives must have been set out of spite then, and as long as we properly repay him, he won't really take our lives. No matter what, we shouldn't make any more mistakes again." Porio glanced at Hyacinth as she said this. She was afraid that Hyacinth might not relent and, instead, worsen the situation by getting people to have Xia Fei killed. That would be a tidy resolution, not needing to worry about Xia Fei making excessive demands, but those who had been saved by Xia Fei would definitely not agree to it. This was especially true for the old folks, who were all purple-blooded Rocky's elders. If anyone were to blame them, Hyacinth's family would most likely have a very hard time finding a place here in exiled grounds. Hyacinth knitted his eyebrows. "What are you saying? Your husband, Hyacinth, has been around exiled grounds for so many years, when have I ever been the sort to be so unprincipled? Since we owe gratitude toward Xia Fei, it only makes sense for us to repay him accordingly. Aren't I discussing this matter with my father right now?" Otter also understood what Poria implied and said, "That's right. We're both discussing just how we can show our appreciation on behalf of the tribe right now. If Xia Fei had forced Hyacinth to serve him, these people might have perhaps accepted the task, though they would not be in the least bit dedicated or willing. However, the situation now was vastly different from before. Xia Fei had saved over 300 of their people, and Hyacinth was already pondering just how he could repay this debt without needing Xia Fei to even mention the fact. In fact, Hyacinth wished he could repay his benefactor as soon as possible, and he would really give his all in reciprocation. This outcome was far greater than having Xia Fei hire them or oppress them with betting stakes. The way of the gentleman emphasized on kindness and coercion being the same. Saving someone was kindness, while winning against Hyacinth was coercion. Having the two entwined would create the best reaction possible when applied. Poria set down the fruits and did not leave, instead, she took a seat beside the two men. "Father, Hyacinth, I do have a suggestion on how we can repay Xia Fei's kindness." "Oh, then let's hear it. Just how should we repay the kindness of him helping us save our fellows?" Otter anxiously asked. He had lost plenty of sleep fretting over this, and he was interested in hearing this idea that Poria was now suggesting. "Look, Xia Fei came to us for help in his business, aiding him in setting something up in that circle. Let us agree to that and then do our best to create the most ideal situation in accordance with his wishes," Porio softly answered. "That's but a given. Even if Xia Fei doesn't raise this again, I'll surely take the initiative to offer our service. No matter what he desires of us, we'll help him make it happen, but that's only enough for us to repay him for saving our tribesmen. While Hyacinth, Sakura, and my life still belong to him," Otter's forehead wrinkled as he said. Porio giggled and pointed to Sakura, still seated outside the entrance. They saw her just sitting on a stool with her two hands on her chin, looking as if she were deep in thought. Hyacinth was startled but immediately understood what his wife was thinking. He urgently asked, "Is this coming from you or from Sakura?"